by E. A. Wallis Budge. The Book of the Dead.
Chapter 111. In the Theban recension, this chapter has not as yet been found. In the Sa'ite recension, it is called the chapter of knowing the souls of Pe, but an examination of the text shows that it is identical with that of chapter 108. It has no vignette. Chapter 112. Vignette: the gods Horus, hawk-headed, Meshtha, and Hapi seated. Text: another chapter of knowing the souls of Pe. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, Kot, who dwelleth in Kot, in Anpet, and in the nome of Kot. Hail, ye goddesses of the chase, who dwell in the city of Pe, ye celestial lands, ye stars, and ye divine beings, who give cakes and ale. Do ye know for what reason the city of Pe hath been given unto Horus? I, even I, know, though ye know it not. Behold, Ra gave the city unto him in return for the injury in his eye, for which cause Ra said to Horus, Let me see what is coming to pass in thine eye, and forthwith he looked thereat. Then Ra said to Horus, Look at that black pig, and he looked, and straightway an injury was done unto his eye, namely, a mighty storm took place. Then said Horus unto Ra, Verily my eye seems as if it were an eye upon which Suti had inflicted a blow, and thus saying he ate his heart. Then said Ra to those gods, Place ye him in his chamber, and he shall do well. Now the black pig was Suti, who had transformed himself into a black pig, and he it was who had aimed the blow of fire which was in the eye of Horus. Then said Ra unto those gods, The pig is an abominable thing unto Horus. Oh, but he shall do well, although the pig is an abomination unto him. Then the company of the gods, who were among the divine followers of Horus when he existed in the form of his own child, said, Let sacrifices be made to the gods of his bulls, and of his goats, and of his pigs. Now the father of Mesthi, Hapi, Tuamautef, and Qebhennuf is Horus, and their mother is Isis. Then said Horus to Ra, Give me 2 divine brethren in the city of Pe, and 2 divine brethren in the city of Nekhen, who have sprung from my body, and who shall be with me in the guise of everlasting judges. Then shall the earth blossom, and thunder clouds and rain be blotted out. And the name of Horus became Her Uach-F, that is, Prince of his emerald stone. I, even I, know the souls of Pe, namely Horus, Mesthi, and Hapi. Chapter 113. Vignette: the gods Horus, Tuamautef, and Qebhennuf. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of Nekhen. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I know the hidden things of the city of Nekhen, that is to say, the things which the mother of Horus did for him, and how she made her voice to go forth over the waters, saying, Speak ye unto me concerning the judgment which is upon me, and show me the path behind you, and let me discover it. And how Ra said, This son of Isis hath perished, and what the mother of Horus did for him when she cried out, saying, Sebek, the lord of the papyrus swamp, shall be brought to us. And Sebek fished for them, and he found them, and the mother of Horus made them to grow in the places to which they belonged. Then Sebek, the lord of his papyrus swamp, said, I went and I found the place where they had passed with my fingers on the edge of the waters, and I enclosed them in my net, and strong was that net. And Ra said, So then there are fish with the god Sebek, and he hath found the hands and arms of Horus for him in the land of fish. And that land became the land of the city of Remu, that is, fish. And Ra said, A land of the pool to this net. Then were the hands of Horus brought to him at the uncovering of his face at the festivals of the month and half month in the land of Remu. And Ra said, I give the city of Nekhen to Horus for the habitation of his 2 arms and hands, and his face shall be uncovered before his 2 hands and arms in the city of Nekhen. And I give unto his power the slaughtered beings who are in them at the festivals of the month and half-month. Then Horus said, Let me carry off Tuam Mautef and Quebsenuf, and let them watch over my body, and if they are allowed to be there, then shall they be subservient to the god of the city of Nekhen. And Ra said, It shall be granted unto thee there, and in the city of Senket, that is Sadi, and there shall be done for them what hath been done for those who dwell in the city of Nekhen, and verily they shall be with thee. And Horus said, They have been with thee, and now they shall be with me, and shall hearken unto the god Sadi when he calleth upon the souls of Nekhen. Grant to me that I, even I, may pass on to the souls of Nekhen, and that I may unloose the bonds of Horus. I, even I, know the souls of Nekhen, namely Horus, Tuamautef, and Quebsenuf. Chapter 114, Vignette 3, Ibis-headed gods. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Thoth, Sa, and Tem. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of Khemenu, Hermopolis. The goddess Maat is carried by the arm at the shining of the goddess Neith in the city of Mentchat, and at the shining of the eye when it is weighed. I am carried over by it, and I know what it bringeth from the city of Kesi, and I will neither declare it unto men, nor tell it unto the gods. I have come, being the envoy of Ra, to stablish Maat upon the arm at the shining of Neith in the city of Mentchat, and to adjudge the eye to him that shall scrutinize it. I have come as a power, through the knowledge of the souls of Khemenu, Hermopolis, who love to know what ye love. I know Maat, which hath germinated, and hath become strong, and hath been judged, and I have joy in passing judgment upon the things which are to be judged. Homage to you, O ye souls of Khemenu. I, even I, know the things which are unknown on the festivals of the month and half-month. Ra knoweth the hidden things of the night, and know ye that it is Thoth who hath made me to have knowledge. Homage to you, O ye souls of Khemenu, since I know you each day. Chapter 115, Vignette. In the Papyrus of Nu, this chapter has no vignette. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. Text: the chapter of coming forth from heaven, and of making a way through the Amenhet, and of knowing the souls of Anu. Heliopolis, the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have passed the day since yesterday among the great divine beings, and I have come into being along with the god Khepera. My face is uncovered before the eye, the only one, and the orbit of the night hath been opened. I am a divine being among you. I know the souls of Anu. Shall not the god Ma pass over it as he journeyeth forward with vigor? Have I not overcome, and have I not spoken to the gods? Behold, he that is the heir of Anu hath been destroyed. I, even I, know for what reason was made the lock of hair of the man. Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, and an injury was done unto his mouth, that is to say, he was wounded in that mouth. And Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, saying, O heir of men, receive thy harpoon. And the harpoon house came into being. Behold, O god Amihaf, 2 divine brethren have come into being, that is to say, Senti Ra came into being, and Setem Ansi F came into being, and his hand stayed not, and he made his form into that of a woman with a lock of hair, which became the divine lock in Anu, and which became the strong and mighty one in this temple. And it became the strong one of Anu, and it became the heir of Ur-Me'at-F, that is the mighty one of the 2 eyes. And it became before him the god Irma of Anu. I know the souls of Anu, namely Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. Chapter 116, Vignette: The deceased adoring three ibis-headed gods. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Thoth, Sa, and Tem. Text: Another chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: The goddess Neith shineth in Matchat, and the goddess Maat is carried by the arm of him who eateth the eye, and who is its divine judge. And the Sem-priest carrieth me over upon it. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I have entered in being an ignorant man, and I have seen the hidden things. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in Kemenu. Ye know me even as I know the goddess Neith, and ye give to the eye the growth which endureth. There is joy to me at the judgment of the things which are to be judged. I, even I, know the souls of Anu. They are great at the festival of the month, and are little at the festival of the half-month. They are Thoth, the hidden one, and Sa and Tem. Rubric: If this chapter be known by the deceased, awful shall be an abomination unto him, and he shall not drink filthy water. Chapter 117. Vignette: The deceased holding a staff in his left hand, about to walk up one side of a hill of the horizon. In the Sa'ite Recension, the god Anubis is leading the deceased to a shrine which is set on a hill. Text: The chapter of receiving paths whereon to walk in Re style. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: The paths which are above me lead to Re style. I am he who is girt about with his girdle, and who cometh forth from the goddess of Ureret crown. I have come, and I have established things in Abtu (Abydos), and I have opened out paths in Re style. The god Osiris hath eased my pains. I am he who maketh the waters to come into being, and who setteth his throne thereon, and who maketh his path through the funeral valley and through the great lake. I have made my path, and indeed I am Osiris. Osiris was victorious over his enemies, and the Osiris Nebket is victorious over his enemies. He hath become as one of yourselves, O ye gods. His protector is the Lord of eternity. He walketh even as ye walk. He standeth even as ye stand. He sitteth even as ye sit. And he talketh even as ye talk, in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Chapter 118, Vignette: The deceased holding a staff in his left hand. In the Sa'ite Recension, this chapter has no vignette. Text: The chapter of coming forth from Ristau. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I was born in Ristau, and splendor hath been given unto me by those who dwell in their spiritual bodies, Sahu, in the habitation where libations are made unto Osiris. The divine ministers who are in Restau shall receive me when Osiris is led into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. O let me be a divine being, whom they shall lead into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. Chapter 119, Vignette: The deceased adoring the god Osiris, who stands in a shrine. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is walking away from a shrine which is set upon a hill. Text: The chapter of coming forth from Restau. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the great God who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name is made in Restau, and thy power is in Abtu (Abydos). Thou art raised up, then, O Osiris, and thou goest round about through heaven with Ra, and thou lookest upon the generations of men. O thou one who circlest, thou Ra, behold, verily I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the god, and I say, let it come to pass that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. The following is the chapter in a fuller form. The chapter of knowing the name of Osiris, and of entering into and of going out from Restau, in all the forms wherein he willeth to come forth. The scribe Mesemneter triumphant saith, I am the great name who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name hath been made in Restau when it hath fallen therein. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy strength and in thy power. Thou hast obtained the mastery in Restau. Thou art raised up, O Osiris, in thy might and in thy power. Thou art raised up, O Osiris, and thy might is in Restau, and thy power is in Abtu, Abydos. Thou goest round about through heaven, and thou sailest before Ra, and thou lookest upon the generations of men. O thou being who circlest, thou Ra, behold, verily, I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the God. And I say, let it come to pass that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. Chapter 120, Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette, both in the Theban and Sa'ite recensions. Text in the Sa'ite recension. This chapter is given twice. Chapter 121. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette, both in the Theban and Sa'ite recensions. Text in the Sa'ite recension. This chapter is given twice. Chapter 122. Vignette. The Papyrus of Nu is the only document containing the Theban recension which is known at present to give a text of this chapter, but it is without a vignette. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is bowing before a shrine which is set upon a hill. Text: the chapter of going in after coming forth from the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Open unto me. Who then art thou? Whither goest thou? What is thy name? I am one of you. Assembler of souls is the name of my boat. Making the hair to stand on end is the name of the oars. Watchful one is the name of its bows. Evil is it is the name of the rudder. Steering straight for the middle is the name of the Machabet. So likewise the boat is a type of my sailing onward to the pool. Let there be given unto me vessels of milk, together with cakes and loaves of bread, and cups of drink, and pieces of meat in the temple of Anpu, or, as others say, grant thou me these things wholly. Let it be so done unto me that I may enter in like a hawk, and that I may come forth like the Bennu bird, and like the morning star. Let me make my path so that I may go in peace into the beautiful Amentet, and let the lake of Osiris be mine. Let me make my path, and let me enter in, and let me adore Osiris, the Lord of life. Chapter 123 or 139. Vignette: the deceased or his soul standing before a palace or a shrine. In the Sa'ite recension, this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of entering into the great house. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O Thoth. I am Thoth, who have weighed the two divine fighters, that is, Horus and Set. I have destroyed their warfare, and I have diminished their wailings. I have delivered the Atu fish in his turning back, and I have performed that which thou didst order concerning him, and afterwards I lay down within my eye. I am he who hath been without opposition. I have come. Do thou look upon me in the temple of Nemhra, or Uhemhra. I give commands in the words of the divine aged ones, and moreover I guide for thee the lesser deities. Chapter 124. Vignette: the deceased adoring Meshthahapi, Tu'amalteth, and Kebsenuf. Text: the chapter of going into the presence of the divine sovereign princes of Osiris. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, My soul hath built for me a habitation in the city of Tatu. I sow seed in the city of Pe, and I plow my field with my laborers, and for this reason my palm tree is like Amsu. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I shall not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. I shall not eat thereof. By sepulchral meals and food I shall not be destroyed. The abominable thing I shall not take into my hands. I shall not walk upon it in my sandals, because my cakes are made of white grain, and my ale is made of red grain. And behold, the Sektet boat and the Matet boat bring them to me. And I eat thereof under the branches of the trees, the beautiful arms of which I know. O let splendor be prepared for me with the white crown which is lifted up upon me by the Uriai goddesses. Hail, thou guardian of the divine doors of the god Sehetep Taui, that is, he who maketh the world to be at peace. Bring thou to me that of which they make sepulchral meals. Grant thou that I may lift up the branches. May the God of light open to me his arms, and may the company of the gods keep silence, whilst the denizens of heaven talk with the Chancellor-in-Chief Nu Triumphant. I am the leader of the hearts of the gods which strengthen me, and I am a mighty one among the divine beings. If any god or any goddess shall come forth against me, he shall be judged by the ancestors of the year who live upon hearts, and who make cakes for me, and Osiris shall devour him at his coming forth from Ab to Abydos. He shall be judged by the ancestors of Ra, and he shall be judged by the God of light, who clotheth heaven among the divine princes. I shall have bread in my mouth at stated seasons, and I shall enter in before the gods Ahiu. He shall speak with me, and I shall speak with the followers of the gods. I shall speak with the disk, and I shall speak with the denizens of heaven. I shall put the terror of myself into the blackness of night, which is in the goddess Maert, who is near him that dwelleth in might. And behold, I shall be there with Osiris. My condition of completeness shall be his condition of completeness among the divine princes. I shall speak unto him with the words of men, and he shall repeat unto me the words of the gods. A Khu who is equipped with power shall come. I am a Khu who is equipped with power. I am equipped with the power of all the Khus, being the form of the Sahu, that is, spiritual bodies, of Anu, Tatu, Satin Benen, Abtu, Apu, and Senu. The Osiris of Alf-Ankh is victorious over every god and every goddess who are hidden in Neter Kertet. Chapter 125. The 125th chapter consists of 3 parts: the introduction, the negative confession, and a concluding text. The introduction was said when the deceased arrived at the hall of double Maati. The negative confession was recited by him before the 42 gods who were in this hall, and the concluding text when he came into the underworld. The introduction. Vignette. The god Osiris, bearded and wearing the white crown, stands in a shrine, the roof of which is surmounted by a hawk's head and by uraei. He holds the usual emblems of sovereignty and domination. Behind him is the goddess Isis, and before him, standing upon a lotus flower, are the 4 children of Horus: Mestha, Hapi, Tu-Amaltef, and Keb-Senuf. Vignette. Ani and his wife, Thu, standing with hands raised in adoration of Osiris before a table of offerings. Text. The chapter of entering into the hall of double Maati, a hymn of praise to Osiris, the governor of Amentet. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see thy beauties. My hands are raised in adoration of thy name, right and truth. I came, and I drew nigh unto the place where the acacia tree groweth not, where the tree thick with leaves existeth not, and where the ground yieldeth neither herb nor grass. Then I entered into the hidden place, and I spake with the god Set, and my protector advanced to me, and his face was clothed or covered, and he fell upon the hidden things. He entered into the temple of Osiris, and he looked upon the hidden things which were therein, and the sovereign chiefs of the pylons were in the form of Khus. And the god Anpu spake to those who were on both sides of him with the speech of a man as he came from Ta Mera. He knoweth our paths and our cities. I make offerings, and I smell the odor of him, as if he were one among you. And I say unto him, I am Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant. I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see the great gods, and I feed upon the offerings which are among their food. I have been to the borders of the territory of Ba-neb-tetep, that is, the soul, the lord of Tatu, or Osiris, and he hath caused me to come forth like a Bennu bird, and to utter words. I have been in the water of the stream, and I have made offerings of incense. I have guided myself to the Shentet tree of the divine children. I have been in Abu, or Abu, that is elephantine, in the temple of the goddess Satet. I have submerged the boat of mine enemies, whilst I myself have sailed over the lake in the Neshmet boat. I have seen the Sahu, that is, the spiritual bodies, in the city of Kem-ur. I have been in the city of Tatu, and I have brought myself to silence therein. I have caused the god to have the mastery over his 2 feet. I have been in the temple of Tep-tu-F, that is, he that is on his hill, or Anubis, and I have seen him that is lord of the divine temple. I have entered into the temple of Osiris, and I have arrayed myself in the apparel of him that is therein. I have entered into Re Stau, and I have seen the hidden things which are therein. I was shrouded therein, but I found a way for myself. I have gone into the city of An Araret, that is the place where nothing groweth, and I covered my nakedness with the garments which were therein. There was given unto me the anti-unguent, such as women use, along with the powder of human beings. Verily, Sut hath spoken unto me the things which concern himself, and I said, Let thy weighing be in us. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, Knowest thou the name of this door, so as to declare it unto me? And Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant, saith, Destroyer of the god Shu is the name of this door. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, Knowest thou the name of the upper leaf and of the lower leaf? Lord of Maat, upon his 2 feet is the name of the upper leaf, and Lord of twofold strength, the subduer of cattle, is the name of the lower leaf. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, Since thou knowest, pass on, O Osiris, the scribe, the teller of the divine offerings of all the gods of Thebes, Ani triumphant, the Lord of reverence. The introduction. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with both hands raised in adoration. Text: the following shall be said when the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, cometh forth into the hall of double Maati, so that he may be separated from every sin which he hath done, and may behold the faces of the gods. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O great God, thou Lord of double Maati. I have come to thee, O my Lord, and I brought myself hither that I may behold thy beauties. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the names of the 42 gods who exist with thee in this hall of double Maati, who live as warders of sinners, and who feed upon their blood on the day when the lives of men are taken into account in the presence of the god Un Nefer. In truth, Rekti Merteneb Maati, that is, twin sisters with 2 eyes, ladies of double Maati, is thy name. In truth, I have come to thee, and I have brought Maat, that is, right and truth, to thee, and I have destroyed wickedness for thee. I have not done evil to mankind. I have not oppressed the members of my family. I have not wrought evil in the place of right and truth. I have had no knowledge of worthless men. I have not wrought evil. I have not made to be the first consideration of each day that excessive labor should be performed for me. I have not brought forward my name for exaltation to honors. I have not ill-treated servants. I have not thought scorn of God. I have not defrauded the oppressed one of his property. I have not done that which is an abomination unto the gods. I have not caused harm to be done to the servant by his chief. I have not caused pain. I have made no man to suffer hunger. I have made no one to weep. I have done no murder. I have not given the order for murder to be done for me. I have not inflicted pain upon mankind. I have not defrauded the temples of their oblations. I have not purloined the cakes of the gods. I have not carried off the cakes offered to the Khus. I have not committed fornication. I have not polluted myself in the holy places of the God of my city, nor diminished from the bushel. I have neither added to nor filched away land. I have not encroached upon the fields of others. I have not added to the weights of the scales to cheat the seller. I have not misread the pointer of the scales to cheat the buyer. I have not carried away the milk from the mouths of children. I have not driven away the cattle which were upon their pastures. I have not snared the feathered fowl of the preserves of the gods. I have not caught fish with bait made of fish of their kind. I have not turned back the water at the time when it should flow. I have not cut a cutting in a canal of running water. I have not extinguished a fire or a light when it should burn. I have not violated the times of offering, the chosen meat offerings. I have not driven off the cattle from the property of the gods. I have not repulsed God in his manifestations. I am pure, I am pure, I am pure, I am pure. My purity is the purity of that great Bennu, which is in the city of Sutenhenen, Heracleopolis. For behold, I am the nose of the god of the winds, who maketh all mankind to live on the day when the eye, Uchat of Ra, is full in Anu, Heliopolis, at the end of the second month of the season Pert, that is, the season of growing, in the presence of the divine Lord of this earth. I have seen the eye of Ra when it was full in Anu. Therefore let not evil befall me in this land and in this hall of double Ma'ati, because I, even I, know the names of these gods who are therein, and who are the followers of the great God. The negative confession, vignette. The hall of double Ma'ati, that is to say, the hall of the goddesses Isis and Nephthys, who symbolize right and truth. Herein are seated or stand 42 gods, to each of whom the deceased must address a prescribed negative statement. At each end is one half of a folding door, one having the name of Neb Ma'at Hari Teth Retuif, and the other Neb Peti Kesu Men Menet. On the center of the roof, which has a cornice of uriai, typifying divinity, and feathers, symbolic of Ma'at, is a seated deity, painted bluish-green, with hands extended, the right over the eye of Horus and the left over a pool. At the end of the hall are 4 small vignettes in which are depicted the Ma'ati goddesses, each seated upon a throne and holding a scepter in her right hand and the emblem of life in her left. The deceased, arrayed in white, standing before the god Osiris with both hands raised in adoration, a balance with the heart, symbolizing the conscience of the deceased, in one scale, and the feather emblematic of right and truth in the other. The god Anubis is testing the tongue of the balance, and close by stands the monster Ammit, Thoth, ibis-headed, seated upon a pylon-shaped pedestal, painting a large feather of Ma'at. Text. The scribe Nebseni, triumphant, saith: 1. Hail, thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu, Heliopolis, I have not done iniquity. 2. Hail, thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Kher Abba, I have not robbed with violence. 3. Hail, thou divine nose, Fenti, who comest forth from Kemenu, Hermopolis, I have not done violence to any man. 4. Hail, thou who eatest shades, who comest forth from the place where the Nile riseth, I have not committed theft. 5. Hail, Nahau, who comest forth from Restau, I have not slain man or woman. 6. Hail, thou double-lying God, who comest forth from heaven, I have not made light the bushel. 7. Hail, thou whose 2 eyes are like flint, who comest forth from Sechem Letopolis, I have not acted deceitfully. 8. Hail, thou flame, who comest forth as thou goest back, I have not purloined the things which belong unto God. 9. Hail, thou crusher of bones, who comest forth from Sutton Benin, Heracleopolis, I have not uttered falsehood. 10. Hail, thou who makest the flame to wax strong, who comest forth from Hetakapatah, Memphis, I have not carried away food. 11. Hail, Kerti, that is, the 2 sources of the Nile, who come forth from Amentet, I have not uttered evil words. 12. Hail, thou whose teeth shine, who comest forth from Tashi, that is, the Fayum, I have attacked no man. 13. Hail, thou who dost consume blood, who comest forth from the house of slaughter, I have not killed the beasts which are the property of God. 14. Hail, thou who dost consume the entrails, who comest forth from the Mabit chamber, I have not acted deceitfully. 15. Hail, thou God of right and truth, who comest forth from the city of double Maati, I have not laid waste the lands which have been plowed. 16. Hail, thou who goest backwards, who comest forth from the city of Bubastis, I have never pried into matters to make mischief. 17. Hail, Eati, who comest forth from Anu, Heliopolis, I have not set my mouth in motion against any man. 18. Hail, thou who art doubly evil, who comest forth from the nome of Ati, I have not given way to wrath concerning myself without a cause. 19. Hail, thou serpent Ua Memti, who comest forth from the house of slaughter, I have not defiled the wife of a man. 20. Hail, thou who lookest upon what is brought to him, who comest forth from the temple of Amsu, I have not committed any sin against purity. 21. Hail, chief of the divine princes, who comest forth from the city of Nahatu, I have not struck fear into any man. 22. Hail, Kemiu, that is destroyer, who comest forth from the lake of Kawi, I have not encroached upon sacred times and seasons. 23. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Urit, I have not been a man of anger. 24. Hail, thou child, who comest forth from the lake of Hekut, I have not made myself deaf to the words of right and truth. 25. Hail, thou disposer of speech, who comest forth from the city of Unis, I have not stirred up strife. 26. Hail, Basti, who comest forth from the secret city, I have made no man to weep. 27. Hail, thou whose face is turned backwards, who comest forth from the dwelling, I have not committed acts of impurity, neither have I lain with men. 28. Hail, leg of fire, who comest forth from Akaku, I have not eaten my heart. 29. Hail, Kenemti, who comest forth from the city of Kenemet, I have abused no man. 30. Hail, thou who bringest thine offering, who comest forth from the city of Sais, I have not acted with violence. 31. Hail, thou God of faces, who comest forth from the city of Techephet, I have not judged hastily. 32. Hail, thou who givest knowledge, who comest forth from Unth, I have not, and I have not taken vengeance upon the God. 33. Hail, thou Lord of 2 horns, who comest forth from Satiu, I have not multiplied my speech overmuch. 34. Hail, Nefertem, who comest forth from Hetkapatah, Memphis, I have not acted with deceit, and I have not worked wickedness. 35. Hail, Temset, who comest forth from Tatu, I have not uttered curses on the king. 36. Hail, thou whose heart doth labor, who comest forth from the city of Tebti, I have not fouled water. 37. Hail, Ahi of the water, who comest forth from Nu, I have not made haughty my voice. 38. Hail, thou who givest commands to mankind, who comest forth from Sau, I have not cursed the God. 39. Hail, Neheb Nephert, who comest forth from the lake of Nepher, I have not behaved with insolence. 40. Hail, Neheb Kau, who comest forth from thy city, I have not sought for distinctions. 41. Hail, thou whose head is holy, who comest forth from thy habitations, I have not increased my wealth, except with such things as are justly mine own possessions. 42. Hail, thou who bringest thine own arm, who comest forth from Alkert underworld, I have not thought scorn of the God who is in my city. Address to the gods of the underworld. Vignette: the deceased standing with both hands raised in adoration. Text: Then shall the heart which is righteous and sinless say. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the hall of double Maati. I, even I, know you, and I know your names. Let me not fall under your knives of slaughter, and bring ye not forward my wickedness unto the God in whose train ye are, and let not evil hap come upon me by your means. O declare ye me right and true in the presence of Nebertcher, because I have done that which is right and true in Tamara, Egypt. I have not cursed God, and let not evil hap come upon me through the king who dwelleth in my day. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the hall of double Maati, who are without evil in your bodies, and who live upon right and truth, and who feed yourselves upon right and truth in the presence of the God Horus, who dwelleth in his divine disk. Deliver ye me from the god Baba, who feedeth upon the entrails of the mighty ones upon the day of the great judgment. O grant ye that I may come to you, for I have not committed faults, I have not sinned, I have not done evil, I have not borne false witness, therefore let nothing evil be done unto me. I live upon right and truth, and I feed upon right and truth. I perform the commandments of men, as well as the things whereat are gratified the gods. I have made the God to be at peace with me by doing that which is his will. I have given bread to the hungry man, and water to the thirsty man, and apparel to the naked man, and a boat to the shipwrecked mariner. I have made holy offerings to the gods, and sepulchral meals to the Khus. Be ye then my deliverers, be ye then my protectors, and make ye not accusation against me in the presence of the great God. I am clean of mouth and clean of hands, therefore let it be said unto me by those who shall behold me, come in peace, for I have heard that mighty word which the spiritual bodies, Sahu, spake unto the cat in the house of Hapt-Ray. I have been made to give evidence before the god Raph, that is, he whose face is behind him, and he hath given a decision concerning me. I have seen the things over which the Persea tree spreadeth its branches within Restau. I am he who hath offered up prayers to the gods, and who knoweth their persons. I have come and I have advanced to make the declaration of right and truth, and to set the balance upon what supporteth it within the region of Alkert. Hail, thou who art exalted upon thy standard, thou Lord of the Atafu crown, whose name is proclaimed as the Lord of the winds. Deliver thou me from thy divine messengers, who caused our deeds to happen, and who cause calamities to come into being, and who are without coverings for their faces. For I have done that which is right and true for the Lord of right and truth. I have purified myself and my breast with libations, and my hinder parts with the things which make clean, and my inner parts have been in the pool of right and truth. There is no single member of mine which lacketh right and truth. I have been purified in the pool of the south, and I have rested in the northern city, which is in the field of the grasshoppers, wherein the divine sailors of Ra bathe at the second hour of the night, and at the third hour of the day. And the hearts of the gods are gratified after they have passed through it, whether it be by night or whether it be by day. And they say unto me, Let thyself come forward. And they say unto me, Who then art thou? And they say unto me, What is thy name? I am he who is equipped under the flowers, and I am the dweller in his olive tree, is my name. And they say unto me straightway, Pass thou on. And I passed on by the city to the north of the olive tree. What then didst thou see there? The leg and the thigh. What then didst thou say unto them? Let me see rejoicings in those lands of the Tenku. And what did they give unto thee? A flame of fire, and a tablet or scepter of crystal. What then didst thou do therewith? I buried them by the furrow of Maat as things for the night. What then didst thou find by the furrow of Maat? A scepter of flint, the name of which is giver of winds. What then didst thou do to the flame of fire and the tablet or scepter of crystal after thou hadst buried them? I uttered words over them in the furrow, and I dug them out therefrom. I extinguished the fire, and I broke the tablet or scepter, and I created a pool of water. Come then, they say, and enter in through the door of this hall of double Maati, for thou knowest us. We will not let thee enter in through us, say the bolts of the door, unless thou tellest us our names. Tongue of the balance of the place of right and truth is your name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the right lintel of the door, unless thou tellest me thy name. Balance of the support of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the left lintel of the door, unless thou tellest me my name. Balance of wine is thy name. I will not let thee pass over me, saith the threshold of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Ox of the god Seb is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the fastening of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Flesh of his mother is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the socket of the fastening of the door, unless thou tellest me my name. Living eye of the god Sebek, the lord of Bakhau, is thy name. I will not open unto thee, and I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the guardian of the leaf of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Elbow of the god Shu, when he placeth himself to protect Osiris, is thy name. We will not let thee enter in by us, say the posts of this door, unless thou tellest us our names. Children of the Uri goddesses is your name. Thou knowest us, they say. Pass on therefore by us. I will not let thee tread upon me, saith the floor of the hall of double Maati, because I am silent and I am holy, and because I do not know the names of thy 2 feet wherewith thou wouldst walk upon me. Therefore tell them to me. Traveller of the god Kaz is the name of my right foot, and staff of the goddess Hathor is the name of my left foot. Thou knowest me, it saith. Pass on therefore over me. I will not make mention of thee, saith the guardian of the door of this hall of double Maati, unless thou tellest me my name. Discerner of hearts and searcher of the reins is thy name. Now will I make mention of thee to the god. But who is the god that dwelleth in his hour? Speak thou it. That is his name. Me'autawi, that is he who keepeth the record of the 2 lands, is his name. Who then is Me'autawi? He is Thoth. Come, saith Thoth. But why hast thou come? I have come, and I press forward that I may be mentioned. What now is thy condition? Even I am purified from evil things, and I am protected from the baleful deeds of those who live in their days, and I am not among them. Now will I make mention of thee to the god. Tell me now, who is he whose heaven is of fire, whose walls are surmounted by living uraei, and the floor of whose house is a stream of water? Who is he, I say? It is Osiris. Come forward then. Verily, thou shalt be mentioned to him. Thy cakes shall come from the eye of Ra, and thine ale shall come from the eye of Ra, and the sepulchral meals which shall be brought to thee upon earth shall come from the eye of Ra. This hath been decreed for the Osiris, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, new triumphant. Rubric: the making of the representation of what shall happen in this hall of double Maati. This chapter shall be said by the deceased after he hath been cleansed and purified, and when he is arrayed in apparel, and is shod with white leather sandals, and his eyes have been painted with antimony, and his body hath been anointed with unguent of Anti, and when he offereth oxen and feathered fowl, and incense and cakes, and ale and garden herbs, and behold, thou shalt draw a representation of this in color upon a new tile molded from earth, upon which neither a pig nor other animals have trodden. And if thou doest this, book upon it in writing, the deceased shall flourish, and his children shall flourish, and his name shall never fall into oblivion, and he shall be as one who filleth, that is, satisfieth the heart of the king and of his princes. And bread and cakes and sweetmeats and wine and pieces of flesh shall be given unto him upon the altar of the great God, and he shall not be turned back at any door in Amentet, and he shall be brought in along with the kings of Upper and Lower Egypt, and he shall be in the train of Osiris continually and regularly forever. Chapter 126. Vignette: a lake of fire, at each corner of which is seated a dog-headed ape. Text: the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Amen-hetep triumphant, saith: Hail, ye 4 apes who sit in the bows of the boat of Ra, who convey right and truth to Neber-tchur, who sit in judgment on my misery and on my strength, who make the gods to rest contented by means of the flame of your mouths, and who offer holy offerings to the gods and sepulchral meals to the Khus, who live upon right and truth, and who feed upon right and truth of heart, who are without deceit and fraud, and to whom wickedness is an abomination. Do ye away with my evil deeds, and put ye away my sin, which deserves stripes upon earth, and destroy ye any evil whatsoever that belongeth unto me, and let there be no obstacle whatsoever on my part towards you. O grant ye that I may make my way through the underworld, Amahet. Let me enter into Re Stau, let me pass through the hidden pylons of Amentet. O grant that there may be given to me cakes and ale and sweetmeats, even as they are given to the living Khus, and grant that I may enter in and come forth from Re Stau. The 4 apes made answer, saying, Come then, for we have done away with thy wickedness, and we have put away thy sin, along with the sin deserving of stripes, which thou didst commit upon earth, and we have destroyed all the evil which belonged to thee upon the earth. Enter therefore into Re Stau, and pass thou through the hidden pylons of Amentet, and there shall be given unto thee cakes and ale and sweetmeats, and shalt come forth, and thou shalt enter in at thy desire, even as do those Khus who are favourite of the god, and thou shalt be proclaimed or called each day in the horizon. Chapter 127a. Vignette: this version of the 127th chapter has not yet been found in the papyri containing the Theban Recension. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased stands with both hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings placed in the presence of 6 gods, 3 standing upright and 3 seated, each of whom holds in his hands a flail and a scepter. The first god has the head of a bull, the second is jackal-headed, the third is snake-headed, the fourth is human-headed, the fifth is bull-headed, and the sixth is human-headed. The last 3 have feathers emblematic of right and truth on their heads. Text: the book of the praise of the gods of the Kirti, which a man shall recite when he cometh forth before them to enter in to see the god in the great temple of the underworld, and he shall say: Homage to you, O ye gods of the Kirti, ye divine dwellers in Amentet. Homage to you, O ye guardians of the doors of the underworld, who keep ward over the god, who bear and proclaim the names of those who come into the presence of the god Osiris, and who hold yourselves ready, and who praise him, and who destroy the enemies of Ra. O send ye forth your light, and scatter ye the darkness which is about you, and behold ye the holy and divine mighty one, O ye who live even as he liveth, and call ye upon him that dwelleth within his divine disk. Lead ye the king of the north and of the south, Usur Me'at Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramzes Meri Aman Ra Bek Me'at. Through your doors may his divine soul enter into your hidden places, for he is one among you, and he hath shot forth calamities upon the serpent fiend Apep, and he hath beaten down the obstacles which Apep set up in Amentet. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies, O great God, who livest in thy divine disk. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies, O Osiris, governor of Amentet. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies in heaven and in earth. O thou King of the North and of the South, Usur Me'at Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Mary Amen Ra Hek Me'at, and over the sovereign princes of every god and of every goddess. O Osiris, governor of Amentet, he hath uttered words in the presence of the god in the valley of the dead, and he hath gained the mastery over the mighty sovereign princes. Hail, ye doorkeepers! Hail, ye doorkeepers, who guard your gates, who punish souls, who devour the bodies of the dead, who advance over them at their examination in the places of destruction, who give right and truth to the soul and to the divine Khu, the beneficent one, the mighty one, whose throne is holy in Akert, who is endowed with soul like Ra, and who is praised like Osiris. Lead ye along, the King of the North and of the South. Usur Ma'at Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Mary Amen Ra Hek Ma'at. Unbolt ye for him the doors, and open ye the place of his Kerti for him. Behold, make ye his word to triumph over his enemies, and indeed let meat offerings and drink offerings be made unto him by the God of the double door, and let him put on the Nemes crown of him that dwelleth in the great and hidden shrine. Behold the image of Heru Khuti Hamarkus, who is doubly true, and who is the divine soul, and the divine and perfect Khu. He hath prevailed with his hands. The two great and mighty gods cry out to the King of the North and South, Usur Me'at Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Mary Amen Ra Hek Me'at. They rejoice in him, they sing praises to him, and clap their hands. They accord him their protection, and he liveth, the King of the North and South, Usur Me'at Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Mary Amen Ra Hek Me'at, riseth like a living soul in heaven. He hath been commanded to make his transformations. He hath made himself victorious before the divine sovereign chiefs, and he hath made his way through the gates of heaven and of earth and of the underworld, even as hath Ra, the King of the North and South, Usur Me'at Ra Setep and Amen, the son of the sun, Ramses Mary Amen Ra Hek Me'at, saith, Open unto me the gates of heaven and of earth and of the underworld, for I am the divine soul of Osiris, and I rest in him, and let me pass through their halls. Let the gods sing praises unto me when they see me. Let me enter, and let favor be shown unto me. Let me come forth, and let me be beloved, and let me go forward, for no defect or failing hath been found clinging unto me. Chapter 127b. Vignette: 16 gods in 4 groups, each containing 2 pairs. Before each group is a table of offerings. Text: Chapter to be recited on coming before the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris to offer praise unto the gods who are the gods of the underworld. Osiris, the chief scribe and draftsman, Ptah triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in the Kerti, ye gods who dwell in Amentet, who keep ward over the gates of the underworld, and are the guardians thereof, who bear and proclaim the names of those who come into the presence of Osiris, who praise him, and who destroy the enemies of Ra. O send forth your light, and scatter ye the darkness which is about you, and look upon the face of Osiris, O ye who live even as he liveth, and praise ye him that dwelleth in his disk, and lead ye me away from your calamities. Let me come forth, and let me enter in through your secret places, for I am a mighty prince among you, for I have done away with evil there, and I have beaten down the obstacles which have been set up in Amentet. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O thou that dwellest in thy disk. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O Thoth, who producest statutes. Thou hast been victorious over thy enemies, O Osiris, the chief scribe and draftsman, Ptah triumphant. Thou hast been triumphant over thine enemies, O Osiris, thou governor of Amentet, in heaven and upon earth, in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. And the food of Osiris, the governor of Amentet, is in the presence of the god whose name is hidden before the great divine sovereign chiefs. Hail, ye guardians of the doors, ye gods, who keep ward over their habitations, who keep the reckoning, and who commit souls to destruction, who grant right and truth to the divine soul which is stablished, who are without evil in the abode of Akert. who are endowed with soul even as is Ra, and who are as is Osiris. Guide ye Osiris, the chief scribe, the draftsman, Ptah triumphant, open ye unto him the gates of the underworld, and the uppermost part of his estate and his court. Behold, make ye him to be victorious over his enemies. Provide ye him with the offerings of the god of the underworld. Make noble the divine being who dwelleth in the Nemes crown, the Lord of the knowledge of Akert. Behold, stablish this soul in right and truth, and let it become a perfect soul that hath gained the mastery with its two hands. The great and mighty gods cry out, he hath gotten the victory, and they rejoice in him, and they ascribe praise unto him with their hands, and they turn unto him their faces. The living one is triumphant, and is even like a living soul dwelling in heaven, and he hath been ordered to perform his transformations. Osiris triumphed over his enemies, and Osiris, the chief scribe and draftsman, Ptah triumphant, hath gained the victory over his enemies in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who dwell in heaven, and in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who dwell upon the earth. Chapter 129. Vignette: the deceased standing before a table of offerings with both hands raised in adoration in the presence of the gods Osiris, Isis, Horus, the son of Isis, and Nephthys. Text: a hymn of praise to Osiris. The Osiris Auf-Ankh, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O Osiris Un-Nefer, triumphant, thou son of Nut, thou firstborn son of Seb, thou mighty one who comest forth from Nut, thou king in the city of Nefer-ur, thou governor of Amentet, thou lord of Abtu, Abydos, thou lord of souls, thou mighty one of strength, thou lord of the Atef crown in Sutton Benin, thou lord of the divine form in the city of Nifu-ur, thou lord of the tomb, thou mighty one of souls in Tatu, thou lord of sepulchral offerings, thou whose festivals are many in Tatu. The god Horus exalteth his father in every place or shrine, and he uniteth himself unto the goddess Isis and unto the goddess Nephthys, and the god Thoth reciteth for him the mighty glorifyings which are within him, and which come forth from his mouth, and the heart of Horus is stronger than that of all the gods. Rise up then, O Horus, thou son of Isis, and avenge thy father Osiris. Hail, O Osiris, I have come unto thee, I am Horus, and I have avenged thee, and I feed this day upon the sepulchral meals of oxen and feathered fowl, and upon all the beautiful things offered unto Osiris. Rise up then, O Osiris, for I have struck down for thee all thine enemies, and I have taken vengeance upon them for thee. I am Horus upon this beautiful day of thy fair rising in thy soul, which exalteth thee along with itself on this day before thy divine sovereign princes. Hail, O Osiris, thy Ka hath come unto thee and is with thee, and thou resteth therein in thy name of Ka Hetep. I maketh thee glorious in thy name of Ku, and it maketh thee like unto the morning star in thy name of Pehu, and it openeth for thee the ways in thy name of Apuat. Hail, O Osiris, I have come unto thee, and I have set thine enemies under thy feet in every place, and thou art triumphant in the presence of the company of the gods and of the divine sovereign chiefs. Hail, O Osiris, thou hast received thy scepter and the place whereon thou art to rest, and thy steps are under thee. Thou bringest food to the gods, and thou bringest sepulchral meals unto those who dwell in their tombs. Thou hast given thy might unto the gods, and thou hast created the great God. Thou hast thy existence with them in their spiritual bodies. Thou gatherest thyself under all the gods, and thou hearest the word of right and truth on the day when offerings to this God are ordered on the festivals of Uka. Chapter 129. See Chapter 100. Chapter 130. Vignette. In the Papyrus of Nu, this chapter has no vignette, but in the Sa'ite Recension the deceased is seen standing in the stern of a boat behind Ra and two other gods. Text. Another chapter of making perfect the Khu, which is to be recited on the birthday of Osiris, and of making to live the soul forever. The Chancellor Chief Nu, triumphant, saith: The heavens are opened, the earth is opened, the west is opened, the east is opened, the southern half of heaven is opened, the northern half of heaven is opened, The doors are opened, and the gates are thrown wide open to Ra, as he cometh forth from the horizon. The Sektet boat openeth for him the double doors, and the Matet boat bursteth open for him the gates. He breatheth, and the god Shu cometh into being, and he createth the goddess Temut. Those who are in the following of Osiris follow in his train, and the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, followeth on in the train of Ra. He taketh his iron weapon, and he forceth open the shrine, even as doth Horus, and pressing onwards he advanceth unto the hidden things of his habitation with the libations of his divine shrine, the messenger of the god that loveth him. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, bringeth forth the right and the truth, and he maketh to advance the going forward of Osiris. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, taketh in his hands the cordage, and he bindeth fast the shrine. Storms are the things which he abominateth. Let no water flood be nigh unto him. Let not the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, be repulsed before Ra, and let him not be made to turn back. For behold, the eye is in his two hands. Let not the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, walk in the valley of darkness. Let him not enter into the lake of those who are evil, and let him have no existence among the damned, even for a moment. Let not the Osiris Nu fall headlong among those who would lead him captive, and let not his soul go in among them. Let his divine face take possession of the place behind the block of the god Septu. Hymns of praise be unto you, O ye divine beings of the thigh. The knives of God work in secret, and the two arms and hands of God cause the light to shine. It is doubly pleasant unto him to lead the old unto him along with the young at his season. Now behold, the god Thoth dwelleth within his hidden places, and he performeth the ceremonies of libation unto the god who reckoneth millions of years. And he maketh a way through the firmament, and he doeth away with storms and whirlwinds from his stronghold. And the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, arriveth in the places of his habitations. O ye divine beings of the thigh, do ye away with his sorrow and his suffering and his pain, and may the sorrow of the Osiris Nu be altogether put away. Let the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, gratify Ra. Let him make a way into the horizon of Ra. Let his boat be made ready for him. Let him sail on happily, and let Thoth put light into his heart. Then shall the Osiris Nu, triumphant, praise and glorify Ra, and Ra shall hearken unto his words, and he shall beat down the obstacles which come from his enemies. I have not been shipwrecked, I have not been turned back in the horizon, for I am Ra Osiris. And the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, shall not be shipwrecked in the great boat. Behold him whose face is in the god of the thigh, because the name of Ra is in the body of the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, and his honor is in his mouth. He shall speak unto Ra, and Ra shall hearken unto his words. Hymns of praise unto thee, O Ra, in the horizon, and homage unto thee, O thou that purifiest with light the denizens of heaven, O thou who hast sovereign power over heaven at that supreme moment when the paddles of thine enemies move with thee. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, cometh with the ordering of right and truth, for there is an iron firmament in Amentet, which the fiend Apep hath broken through with his storms before the double lying god, and this will the Osiris Nu set in order. O hearken ye, ye who dwell upon the top of the throne of majesty. The Osiris Nu shall come in among thy divine sovereign chiefs, and Ra shall deliver him from Apep each day, so that he may not come nigh unto him, and he shall make himself vigilant. The Osiris Nu shall have power over the things which are written. He shall receive sepulchral meals, and the god Thoth shall provide him with the things which should be prepared for him. The Osiris Nu maketh right and truth to go round about the bows in the great boat, and hath triumph among the divine sovereign chiefs, and he establisheth for millions of years. The divine chiefs guide him, and give unto him a passage in the boat with joy and gladness. The first ones among the company of the sailors of Ra are behind him, and he is happy. Right and truth are exalted, and they have come unto their divine Lord, and praises have been ascribed unto the god Neb-er-tcher. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, hath taken in his hands the weapon, and he hath made his way through heaven therewith. The denizens thereof have ascribed praises unto him, as unto a divine being who standeth up and never sinketh to rest. The god Ra exalteth him by reason of what he hath done, and he causeth him to make of none effect the whirlwind and the storm. He looketh upon his splendours, and he stablisheth his oars, and the boat saileth round about in heaven, rising like the sun in the darkness. Thoth, the mighty one, leadeth the Osiris Nu within his eye, and he sitteth upon his thighs in the mighty boat of Khepera. He cometh into being, and the things which he saith come to pass. The Osiris Nu advanceth, and he journeyeth round about heaven unto Amentet. The fiery deities stand up before him, and the god Shu rejoiceth exceedingly, and they take in their hands the bows of the boat of Ra along with his divine mariners. Ra goeth round about, and he looketh upon Osiris. The Osiris Nu is at peace. The Osiris Nu is at peace. He hath not been driven back. The flame of thy moment hath not been taken away from him. O Ra, the whirlwind and storm of thy mouth have not come forth against him. He hath not journeyed upon the path of the crocodile, for he abominateth the crocodile, and it hath not drawn nigh unto him. The Osiris Nu embarketh in thy boat, O Ra. He is furnished with thy throne, and he receiveth thy spiritual form. The Osiris Nu travelleth over the paths of Ra at daybreak to drive back the fiend Nebet. He cometh upon the flame of thy boat, O Ra, upon that mighty thigh. The Osiris Nu knoweth it, and he attaineth unto thy boat, and behold, he sitteth therein, and he maketh sepulchral offerings. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a boat of the god Ra, which hath been painted in colours in a pure place. And behold, thou shalt place a figure of the deceased in the bows thereof, and thou shalt paint a sectet boat upon the right side thereof, and an atet boat upon the left side thereof, and there shall be made unto them offerings of bread and cakes and wine and oil, and every kind of fair offering upon the birthday of Osiris. If these ceremonies be performed, his soul shall have existence, and shall live forever, and shall not die a second time. The following is from the rubric to this chapter in the Sa'ite Recension. He shall know the hidden things of the underworld. He shall penetrate the hidden things in Neter Kertet, the underworld. This chapter was found in the large hall of the temple under the reign of His Majesty Hesepti, triumphant, and it was found in the cavern of the mountain which Horus made for his father Osiris on Nefer triumphant. Now since Ra looketh upon this deceased in his own flesh, he shall look upon him as the company of the gods. The fear of him shall be great, and the awe of him shall be mighty in the heart of men, and gods and Khus and the damned. He shall be with his soul, and shall live forever. He shall not die a second time in the underworld, and on the day of weighing of words no evil hap shall befall him. He shall be triumphant over his enemies, and his sepulchral meal shall be upon the altar of Ra in the course of each day, day by day. Chapter 131. Vignette. This chapter is without vignette, both in the Papyrus of Nu and in the Sa'ite Recension. Text: the chapter of having existence nigh unto Ra, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief Nu, triumphant, saith, I am that god Ra, who shineth in the night. Every being who followeth in his train shall have life in the following of the god Thoth, and he shall give unto him the risings of Horus in the darkness. The heart of Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, is glad because he is one of those beings, and his enemies have been destroyed by the divine princes. I am a follower of Ra, and I have received his iron weapon. I have come unto thee, O my father Ra, and I have advanced to the god Shu. I have cried unto the mighty goddess. I have equipped the god Hu, and I alone have removed the Nebt god from the path of Ra. I am a Khu, and I have come to the divine prince at the bounds of the horizon. I have met and I have received the mighty goddess. I have raised up thy soul in the following of thy strength, and my soul liveth through thy victory and thy mighty power. It is I who give commands in speech to Ra in heaven. Homage to thee, O great God, in the east of heaven. Let me embark in thy boat, O Ra. Let me open myself out in the form of a divine hawk. Let me give my commands in words. Let me do battle in my Sekhem. Let me be master under my vine. Let me embark in thy boat, O Ra, in peace, and let me sail in peace to the beautiful Amentet. Let the god Tem speak unto me, saying, Wouldst thou enter therein? The lady, the goddess Mehen, is 1,000,000 of years, yea, 2,000,000 years in extent, and dwelleth in the house of Urt and Nifert, and in the lake of 1,000,000 years. The whole company of the gods move about among those who are at the side of him who is the Lord of divisions of places. And I say, on every road, and among these millions of years, is Ra the Lord, and his path is in the fire. And they go round about behind him, and they go round about behind him. Chapter 132, Vignette: The deceased standing before a house and holding a long staff in his hand. In the Brocklehurst Papyrus, the soul of the deceased, in the form of a human-headed bird, is seen hovering over a house, by the side of which is a tree. Text: the chapter of causing a man to come back to see his house upon earth. The Osiris Ani saith, I am the lion god, coming forth with extended strides. I have shot arrows, and I have wounded the prey. I have shot arrows, and I have wounded the prey. I am the eye of Horus, and I pass through the eye of Horus at this season. I have arrived at the furrows. Let the Osiris Ani advance in peace. Chapter 133, Vignette: The god Ra, hawk-headed, and having upon his head the sun's disk, encircled with a serpent, seated upon a throne in a boat. In his right hand he holds a scepter, and in the left the emblem of life. Above him is the legend, Ra in his shrine. Before him, but outside the boat, stands Nebseni, who maketh adoration to Ra each day, with both hands raised in adoration. Text: the book of making perfect the Khu, which is to be recited on the day of the month. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith, Ra riseth in his horizon, and his company of the gods follow after him. The god cometh forth out of his hidden habitations, and food falleth out of the eastern horizon of heaven. At the word of the goddess Nut, who maketh plain the paths of Ra, whereupon straightway the prince goeth round about. Lift up then thyself, O thou Ra, who dwellest in thy divine shrine. Draw thou into thyself the winds. Inhale the north wind. Swallow thou the skin of thy net on the day wherein thou breathest right and truth. Thou separatest the divine followers, and thou sailest in thy boat to Nut. The divine princes march onwards at thy word. Thou takest count of thy bones. Thou gatherest together thy members. Thou settest thy face towards the beautiful Amentet, and thou comest being renewed each day. Behold, thou art that image of gold, and thou dost possess the splendors of the disks of heaven, and art terrible. Thou comest being renewed each day. Hail, the horizon rejoiceth, and there are shouts of joy in the rigging of thy boat. When the gods who dwell in the heavens see the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, they ascribe unto him as his due praises which are like unto those ascribed unto Ra. The Osiris-Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, is a divine prince, and he seeketh the Ureret crown of Ra, and he, the only one, is strong in good fortune in that supreme body which is of those divine beings who are in the presence of Ra. The Osiris-Nu is strong both upon earth and in the underworld, and the Osiris-Nu is strong like unto Ra every day. The Osiris-Nu shall not tarry, and he shall not lie without motion in this land forever. Being doubly beautiful, he shall see with his 2 eyes, and he shall hear with his 2 ears. Rightly and truly, rightly and truly. The Osiris-Nu is like unto Ra, and he setteth in order the oars of his boat among those who are in the train of Nu. He doth not tell that which he hath seen, and he doth not repeat that which he hath heard in the secret places. Hail, let there be shouts of joy to the Osiris-Nu, who is of the divine body of Ra, as he journeyeth over Nu, and who propitiateth the Ka of the god with that which he loveth. The Osiris-Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, is a hawk, the transformations of which are mighty or manifold. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a boat 4 cubits in length, and made of green porcelain, on which have been painted the divine sovereign chiefs of the cities, and a heaven with its stars shall also be made, and thus thou shalt have made ceremonially pure by means of natron and incense. And behold, thou shalt make an image of Ra in yellow color upon a new plaque, and set it at the bows of the boat. And behold, thou shalt place an image of the Khu, which thou dost wish to make perfect, and place it in this boat, and thou shalt make it to travel about in the boat, which shall be made in the form of the boat of Ra, and he shall see the god Ra himself therein. Let not the eye of any man whatsoever look upon it, with the exception of thine own self, or thy father, or thy son, and guard this with great care. Now these things shall make the Khu perfect in the heart of Ra, and it shall give unto him power with the company of the gods, and the gods shall look upon him as a divine being like unto themselves, and mankind and the dead shall look upon him, and shall fall down upon their faces, and he shall be seen in the underworld in the form of the radiance of Ra. Chapter 134. Vignette: the boat of the sun, before which stand the deceased and his daughter. On the bows is perched the hawk of Horus, with the crown of the south upon his head. In the boat are the gods Shu, Tefnut, Seb-Nut, Osiris, Isis, and Hathor, human-headed, and Horus hawk-headed. In the Sa'ite Recension, the gods in the boat are 9 in number, and behind them is the disk of the sun. Text: another chapter of making perfect the Khu. The Osiris-Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou who art within thy divine shrine, who shinest with rays of light, and sendest forth radiance from thyself, who decreest joy for millions of years unto those who love him, who givest their hearts' desire unto mankind, thou god Khepera within thy boat, who hast overthrown Apep. O ye children of the god Seb, overthrow ye the enemies of Osiris-Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, and destroy ye them from the boat of Ra, and the god Horus shall cut off their heads in heaven, where they are, in the form of feathered fowl, and their hind parts shall be on the earth in the form of animals, and in the lake in the form of fishes. Every male fiend and every female fiend shall the Osiris-Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, destroy, whether he descendeth from heaven, or whether he cometh forth from the earth, or whether they come upon the waters, or whether they advance towards the stars. The god Thoth, the son of Aner, coming forth from the Anerti, shall hack them in pieces. The Osiris Nu is silent and dumb. Cause ye this god, the mighty one of slaughter, the being greatly to be feared, to make himself clean in your blood, and to bathe himself in your gore, and ye shall certainly be destroyed by him from the boat of his father Ra. The Osiris Nu is the god Horus, to whom his mother the goddess Isis hath given birth, and whom the goddess Nephthys hath nursed and dandled, even like Horus when he repulsed the fiends of the god Suti. And when they see the Ureret crown stablished upon his head, they fall down upon their faces, and they glorify him. Behold, when men and gods and Khus and the dead see the Osiris Nu in the form of Horus, with the Ureret crown stablished upon his head, they fall down upon their faces, and the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, is victorious over his enemies in the heights of heaven, and in the depths thereof, and before the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a hawk standing and having the white crown upon his head, and over figures of Tem, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Seti, and Nephthys, painted in yellow color upon a new plaque, which shall be placed in a model of the boat of the sun, along with a figure of the deceased whom thou wouldst make perfect. These shalt thou anoint with cedar oil, and incense shall be offered up to them on the fire, and feathered fowl shall be roasted. It is an act of praise to Ra as he journeyeth, and it shall cause a man to have his being along with Ra day by day, whithersoever the god voyageth, and it shall destroy the enemies of Ra in very truth, regularly and continually. Chapter 135. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text: another chapter to be recited when the moon reneweth itself on the day of the month. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: Osiris unfettereth, or as others say, openeth the storm cloud in the body of heaven, and is unfettered himself. Horus is made strong happily each day. He whose transformations are great or many hath offerings made unto him at the moment, and he hath made an end of the storm which is in the face of the Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant. Verily he cometh, and he is Ra in his journeying, and he is the four celestial gods in the heavens above. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, cometh forth in his day, and he embarketh among the tackle of the boat. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall become a perfect Khu in the underworld, and he shall not die therein a second time, and he shall eat his food side by side with Osiris. If this chapter be known by him upon earth, he shall be like unto Thoth, and he shall be adored by the living ones. He shall not fall headlong at the moment of royal flame of the goddess Bast, and the mighty princess shall make him to advance happily. Chapter 136a. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette in the Theban Recension. Text: another chapter of travelling in the great boat of Ra. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith: Behold now, O ye luminaries in Anu, ye people in Kheraba, the god Ka hath been born, his cordage hath been completed, and the instrument wherewith he maketh his way hath he grasped firmly. I have protected the implements of the gods, and I have delivered the boat Ka for him. I have come forth into heaven, and I have travelled therein with Ra in the form of an ape, and have turned back the paths of Nut at the staircase of the god Sebek. Chapter 136a. Vignette. In the Theban Recension, this chapter has no vignette, but in the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased stands in the boat of the god Ra, who is seated therein. Text: another chapter of making perfect the Khu. It shall be recited on the festival of Six. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith: Behold now, O ye luminaries in Anu, Heliopolis, ye people in Kheraba, the god hath been born, his cordage hath been completed, and the instrument wherewith he maketh his way he hath grasped firmly, and the Osiris Nu is strong with them to direct the implement of the gods. The Osiris Nu hath delivered the boat of the sun therewith, and he cometh forth into heaven. The Osiris Nu saileth round about in heaven, he travelleth therein unto Nut, he journeyeth along with Ra, and he voyageth therein in the form of apes. He turneth back the water flood which is over the thigh of the goddess Nut at the staircase of the god Sabaku. The hearts of Seb and Nut are glad, and repeat the name which is new. Un-Neferu reneweth his youth, Ra is in his splendours of light, Unti hath his speech, and Io, the god of the inundation, is prince among the gods. The taste of sweetness hath forced a way into the heart of the destitute one, and the Lord of thy outcries hath been done away with, and the oars of the company of the gods are in vigorous motion. Adored be thou, O divine soul, who art endowed more than the gods of the south and north in their splendours. Behold, grant thou that the Osiris Nu may be great in heaven, even as thou art great among the gods. Deliver thou him from every evil and murderous thing which may be wrought upon him by the fiend, and fortify thou his heart. Grant thou, moreover, that the Osiris Nu may be stronger than all the gods, all the Khus, and all the dead. The Osiris Nu is strong, and is the Lord of powers. The Osiris Nu is the Lord of right and truth, which the goddess Uatchit worketh. The strength which protects the Osiris Nu is the strength which protects the god Ra in heaven. O god Ra, grant thou that the Osiris Nu may travel on in thy boat in peace, and do thou prepare a road whereon thy boat may journey onwards, for the force which protecteth Osiris is the force which protecteth thee. The Osiris Nu driveth back the crocodile from Ra day by day. The Osiris Nu cometh even as doth Horus in the splendours of the horizon of heaven, and he directeth Ra through the mansions of the sky. The gods rejoice greatly when the Osiris Nu repulseth the crocodile. The Osiris Nu hath the amulet of the god, and the cloud of Nebet shall not come nigh unto him, and the divine guardians of the mansions of the sky shall not destroy him. The Osiris Nu is a divine being whose face is hidden, and he dwelleth within the great house as the chief of the shrine of the god. The Osiris Nu carrieth the words of the gods to Ra, and he cometh and maketh supplication unto the divine Lord with the words of his message. The Osiris Nu is strong of heart, and he maketh his offering at the moment among those who perform the ceremonies of sacrifice. Rubric: this chapter shall be said over a figure of the deceased, which shall be placed in a model of the boat of the sun, and behold, he that reciteth it shall be washed, and shall be ceremonially pure, and he shall have burnt incense before Ra, and shall have offered wine and cakes and roasted fowl for the journey of the deceased in the boat of Ra. Now every Khu for whom such things are done shall have an existence among the living ones, and he shall never perish, and he shall have a being like unto that of the holy God. No evil thing whatsoever shall attack him, and he shall be like unto a happy Khu in Amentet, and he shall not die a second time. He shall eat and he shall drink in the presence of Osiris each day. He shall be born along with the kings of the north and of the south each and every day. He shall quaff water at the fountainhead. He shall come forth by day even as doth Horus. He shall live and shall become like unto God, and he shall be hymned by the living ones even as is Ra each and every day, continually and regularly forever. Chapter 136b. Vignette: a boat in which is the head of a hawk, emblematic of Ra, whereupon is a disk encircled by a serpent. Over the bows and stern are uchats, or symbolic eyes. Text: the chapter of sailing in the great boat of Ra to pass over the circle of bright flame. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, saith: Hail, ye bright and shining flames that keep your place behind Ra, and which slay behind him. The boat of Ra is in fear of the whirlwind and the storm. Shine ye forth then, and make ye yourselves visible. I have come daily along with the god Sekh-Ra from the bight of his holy lake, and I have seen the Maat goddesses pass along, and the lion gods who belong unto them. Hail, thou that dwellest in the coffer, who hast multitudes of plants. I have seen what is there. We rejoice, and their princes rejoice greatly, and their lesser gods are glad. I have made a way in front of the boat of Ra. I have lifted myself up into his divine disk. I shine brightly through his splendors. He hath furnished himself with the things which are his, taking possession thereof, as the Lord of right and truth. And behold, O ye company of the gods, and thou ancestor of the goddess Isis, grant ye that he may bear testimony to his father, the Lord of those who are therein. I have weighed thee in him as chief, and I have brought to him the goddess Tefnut, and he liveth. Behold, come, come, and declare before him the testimony of right and truth of the Lord Tem. I cry out at eventide, and at his hour, saying, Grant ye unto me that I may come. I have brought unto him the jaws of the passages of the tomb. I have brought unto him the bones which are in Anu, Heliopolis. I have gathered together for him his manifold parts. I have driven back for him the serpent fiend Apep. I have spit upon his gashes for him. I have made my road, and I have passed in among you. I am he who dwelleth among the gods. Come, let me pass onwards in the boat of the Lord Sa. Behold, O Heru-ur, there is a flame, but the fire hath been extinguished. I have made my road, O ye divine fathers, and your divine apes. I have entered upon the horizon, and I have passed on to the side of the divine princes, and I have borne testimony unto him that dwelleth in his divine boat. I have gone forward over the circle of bright flame, which is behind the Lord of the lock of hair, which moveth round about. Behold, ye who cry out over yourselves, ye worms in your hidden places, grant ye that I may pass onwards, for I am the mighty one, the Lord of divine strength, and I am the spiritual body, Sa, of the Lord of divine right and truth, made by the goddess Uatchit. His strength which protecteth is my strength, which protecteth, which is the strength which protecteth Ra. Grant ye that I may be in the following of Ra, and grant ye that I may go round about with him in Sekhet Hetep, and in the two lands. I am a great God, and I have been judged by the company of his gods. Grant that divine sepulchral meals may be given unto me. Chapter 137a. Vignette: 4 men, each holding a flame, standing in the presence of a god before whom are 4 pools or lakes. Text: the chapter of the 4 blazing flames which are made for the coup. Behold, thou shalt make 4 square troughs of clay, whereon thou shalt scatter incense, and thou shalt fill them with the milk of a white cow, and by means of these thou shalt extinguish the flame. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith, The fire cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti. The fire cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant. He that ordereth the night cometh after the day. The flame cometh to thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of those in Amenti. And the 2 sisters of Ra come likewise. Behold, the flame riseth in Aptu Abydos, and it cometh, and I cause it to come to the eye of Horus. It is set in order upon thy brow, O Osiris, governor of Amenti, and it is fixed within thy shrine, and riseth upon thy brow. It is set in order upon thy breast, O Osiris Nu, and it is fixed upon thy brow. The eye of Horus is protecting thee, O Osiris, governor of Amenti, and it keepeth thee in safety. It casteth down headlong all thine enemies for thee, and all thine enemies have fallen headlong before thee. O Osiris Nu, the eye of Horus protecteth thee, it keepeth thee in safety, and it casteth down headlong all thine enemies. Thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti. The eye of Horus protecteth thee, it keepeth thee in safety, and it hath cast down headlong all thine enemies. Thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thy Ka, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant. The eye of Horus protecteth thee, it keepeth thee in safety. It hath cast down headlong for thee all thine enemies, and thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thee. The eye of Horus cometh, it is sound and well, and it sendeth forth rays like unto Ra in the horizon. It covereth over with darkness the powers of Suti. It taketh possession thereof, and it bringeth this flame against him upon its feet. The eye of Horus is sound and well. Thou eatest the flesh of thy body by means thereof, and thou givest praise thereto. The 4 flames enter into thy Ka, O Osiris, governor of Amenti. The four flames enter into thy ka, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant. Hail, ye children of Horus, Mesthi, Hapi, Tuamartef, and Kebesenoth. Ye have given your protection unto your divine father Osiris, the governor of Amenti. Grant ye your protection to the Osiris Nu triumphant. Now therefore, inasmuch as ye have destroyed the opponents of Osiris, the governor of Amenti, he liveth with the gods, and he hath smitten Suti with his hand and arm, since light dawned upon the earth. And Horus hath gotten power, and he hath avenged his divine father Osiris himself. And inasmuch as your divine father hath been made vigorous through the union which ye have effected for him with the ka of Osiris, the governor of Amenti, now the eye of Horus hath avenged him, and it hath protected him, and it hath cast down headlong for him all his enemies, and all his enemies have fallen down before him. Even so do ye destroy the opponents of the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant. Let him live with the gods, let him smite down his enemy, let him destroy him when light dawneth upon the earth. Let Horus gain power, and avenge the Osiris Nu. Let the Osiris Nu have vigor through the union which ye have effected for him with his ka. O Osiris Nu, the eye of Horus hath avenged thee, it hath cast down headlong all thine enemies for thee, and all thine enemies have fallen down headlong before thee. Hail, Osiris, governor of Amenti, grant thou light and fire to the happy soul which is in Sutton Henan, Heracleopolis. And, O ye children of Horus, grant ye power unto the living soul of the Osiris Nu within his flame. Let him not be repulsed, and let him not be driven back at the doors of Amentet. O let his offerings of bread and of linen garments be brought unto him among those of the lords of funeral oblations. O offer ye praises as unto a god to the Osiris Nu, destroyer of his opponents, in his form of right and truth, and in his attributes of a god of right and truth. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over 4 fires made of Atma cloth, which hath been anointed with Hatet unguent of the Henu, and they shall be placed in the hands of 4 men, who shall have the names of the pillars of Horus written upon their shoulders, and they shall burn the fires in the beautiful rays of Ra. This shall confer power and might upon the Khu among the stars which never set. If this chapter be recited for him, he shall never fail, and he shall become a living soul forever, and these fires shall make the Khu as vigorous as Osiris, the governor of Amenti, regularly and continually forever. It is a great struggle. Thou shalt not perform this ceremony before any human being except thine own self, or thy father, or thy son, because it is an exceedingly great mystery of Amentet, and it is a type of the hidden things of the underworld. For when this ceremony hath been performed, the gods and the Khus and the dead shall see him in the form of the governor of Amenti, and he shall have power and dominion like this god. If thou shalt undertake to perform for him what is ordered in this chapter of the 4 blazing flames each day, thou wilt cause the form of the deceased to come forth from every hall in the underworld, and from the 7 halls of Osiris, and he shall have an existence in the form of the god. He shall have power and dominion corresponding to that of the gods and the Khus forever and ever. He shall enter in through the hidden pylons, and shall not be turned back before the god Osiris. And it shall come to pass, if these things have been done for him, that he shall enter in and come forth. He shall not be turned back. No limit to his journeying shall be set, and he shall not have sentence of evil passed upon him on the day of the weighing of words before the god Osiris forever and ever. And thou shalt perform what is ordered in this book for the deceased, and he shall become perfect and pure, and thou shalt open his mouth with the iron instrument, and shalt write down these writings in accordance with the things which are found in the books of the royal son Heru-ta-ta-ef, who discovered them in a hidden chest. Now they were in the handwriting of the god himself, in the temple of the goddess Unut, the lady of Unu, Hermopolis, during his journey to make an inspection of the temples and of the lands and of the funeral shrines of the gods. And these things shall be done secretly in the underworld. They are mysteries of the underworld, and they are a type of the mysteries of Neter-Kert. And thou shalt say, I have come advancing quickly and casting light upon his footsteps, and hiding myself to cast light upon his hidden place. I stand up behind the Tet. I stand up behind the Tet of Ra, turning back the slaughter. I am protecting thee, O Osiris. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a Tet of crystal, which is set upon a brick, made of green clay, whereupon hath been inscribed this chapter. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the west wall, and having turned the front of the Tet towards the east, therein thou shalt wall it up with earth moistened with cedar juice. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the east wall. And thou shalt say, I have driven back thy foes, and I have kept watch for thee. And he that is upon his mountain, that is Anubis, hath kept watch at thy moment, and hath repulsed thy foes for thee. I have driven back Crocodile for thee at thy moment, and I am protecting thee, O Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a figure of Anubis made of green clay, kneaded with incense, and set up on a brick of green clay, whereupon it hath been inscribed, Then thou shalt make a cavity in the east wall, and having turned the face of Anubis towards the west therein, thou shalt wall it up. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the southwest wall. And thou shalt say, I am the collar or girdle of sand around the hidden coffer, turning back the arm from the blazing flame of the funeral mountain. I have marched over the roads, and I am protecting the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a brick of green clay, whereupon it hath been inscribed, And thou shalt place incense in the middle thereof, and thou shalt smear it with pitch or resin, and set light to it. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the south wall, and having turned the front of the brick towards the north therein, thou shalt wall it up. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the north wall. And thou shalt say, O thou that comest to make a burning, I will not let thee do it. O thou that comest to shoot forth fire, I will not let thee do it. I will burn thee, I will shoot forth fire at thee, for I am protecting the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a brick of green clay, whereupon it hath been inscribed, along with a figure of a palm tree 7 fingers in height, and thou shalt open its mouth. Then thou shalt make a cavity in the north wall, and having turned the face of the figure towards the south, therein thou shalt wall it up. It will repulse the enemies of Osiris, who set themselves at the south wall. And behold, these things shall be performed by a man who is clean and is ceremonially pure, one who hath eaten neither meat nor fish, and who hath not recently had intercourse with women. And behold, thou shalt make offerings of cakes and ale, and shalt burn incense on the fire of these gods. And every Khu for whom these things shall be done shall become like a holy god in the underworld. He shall not be turned back at any gate in Amentet, and he shall be in the following of Osiris, wheresoever he goeth, regularly and continually. Chapter 137b. Vignette: the goddess Api, the lady who giveth protection, in the form of a hippopotamus, setting light to a vessel of incense. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is seen sitting upon a chair with 2 burning lamps on each side of him. There the chapter is called Chapter of Making the Flame to Burn Up. Text: the chapter of kindling of flame by Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah. He saith, The white or shining eye of Horus cometh. The brilliant eye of Horus cometh. It cometh in peace. It sendeth forth rays of light unto Ra in the horizon, and it destroyeth the powers of Set, according to the decree. It leadeth them on, and it taketh possession of him, and its flame is kindled against him. Its flame cometh and goeth about, and bringeth adoration. It cometh and goeth about heaven, in the train of Ra, upon the 2 hands of thy 2 sisters, O Ra. The eye of Horus liveth, yea, liveth within the great hall. The eye of Horus liveth, yea, liveth, and is on Mount F. Chapter 138. Vignette: the standard emblematic of the nome of Teni, the capital of which was Abydos, surmounted by plumes and uraeus, etc., being set up by Isis and Osiris. On each side, winged uchats, a fan or fly flapper held upright by an emblem of life, from which project human hands and arms. The hawk emblematic of Horus Sept, a ram having plumes above his horns, and 3 gods standing upright. On one side are the souls of Pe, and the jackal, emblem of Anpu, Anubis, or of Apuat, and on the other are the souls of Tep and the jackal, emblem of Apuat or of Anpu. Beneath the standard are the lion gods of the horizon, one of whom is called Yesterday and the other Tomorrow. Text: the chapter of entering into Abtu and of being in the following of Osiris. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, Hail, ye gods who dwell in Abtu, Abydos, ye divine sovereign chiefs who are gathered together, come ye forward with joy and gladness to meet me, and look ye upon my divine father Osiris. I have been judged, and I have come forth from his shrine. I am Horus, the lord of Kemt, Egypt, and of the red hilly desert. I have taken possession thereof. There is none who hath power over him. His eye is mighty against his enemies. He hath avenged his divine father. He hath destroyed the water flood of his mother. He hath crushed his enemies. He hath put down violence mightily, and hath still the strength of the god Nebet. The divine prince of many peoples, the sovereign of the two lands, hath taken possession of the house of his divine father by means of the written decrees. I have been tried in the balance. My word is right and true. I have gained the mastery over my enemies, and bring to naught the things which they work against me. I am strong in the strength which protecteth me. I am the son of Osiris, and my divine father protecteth his body with strength and might. Chapter 139. See Chapter 123. Chapter 140. Vignette: the deceased kneeling with both hands raised in adoration before the jackal of Anubis, which is couchant on a pylon, a kneeling figure having an uchat on his head, and the god Ra. Text: the book which is to be recited on the last day of the second month of the season Pert, when the uchat is full in the second month of the season Pert. The Osiris Auf Ankh saith, The divine power hath risen and shineth in the horizon, and the god Tem hath risen out of the odour of that which floweth from him. The Khus shine in heaven, and Het Ben Benet rejoiceth, for there is among them a form which is like unto themselves, and there are shouts and cries of gladness within the shrine, and the sounds of those who rejoice go round about through the underworld, and homage is paid unto him at the decree of Tem and Heru-Khuti Harmachis. His Majesty ordereth the company of the gods to follow in the train of his Majesty. His Majesty ordereth the calling of the uchat with you to my members. He hath given strength to all my limbs, and hath made them vigorous, that which cometh forth from the mouth of his Majesty. His divine eye resteth upon its seat with his Majesty at that hour of the night, on the day of the fulfillment of the 4th hour, or 4 hours of the beautiful land, on the last day of the second month of the season Pert. The Majesty of the uchat is in the presence of the company of the gods, and his Majesty shineth as he shone in the primeval time, when the uchat was first upon his head. Ra, Tem, Uchatep, Shu, Seb, Osiris, Suti, Horus, Menth, Ba, Raher, Neha, Tehuti, Naam, Techeta, Nut, Isis, Nephthys, Hathor, Nekhet, Mert, Maat, Ampu, and Tamescheta are the soul and body of Ra. The computation of the uchat hath been made in the presence of the divine Lord of this earth. It is full to the uttermost, and it resteth or setteth. And these gods are rejoicing on this day, and they have their hands beneath them, and the festival of every god having been celebrated, they say, Hail, praise be unto thee, O thou who art as Ra. Rejoice in him, for the mariners of his boat sail round about, and he hath overthrown the fiend Apep. Hail, praise be unto thee, O thou who art as Ra, who maketh himself to come into being in the form of the god Khepera. Hail, praise be unto thee, O thou who art as Ra, for he hath destroyed his enemies. Hail, praise be unto Ra, for he hath crushed the heads of the children of impotent rebellion. And praise and rejoicing be unto the Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over an uchat of real lapis lazuli, or of mock stone plated with gold, before which shall be offered every kind of fair and pure oblation, when Ra showeth himself on the last day of the second month of the season Pert. And thou shalt make another uchat of jasper, and place it upon such part of the dead man's body as thou pleasest, And when this chapter hath been recited before the boat of Ra, the deceased shall be borne along with these gods, and he shall become one of them, and he shall be made to rise up in the underworld. And whilst this chapter is being recited, and likewise whilst the offerings are being made, at the time when the Uchat is full, 4 altars shall be lighted for Ra Tem, and 4 for the Uchat, and 4 for the gods who have been mentioned. And upon each of them shall there be bread cakes made of fine flour, and 5 white cakes and plants, and 5 white cakes and shy, and 5 bach, and of incense 1 measure, and of tek incense 1 measure, and 1 roasted joint of meat. Chapters 141 and 142. Vignette: the deceased, with hands raised in adoration, bowing before a table of offerings of every kind, or the deceased standing and offering incense and pouring out a libation before Osiris, or the god Osiris seated within a shrine on a throne, by the side of which stand Isis and Nephthys. On a lotus flower stand the 4 children of Horus, and on a standard is a jackal, emblematic of Anubis. These vignettes are figured by Naville, and differ entirely from the vignette which accompanies chapter 142 in the Sa'ite Recension. Originally, the text of chapters 141 and 142 formed one composition, but it might readily be divided into 2 sections, viz., the list of the gods to whom a man was directed to make offerings for the benefit of his father and his son, and a list of the names of Osiris, and this is what the editors of the Sa'ite Recension actually did, and they emphasized the division by giving to each section a distinct title. Text: Here beginneth the book which a man shall recite for his father or for his son during the festivals of Amentet, whereby he shall make him perfect with Ra and with the gods, and whereby he shall have his existence with them. It shall be recited on the 9th day of the festival. Behold, the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, maketh offerings of cakes and ale, and oxen, and feathered fowl, and joints of roast meat, and he burneth incense. 1. To Osiris, the governor of Amenti. 2. To Ra Herukuti, Ra Hamarchus. 3. To Nu. 4. To Maat. 5. To the boat of Ra. 6. To Temu. 7. To the great company of the gods. 8. To the little company of the gods. 9. To Horus, the lord of the Ureret crown. 10. To Shu. 11. To Tefnut. 12. To Seb. 13. To Nut. 14. To Isis. 15. To Nephthys. 16. To the temple of the cause of Nebuchadnezzar. 17. To the raging one of heaven, who raiseth up the god. 18. To Aukert, dwelling in her place. 19. To the city of Met Kebetet, the Sahu of the god. 20. To the goddess greatly beloved with red hair. 21. To the goddess joined unto life with flowing hair. 22. To the goddess whose name is mighty in her works. 23. To the bull, the husband of the divine cow. 24. To the beautiful power of the beautiful rudder of the northern heaven. 25. To him that revolveth the guide of the 2 lands, the beautiful rudder of the western heaven. 26. To the god of light, who dwelleth in the temple of the Ashemu beings, the beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven. 27. To the dweller in the temple of the ruddy ones, the beautiful rudder of the southern heaven. 28. To Meshthi. 29. To Hapi. 30. To Tuam al Tef. 31. To Kebesenuf. 32. To the Atert of the south. 33. To the Atert of the north. 34. To the Sektet boat. 35. To the Atet boat. 36. To Thoth. 37. To the gods of the south. 38. To the gods of the north. 39. To the gods of the west. 40. To the gods of the east. 41. To the gods of the thigh. 42. To the gods of the funeral offerings. 43. To the great house. 44. To the temple of flame. 45. To the gods of the places of the dead. 46 to the gods of the horizon, 47 to the gods of the fields, 48 to the gods of the divine Perti, 49 to the gods of the divine Nesti, 50 to the roads of the south, 51 to the roads of the north, 52 to the roads of the east, 53 to the roads of the west, 54 to the doors of the underworld, 55 to the pylons of the underworld, 56 to the leaves of the hidden doors, 57 to the hidden doors, 58 to the guardians of the leaves of the doors of the Duat underworld, 59 to the hidden faces who guard the roads, 60 to the guardians who give divine food, 61 to the guardians of the funeral mountains who give happy faces, 62 to the flaming beings who give forth fire, 63 to the divine burning altars, 64 to those who scatter and extinguish the flame of fire in Amentet, 65 to Osiris Un-Nefer, 66 to Osiris Ankti, 67 to Osiris Lord of Life, 68 to Osiris Lord of Wholeness, 69 to Osiris Dweller in Peku, 70 to Osiris Orion Sa, 71 to Osiris Sa, 72 to Osiris Dweller in Temples, 73 to Osiris in Rasenet, 74 to Osiris in Mehenet, 75 to Osiris Golden, one of millions of years, 76 to Osiris Body Urpit, 77 to Osiris Ptah, Lord of Life, 78 to Osiris Dweller in Re-Stau, 79 to Osiris Dweller in the Funeral Mountain, 80 to Osiris in Adi, 81 to Osiris in Setet, 82 to Osiris in Netchefet, 83 to Osiris in Rezu, 84 to Osiris in Pe, 85 to Osiris in Neteru, 86 to Osiris in Sau the Lower, 87 to Osiris in Bakhet, 88 to Osiris in Sanu, 89 to Osiris in Rehenenet, 90 to Osiris in Apen, 91 to Osiris in Kephenu, 92 to Osiris Sekri in Petshi, 93 to Osiris Dweller in his city, 94 to Osiris in Pesk-Ray, 95 to Osiris in his habitations in the land of the north, 96 to Osiris in heaven, 97 to Osiris in his habitations in Re-Stau, 98 to Osiris Netjesti, 99 to Osiris Atef-Ur, 100 to Osiris Sekri, 101 to Osiris Governor of Eternity, 102 to Osiris the Begetter, 103 to Osiris in the water, 104 to Osiris in battle, 105 to Osiris Lord of everlastingness, 106 to Osiris Prince, 107 to Osiris Naiti, 108 to Osiris in Re-Stau, 109 to Osiris upon his sand, 110 to Osiris Dweller in the Hall of the Cow, 111 to Osiris in Tananet, 112 to Osiris in Netabit, 113 to Osiris in Seah, 114 to Osiris in Beteshu, 115 to Osiris in Tepu, 116 to Osiris in Sau the Upper, 117 to Osiris in Nepert, 118 to Osiris in Shenu, 119 to Osiris in Henket, 120 to Osiris in Ta Sekri, 121 to Osiris in Shau, 122 to Osiris in Fat Heru, 123 to Osiris in Maati, 124 to Osiris in Henna. In the Sa'ite Recension, chapter 142 is much fuller than in the papyri extant which contain the Theban Recension. As there given, it is in a tabular form, and it is divided into 6 sections, each containing 26 lines. It runs, text: the book of making perfect the deceased, and of making him to advance with long strides, and to come forth by day in all the transformations which please him, and to know the names of the god Osiris in every place wherein he chooseth to be. The Osiris Auf-Ankh, born of Sharat Amsu, triumphant, saith: 1. Osiris Un-Nefer, Osiris the living one, Osiris Lord of life, Osiris Neber-Cher, Osiris opener of the back of the 2 lands, Osiris dweller in Osiris dweller in corn, Osiris Sa, Orion, Osiris holy crown of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, Osiris, dweller in Benenet, Osiris in Resenet, Osiris in Mehenet, Osiris, lord of millions of years, Osiris, son of the Erpeti, that is, Isis and Nephthys, Osiris Ptah, lord of life, Osiris, dweller in Restah, Osiris, governor of the world, dwelling in Tatu, Osiris, dweller in the funeral mountain, Osiris, holy soul in Tatu, Osiris in Ati, Osiris in Heset, or as others say, in Neterseh, Osiris, lord of Ta Ankh Tet, that is, land of life, Osiris in Sao, Sais, Osiris in Netchet, Osiris in the south, or as others say, among the divine sovereigns chiefs, Osiris in Pe. 2. Osiris in Tept, Osiris in Netra, Osiris in lower Sao, Sais, Osiris in upper Sao, Sais, Osiris in Anrut-F, Osiris in the two hawk gods, Osiris in Sanu, Osiris in Renan, Osiris in Aper, Osiris in Kefenu, Osiris in Sekri, Osiris in Petet, Osiris in his temple in Restau, Osiris in Nefer, Osiris in Netet, Osiris dweller in his city, Osiris Henti, that is, Osiris of the two crocodiles, Osiris in Pekes, Osiris in his temple in the land of the south, Osiris in his temple in the land of the north, Osiris in heaven, Osiris on earth, Osiris upon his throne, Osiris in Atef-ur, Osiris Seker in the closed chest, Osiris prince of eternity in Anu. 3. Osiris the begetter, Osiris in the Sektet boat, Osiris in Ur-tu Nifu, Osiris lord of eternity, Osiris lord of everlastingness, Osiris in Tesher, Osiris in Neshet, Osiris in Ut Reset, Osiris in Ut Mate, Osiris in Aat Earth, Osiris in Apert, Osiris in Shenu, Osiris in Hekanut, or as others say, in Hesert, Osiris in Seker, Osiris in Shau, Osiris Fa-Heru, Osiris in U-Pek, Osiris in Meati, Osiris in Mena, Osiris souls of his father, Osiris lord of the world, king of the gods, Osiris in Bener, Osiris Tai, Osiris on his sand, Osiris dweller in the hall of his cows, Osiris in Sa. 4. Osiris in Sapti, Osiris in Ashur, Osiris in all lands, Osiris dweller in the pool of the great double house, Osiris in Het Ben Benet, Osiris in Anu, Osiris the aged chief in Anu, Osiris in Hemach, Osiris in Akesh, Osiris in Pe of Nu, Osiris in the great temple, Osiris lord of life in Abtu, Osiris lord of Tatu, Osiris dweller in the throne of his habitations, Osiris prince in Abtu, Osiris prince in the hidden place, Osiris in life in Het Ka Ptah, Osiris lord of might, destroyer of the foe, Osiris bull in Kemt, Osiris Aheti, Osiris Se, Osiris Heru Kuti, Tem bull of the body of the great company of the gods, opener of the roads of the south, governor of the two lands, opener of the roads of the north, governor of heaven, Ptah, establisher of the holy seat of Ra. 5. One invoked in Het Ben Benet, Seb prince of the gods, Heru Heru Kentet on Maati, Heru Sa Alset, Amsu Suten, Heru Nekht, on Mut F Aber, Kenemu, Heru Hetep, Heru Sekhai, Heru Kent Kati, Heru Tahuti, on Heru Ampu Kent Neter Se, Nut Isis, God in all her names, Re Sekhat, Shenfit, Hektit, Neshamet, boat, Lord of eternity, Nit, Neith, Serket, Maat, Ha, Hit, the four birthplaces in Abtu, Great Meshken, Meshken, Sebkebet, Meshken, Menket. 6. Meshken, Nefert, Amseth, Hapi, Tuamatef, Keb, Senuf, Urias, within the divine house, gods, gods of the Duat, gods of the Kerti, gods, goddess within Abtu, shrines north, south, devoted ones of Osiris, Osiris dweller in Amentet, Osiris in his every place, Osiris in his place in the land of the south, Osiris in his place in the land of the north, Osiris in every place where his Ka wisheth to be, Osiris in all his halls, Osiris in all his creations, Osiris in all his names, Osiris in all his holdings, Osiris in all his risings, Osiris in all his ornamentations, Osiris in all his stations, Heru, Nech, Tef, F in his every name, Ampu, dweller in the Say hall in his every name, Ampu in the town of embalmment. Chapter 143. Chapter 143 consists of the vignette to Chapter 142, which is found in the Sa'ite Recension only. This vignette is divided into 5 sections: a woman standing upright with arms pendant, a hawk upon a standard placed in a boat, a man with his left hand raised as if in invocation, standing in a boat. Before him are 2 discs, one large and one small. The sectet boat wherein are 2 hawks upon standards. A man, the deceased, standing upright with both hands raised in adoration. Chapter 144. Vignette: the 7 Arits or mansions. Text: the chapter of entering in. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: 1. The first Arit, Sekhet Ra Asht Aru, is the name of the doorkeeper of the first Arit. Semetu is the name of the watcher, and Hekkeru is the name of the herald thereof. 2. The second Arit, Tunhat, is the name of the doorkeeper of the second Arit. Sekherah is the name of the watcher, and Sabes is the name of the herald thereof. 3. The third Arit, Amhuat, and Pef is the name of the doorkeeper of the third Arit. Resra is the name of the watcher, and Uaau is the name of the herald thereof. 4. The fourth Arit, Kesef Ra Ashkeru, is the name of the doorkeeper of the fourth Arit. Resab is the name of the watcher. Netikah Ra Kesef Atu is the name of the herald thereof. 5. The fifth Arit, Ankh Em Fentu, is the name of the doorkeeper of the fifth Arit. Ashubu is the name of the watcher, and Teb-her Kaheat is the name of the herald thereof. 6. The sixth Arit, Akentau Ke Ha Keru, is the name of the doorkeeper of the sixth Arit. An-Ra is the name of the watcher, and Metis Ra Ari She is the name of the herald thereof. 7. The seventh Arit, Metesen, is the name of the doorkeeper of the seventh Arit. Keru is the name of the watcher, and Kesef Ra Kemu is the name of the herald thereof. Hail, ye Arits! Hail, ye who make the Arits for Osiris! Hail, ye who watch your Arits! Hail, ye who herald the affairs of the 2 lands of the god Osiris each day! The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, knoweth you, and he knoweth your names. The Osiris Nu hath been born in Re style, and every glory of the horizon and every honor have been given unto him. The Osiris Nu is in the city of Pe, like the pure being Osiris. The Osiris Nu hath received acclamations in Re style, and the gods lead him over the horizon along with the divine princes who are behind Osiris. I am the divine one among them, and I am their leader. The Osiris Nu is a Khu, the lord of the Khus, a Khu who worketh. The Osiris Nu celebrateth the monthly festival, and he is the herald of the half-monthly festival. Hail, thou that revolvest! The Osiris Nu is under the fiery eye of Horus, and he is under the hand of Thoth on the night when he travelleth over heaven in triumph. The Osiris Nu passeth onwards in peace, and he journeyeth in the boat of Ra. The strength which protecteth the Osiris Nu is the strength which protecteth the boat of Ra. The Osiris Nu hath a name greater than yours, and he is greater than ye are on the path of Maat. The Osiris abominateth defeat. The strength which protecteth the Osiris Nu is the strength which protecteth Horus, the firstborn of Ra. He hath made his heart, and the Osiris Nu shall not be constrained, and he shall not be repulsed at the Arits of the god Osiris. The Osiris Nu hath been provided with all things by the double-lying god, and the pure one, is in the following of Osiris, the governor of Amenti, throughout the course of each day daily. His fields are in Sekti Hetep, with the divine beings who know things, and with those who perform things for the Osiris Nu by the hand of Thoth, among those who make offerings of propitiation. And Anubis hath commanded him that dwelleth among offerings, that the offerings of the Osiris Nu shall be with him, and that they shall not be taken away from him by those divine beings who dwell in fetters. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief triumphant, cometh like unto Horus in the splendor of the horizon of heaven, and Ra hath set him in order for the Arits of the horizon. The gods rejoice in him when they meet him. The amulets of the god are for the Osiris Nu. The god Nebit shall not come to him, and the doorkeepers of the Arits shall not overthrow him. The Osiris Nu is hidden of face within the great celestial house, which is the shrine of the god, and he arriveth there in the following of the pure one Hathor. The Osiris Nu createth multitudes of human beings. He maketh Maat to advance to Ra, and he destroyeth the twofold strength of Apep. The Osiris Nu maketh a way through the firmament. He driveth away the whirlwind and the storm. He maketh the mariners of Ra to live, and he maketh offerings to come unto the place where he is. The Osiris Nu causeth a boat to be made. He travelleth therein happily. The Osiris Nu maketh a way, and he advanceth thereon. The face of the Osiris Nu is like that of the god Pehef by reason of the might, and the Osiris Nu is the Lord of might. The Osiris Nu is at rest in the horizon, and he is valiant to overthrow you. O ye Nehesu gods, make a path then for your Lord Osiris. Rubric: this chapter shall be said over a drawing of the divine sovereign chiefs, which hath been done in yellow ink on the boat of Ra, and offerings and oblations shall be made unto them, and sacrifices of feathered fowl and incense shall be burnt before them. These acts will make the deceased to live, and they will give him strength among these gods, and he shall neither be repulsed nor turn back at the pylons of the underworld. And moreover, thou shalt make a figure of the deceased in their presence, and thou shalt make it to come forth towards every one of these gates which are painted above, and thou shalt recite this chapter at the door of each of the Arits which are painted above, and at each one of them thou shalt make offerings, viz., the thigh, the head, the heart, and the hoof of a red bull, and 4 vessels of blood which hath not come from the beast, and amulets, and 16 loaves of white bread, and 8 pasen or person loaves, and 8 sheven loaves, and 8 kenfu loaves, and 8 Habenu loaves, and 8 large vessels of beer, and 8 large vessels of grain, and 4 earthenware vessels filled with the milk of a white cow, and fresh herbs, and fresh olives, and unguent, and eye paint, and hatet unguent, and incense to be burnt on the fire. And this chapter shall be recited twice over each earthenware vessel, after the drawing or image hath been made at the 4th hour, going round about by day. And take good heed to the time in the heavens. Now when thou doest what is written in this book, do not allow any person whatsoever to see thee, and this ceremony shall make long the strides of the deceased in heaven and on earth and in the underworld, and it shall benefit him in everything which he doeth, and he shall possess the things of the day regularly and continually. Chapter 145. Chapter 145 and 146 are 2 versions of one and the same text. Of these, chapter 145 is the longer, and the 2 different forms of it, of each of which unfortunately only a single imperfect copy is extant, are described by Naval. Both are ancient, one appearing in the tomb of Seti II, Mary en Ptah at Thebes, and the other in the papyrus of the royal military scribe Pa-ur. A better general view of the contents of chapter 145 will probably be obtained from the text as given in the Sa'ite Recension than from the mutilated ancient forms now known. It is moreover fuller than the others, and the following translation has been made from it. Vignette: the 21 pylons of Sekhet Aanre of the house of Osiris. In each section the deceased stands with hands raised in adoration before a god who stands by the side of the shrine. Text here begins the chapters of the pylons of Sekhet Aanre of the house of Osiris. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou first pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of tremblings, with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who setteth in order the words which drive back the whirlwind and the storm, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Nereu. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Ra washeth himself when he leaveth the eastern part of the sky. I have anointed myself with Hati unguent made from the cedar, and I have arrayed myself in apparel of Menk, and I have with me my scepter of heady wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou second pylon of the still heart. I have made my way, I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of heaven, the mistress of the world, who terrifieth the earth from the place of thy body, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Mespatah. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Osiris washeth himself, to whom were given the Sektet boat and the Matet boat when he came forth over Urt and passed through the pylons. I have anointed myself with the unguent of the festivals. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Seshet, and I have with me my scepter of Benben wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou third pylon of the still heart. I have made my way, I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of pylons, lady to whom abundant offerings are made, who giveth whatsoever is there, the guide of the offerings, who gratifieth the gods, who giveth the day for the sailing up of the boat Neshemet to Abtu Abydos, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Bek. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Ptah washeth when he saileth up to carry away the god Henu on the day of opening the face. I have anointed myself with Hati unguent made of Hekenu unguent and of Tehenu unguent. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Shesah, and I have with me my scepter of Ahen wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou fourth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way, I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. She who prevaileth with knives, the mistress of the two lands, who destroyeth the enemies of the still heart, who maketh the decree for the escape of the needy from evil hap, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Hu Tepa. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Un Nefer, triumphant, washeth himself when he hath had a dispute with Set, and when victory is given unto him. I have anointed myself with Sanat unguent, and with Enen unguent. I am pure. I have arrayed myself in Shesah apparel, like unto that in which thy son was arrayed, and I have with me my scepter of Tau-Atutu wood. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou fifth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way, I know thee, and I know thy name. I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lady of splendor, lady of praises, lofty one, Neber Tchert, the lady to whom supplications are made, and unto whom none entereth, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Erta Hen Rekal. I have washed myself in the water wherein Horus washed himself when he made himself the chief reader, and Samereth for his father Osiris. I have anointed myself with Aber unguent made of holy offerings. I have upon me the skin of the panther, and I have with me my scepter wherewith to smite those who are black of heart. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou sixth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way, I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. lady to whom abundant supplication is made, the difference between whose height and breadth is unknown, and like of whom for strength hath not been overturned since the beginning. The number of the serpents which are there upon their bellies is unknown. The divine image, the strengthener out of the night, being born in the presence of the still heart, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Samti. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Thoth washed himself when he made himself the Tchat of Horus. I have anointed myself with Akka unguent. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Thestes, and I have with me my scepter of sept wood. Saith the pylon, pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou seventh pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Water flood, which clotheth the feeble one, weeper for that which she loveth, shrouding the body, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Amnit. I have washed myself in the water wherein the goddesses Isis and Nephthys washed themselves when they passed the crocodile with his crocodiles on their way to the opening of the place of purity. I have anointed myself with Hekenu unguent. I have arrayed myself in Ankh apparel, and I have with me my scepter and my paddle. Saith the pylon, pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou eighth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. She that belongeth to her lord, the mighty goddess, the gracious one, the lady who giveth birth to the divine form of her lord, or as others say, who passeth through and traverseth the land, the head of which is millions of cubits in depth and in height, is thy name. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Netchses. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Anpu washed when he had performed the office of embalmer and bandager, or as others say, the chief reader of Osiris. I have anointed myself with Seft unguent. I have arrayed myself in apparel of Atma, and I have my garment of Enem stuff, or as others say, of cat skin with me. Saith the pylon, pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou ninth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Blazing flame of Horus, which cannot be extinguished, which having passed is followed by another, which is provided with tongues of flame that project to destroy, irresistible and impassable by any by reason of the injury which it doeth, is thy name. There is fear through the might of its roaring. The name of the god who guardeth thee is Khu-Chef. I have washed myself in the water wherein the Ram, lord of Tatu, washed himself thoroughly from one end of his body to the other. I have anointed myself with Out unguent of the divine members, and with Ankh unguent I have arrayed myself in a tunic of fair white linen, and I have with me my scepter of Benin wood. Saith the pylon, pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou tenth pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Lofty of gates, who raiseth up those who cry, who art terrible unto him that would come unto thee, or as others say, she who maketh one to make supplication by reason of the loudness of her voice. Vanquisher of the foe, who is not constrained by that which is within her, is thy name. The name of the god who watcheth thee is Seqen-Ur. I have washed myself in the water wherein the god Astes washed himself when he entered in to be an advocate for Set within the hidden chamber. I have anointed myself with Teshen unguent, and I have with me a scepter made of the bone of the bird Tesher, having a head like that of a greyhound. Saith the pylon, pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 11th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. She who repeateth slaughters, who burneth up the fiends, the mistress of every pylon, the lady to whom acclamation is made on the day of hearing iniquity, is thy name. Thou hast the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. Saith the pylon, pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 12th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. She who journeyeth about in the two lands, who destroyeth those who come with flashings and with fire, the Lady of Splendor, who hearkeneth to the word of her Lord every day, is thy name. Thou hast the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 13th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. When the company of the gods is led along, their hands are raised in adoration before her face, and the watery abyss shineth with light by reason of those who are therein, is thy name. Thou hast the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 14th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Mighty one of souls, red of hair, Akhabit, who cometh forth by night, who destroyeth the fiends in their created forms, which their hands give to the still heart in his hour. The one who cometh and goeth is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 15th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Lady of valor, destroyer of the ruddy ones, who celebrateth the Hakar festivals when the fire is extinguished on the day of hearing cases of iniquity, is thy name. She hath judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 16th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Lady of victory, whose hand goeth after the fiends, who burneth with flames of fire when she cometh forth, creator of the mysteries of the earth, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 17th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Mighty one in the horizon, Lady of the ruddy ones, destroyer in blood, Akhabit, power, Lady of flame, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 18th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Lover of flame, pure one, hearkening unto thee. Behold, she loveth to cut off the heads of the venerated ones. Lady of the great house, destroyer of fiends at eventide, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 19th pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee, dispenser of strength, or as others say, of light, of the palace, the mighty one of the flame, the lady of the strength, and of the writings of Ptah himself is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 20th pylon of the still heart. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the being who is within thee. Stone of her Lord, field with a serpent, clother what she createth, she hideth, taking possession of hearts, opener of herself, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. Saith the pylon, Pass on then, thou art pure. The Osiris, Alph Ankh, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, saith Horus, O thou 21st pylon of the still heart. I have made my way. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth thee. Sword that smiteth at the utterance of its own name, goddess with face turned backwards, the unknown one, overthrower of him that draweth nigh to her flame, is thy name. Thou keepest the secret things of the avenger of the god who guardeth thee, and his name is Amam. He maketh it to come to pass that the cedar trees grow not, that the acacia trees bring not forth, and that copper is not begotten in the mountain. The divine sovereign chiefs of this pylon are as 7 gods. Techen or At is the name of the one at the door. Hetep Mes is the name of the second. Messep is the name of the third. Uchre is the name of the fourth. Apuat is the name of the fifth. Bek is the name of the sixth, and Anpu is the name of the seventh. I have made my way. I am Amsu Heru, the avenger of his father, the heir of his father Un Nefer. I have come, and I have caused to be overthrown all the enemies of my father Osiris. I have come day by day with victory, doing myself the worship of the god in the house of his father Tem, the lord of Anu. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant is in the southern heaven. I have done what is right and true for him that made right and truth. I have celebrated the Haker festivals of the Lord thereof. I have led the way in the festival. I have given cakes unto the lords of the altar, and I have brought offerings and oblations and cakes and ale and oxen and ducks to my father Osiris Un Nefer. I have my being in a body which hath the soul, and I make the Benno bird to come forth at my words. I have come daily into the house of the god to make offerings of incense. I have brought garments of byssus, and I have sailed on the sacred lake in the Neshem boat. I have made Osiris the governor of Amentet to be triumphant over his enemies. I have carried away all his foes to the place of slaughter in the east, and they shall never come forth from the durance of the god Seb therein. I stand up for him along with the divine Kefau-i of Ra, and I make him to be triumphant. I have come even as a scribe, and I have made all things plain. I have made the god to have power over his legs. I have come into the house of him that is upon his hill, that is Anubis, and I have seen him that is ruler in the divine hall, that is Anubis. I have entered into Ristau, I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have travelled unto An-Rut-F, I have clothed him that was naked. I have sailed up to Abtu Abydos. I have praised the gods Hu and Sao. I have entered into the house of Astes, and I have made supplication to the Kati gods, and to Sekhet in the temple of Neith, or as others say, to the princes. I have entered into Ristau, I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have travelled unto An-Rut-F, I have clothed him who was naked. I have sailed up to Abtu, I have praised Hu and Sao. I have received my crown at my rising, and I have crowned myself upon my throne in the habitation of my father, and of the first company of the gods. I have worshipped in my birthplace of Ta-Chet-Sertep, and my mouth is filled with right and truth. I have drowned the serpent Ak-Ka. I have come into the great house which giveth vigor unto the limbs, and it hath been granted unto me to sail about in the boat of Hai. The fragrance of unguent ariseth from the hair of the beings who have knowledge. I have entered into the house of Astes, and I have made supplication unto the Kati gods, and unto Sekhet in the temple of the prince. Saith the pylon, thou hast come, being a favoured one in Tatu, O Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, son of Sheret Amsu triumphant. Chapter 146. Vignettes: 14 shrines, in each of which a god is seated. Text: here begin the chapters of entering in at the hidden pylons of the house of Osiris in Sekhet Aanru the first. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, when he cometh to the first pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Lady of tremblings, with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who setteth in order the words which drive back the whirlwind and the storm, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Neri. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the second pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the god who guardeth you. Lady of heaven, the mistress of the world, who devoureth with fire, the lady of mortals, who knoweth mankind, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Mespeh, or Mespatah. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the third pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Lady of the altar, the lady to whom abundant offerings are made, in whom every god rejoiceth on the day of sailing up to Abtu, Abydos, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Urtat Sebanka. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the fourth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. She who prevaileth with knives, the mistress of the world, destroyer of the foes of the still heart, who maketh the decree for the escape of the needy from evil hap, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Nekau. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the fifth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Fire, the lady of flames, who inhaleth the supplications which are made to her, who permitteth not thee to enter in, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Henti Reku. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the sixth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Lady of light, the lady to whom abundant supplication is made, the difference between her height and her breadth is unknown. The like of her hath never been found since the beginning. There is a serpent thereupon, whose size is not known. It was born in the presence of the still heart, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Semamti. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the seventh pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Robe, which doth clothe the divine feeble one, weeping for what it loveth, and shrouding the body, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Akenti. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the eighth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Blazing fire, the flame whereof cannot be quenched, provided with tongues of flame, which reach afar, the slaughtering one, the irresistible one, through whom a man may not pass by reason of the hurt which she doeth, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Ku Chet F. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the ninth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. She who is in the front, the lady of strength, quiet of heart, who giveth birth to her Lord, whose girth is 350 measures, who sendeth forth rays like the Uach stone of the south, who raiseth up the divine form, and clotheth the feeble one, who giveth offerings to her Lord every day, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Tchesef. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the tenth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Thou who art loud of voice, who raisest up those who cry, and who make supplication unto her whose voice is loud, the terrible one, the lady who is to be feared, who destroyeth not that which is in her, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Sekhen The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 11th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. She who slaughtereth always, the burner up of fiends, mistress of the every pylon, the lady to whom acclamation is made on the day of darkness, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 12th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee, thou who invokest thy two lands, who destroyest those who come with flashings and with fire, the Lady of Splendor, who hearkeneth unto the speech of her Lord, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 13th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Osiris bringeth his two hands over her, and maketh the god Hapi, that is the Nile, to send forth splendor out of his hidden places, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 14th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Lady of Might, who danceth on the blood-red ones, who keepeth the festival of Haker on the day of the hearing of faults, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 15th pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, the fiend, red of hair and eyes, who cometh forth by night, and doth fetter the fiend in his lair, may her hands be given to the still heart in his hour, and may she advance and go forward, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 16th pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh forth to this pylon, terrible one, the Lady of the rainstorm, who planteth ruin in the souls of men, the devourer of the dead bodies of mankind, the orderer and producer and creator of slaughter, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 17th pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh forth to this pylon, hewer in pieces in blood, a hobbit, lady of hair, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 18th pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, lover of the fire, pure of slaughterings which she loveth, cutter off of heads, venerated one, lady of the great house, destroyer of fiends at eventide, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 19th pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, dispenser of light during her period of life, watcher of flames, the lady of the strength and of the writings of the god Ptah himself, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the bandages of Paran, or Perhetch. The 20th pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, she who dwelleth within the cavern of her Lord, clother is her name. She hideth what she hath created. She taketh possession of hearts. She swalloweth is thy name. She hath the judgment of the bandages of Paran, or Perhetch. The 21st pylon, the Osiris Heru Em Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, knife which cutteth when its name is uttered, and slayeth those who advance towards its flames, is thy name. She hath secret plots and counsels. Chapter 147, the first Arit, vignette. Ani and his wife Thuthu approaching the first Arit, at the entrance of which sit three gods, having the head of a hare, of a serpent, and of a crocodile, respectively. The name of the doorkeeper is Seket Hra Ashtaru. The name of the watcher is Semeti. The name of the herald is Hak Heru. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say, when he cometh unto the first Arit, I am the mighty one who createth his own light. I have come unto thee, O Osiris, and purified from that which defileth thee. I adore thee. Lead on. Name not the name of Restau unto me. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy might, and in thy strength in Restau. Rise up and conquer, O Osiris, in Abtu. Thou goest round about heaven. Thou sailest in the presence of Ra. Thou lookest upon all the beings who have knowledge. Hail, Ra, thou who circlest in the sky. Verily I say, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body, Sa, of the god, and I say, let me not be driven hence, nor upon the wall of burning coals. Open the way in Restau, ease the pain of Osiris, embrace that which the balance hath weighed, make a path for him in the great valley, make light to be on the way of Osiris. The second Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a lion, of a man, and of a dog, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Un-Hat. The name of the watcher is Sekhet Ra. The name of the herald is Uset. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, he sitteth to do his heart's desire, and he weigheth words as the second of Thoth. The strength which protecteth Thoth humbleth the hidden Maat gods, who feed upon Maat throughout the years of their lives. I make offerings at the moment when he maketh his way. I pass on and enter upon the way. Grant thou that I may pass onwards, and that I may gain sight of Ra together with those who make offerings. The third Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a jackal, the head of a dog, and the head of a serpent, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeepers is Hawatu Ent Pehui. The name of the watcher is Ceres Ra. The name of the herald is Aa. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I am the hidden one in the great deep. I am the judge of the Rehui. I have come, and I have done away with the offensive thing which was upon Osiris. I am fastening the place whereon he shall stand, which projecteth from the Ureret crown. I have perfected matters in Abtu. I have opened the way in Restau. I have eased the pain which was in Osiris. I have made straight his standing place, and I have made his path. He shineth in Restau. The fourth Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a man, of a hawk, and of a lion, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Kesef Ra Ashtakeru. The name of the watcher is Seres Tepu. The name of the herald is Kesef At. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I am the bull, the son of the ancestress of Osiris. O grant ye that his father, the lord of his godlike companions, may bear witness for him. I have weighed the guilty in judgment. I have brought unto his nostrils the life which is everlasting. I am the son of Osiris. I have made the way. I have passed thereover into Neter Kurt. The fifth Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a hawk, of a man, and of a snake, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Ankh F. Emphen. The name of the watcher is Shabu. The name of the herald is Teb Ra Ha Keft. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I have brought unto thee the bones of thy jaws in Restau. I have brought thee thy backbone in Anu Heliopolis, gathering together its manifold parts therein. I have driven back Apep for thee. I have spit upon the wounds which are in him. I have made a path among you. I am the ancient one among the gods. I have made the offering of Osiris. I have avenged him in triumph, gathering his bones and bringing together all his limbs. The sixth Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, the first having the head of a jackal, and the second and third the head of a dog. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Atek Tau Kehak Karu. The name of the watcher is An-Ra. The name of the herald is Atis Ra Ari Shi. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I have come daily, I have come daily, I have made my way, I have passed along that which was created by Anpu, Anubis. I am the lord of the Ureret crown, possessing words of magical power, the avenger of Maat. I have avenged his eye, I have delivered Osiris, and I have made the way. The Osiris Ani passeth along with you in triumph. The seventh Arit. Vignette: an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a hare, of a lion, and of a man, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Sekemet M. Tesu Sen. The name of the watcher is Ea Mea Keru. The name of the herald is Kesef Kemi. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I have come unto thee, O Osiris, who art cleansed of thine impurities. Thou goest round about heaven, thou seest Ra, thou seest the beings who have knowledge. Hail, only one! Behold, thou art in the Sektet boat, as it goeth round about the horizon of heaven. I speak what I will unto his spiritual body, Sa. It waxeth strong, and it cometh into being, even as he spake. Thou meetest his face. Prosper thou for me all the ways which lead unto thee. Chapter 148. Vignette: a hall or shrine, within which on the left Ani stands before two tables of offerings, adoring Ra or Osiris, hawk-headed. Next are ranged 7 kine and a bull, each animal having offerings before it. Behind are 4 rudders, emblematic of the cardinal points, and on the extreme right are 4 triads of gods. The speech of Ani reads: Homage to thee, O thou Lord of right and truth, the only one, the Lord of eternity and creator of everlastingness. I have come unto thee, O my Lord Ra. I have made offerings of herbs unto the 7 kine, and unto their bull. O ye who give cakes and ale unto the Khus, grant ye to my soul to be with you. May Osiris Ani be borne upon your thighs. May he be like unto one of you forever and forever, and may he become a Khu in the beautiful Amenti. Text: the chapter of providing the deceased with food in the underworld. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou that shinest from thy disk, thou living soul, who comest forth from the horizon. The Osiris Nu knoweth thee, and he knoweth thy name, and he knoweth the name of thy 7 kine, and of the bull that belongeth unto them. Hail, ye who give cakes and ale and splendor to the souls who are provided with food in the underworld. Grant ye cakes and ale unto the Osiris Nu, provide ye him with food, let him be in your following, and let him be borne upon your thighs. Here follow the names of the 7 kine and of their bull, with the address to them by the deceased. 1. Het Kau Nebet Chur. 2. Akert Kentet Alset S. 3. Meh Kebetet Sa Neter. 4. Mertu S. Teshter Sheni. 5. Kena Metem Ankh Anuit. 6. Sek Kemet Ren S. M. Abit S. 7. Shanat Pet Tooth the Set Neter. 8. Kat Chai Kawit. Hail, ye cows and bull! Grant ye cakes and ale and offerings of food to the Osiris Nu, and supply ye him with food, and make him to be a perfect Khu in the underworld. Here follow the addresses to the 4 rudders by the deceased. 1. Hail, thou beautiful power, thou beautiful rudder of the northern heaven. 2. Hail, thou who revolvest, thou pilot of the 2 lands, thou beautiful rudder of the western heaven. 3. Hail, thou shining one, who dwellest in the temple wherein are the gods in visible forms, thou beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven. 4. Hail, thou who dwellest within the temple of the ruddy beings, thou beautiful rudder of the southern heaven. Grant ye cakes and ale and offerings of food and splendor to the Khu of the Osiris Nu. Grant ye unto him life and strength and health and abiding joy of heart upon earth, and grant ye unto him triumph in the horizon of Anu, and in heaven, and upon earth, and in the underworld. Here follow the address to the 4 triads. Hail, ye fathers of the gods! Hail, ye mothers of the gods! Ye who are above the earth and who dwell in the underworld! Deliver ye the Osiris Nu from every obstacle of evil, from every attack of evil, from the cruel snare, and from the slaughtering knives, and from every wicked and evil thing whatsoever, which ye could order to be done unto him by men, and by gods, and by the Khus, and by the dead on this day, or on this night, or in this month, or in this half-monthly festival, or in this year, or in any of the seasons thereof whatsoever. Rubric: these words shall be said when Ra appeareth over figures of the gods written or painted in color upon a board, and thou shalt place offerings and to fowl food before them, cakes, ale, flesh, feathered fowl, and incense. And they shall cause the deceased to possess sepulchral meals with Ra, and shall give him an abundance of food in the underworld, and shall deliver him from every evil thing whatsoever. And thou shalt not recite this book of Un Nefer in the presence of any person except thine own self. And if this be done for the deceased, Ra shall be a rudder for him, and shall be a strength protecting him, and he shall make an end of all his enemies for him in the underworld, and in heaven, and upon earth, and in every place wherever he may enter, and he shall have abundance of food regularly and continually forever. Chapter 149. The 14 Aats, or divisions of Sekhet Anru. Vignette: the first Aat. The text: the first Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of Amentet, wherein a man liveth upon cakes and ale. Remove thy wigs when I come towards thee. And behold, the mighty God who dwelleth in thee hath bound up my bones, and he hath established my members. And the Ahi, the Lord of hearts, hath gathered together my bones, and hath established the Ureret crown of Tem upon my head. And Neheb Kau hath established for me my head. Full and established is the balance. Thou shalt have dominion among the gods, O Am-Suket. Vignette: the second Aat, the horizon. Text: the second Aat, which is painted green. The god therein is Ra Heru Khuti. The Osiris Nu saith: I am the mighty one of possessions in Sekhet Aaru. Hail, thou Sekhet Aaru, the walls of which are of iron. The height of the wheat thereof is 5 cubits, the ears thereof being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3 cubits. The barley thereof is 7 cubits in height, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus, each of whom therein is 9 cubits in height, reap the wheat and the barley side by side with Heru Khuti Hamarkus. I know the door which is in the middle of Sekhet Aaru, where from Ra cometh forth in the eastern part of heaven. The southern portion thereof is in the lake of the Karu fowl, and the northern portion thereof is in the canal of the Ray fowl, in the place wherein Ra saileth round about means of the winds which bear him along. I am he who watcheth the leathers in the divine boat. I am in the boat, and I am he who doth navigate it without ceasing. I know the 2 sycamore trees of turquoise, from between which the god Ra doth emerge when he setteth out upon his journey over the pillars of Shu towards the door of the Lord of the East, wherefrom Ra cometh forth. I know the Sekhet Aaru of Ra. The wheat therein is 5 cubits in height, the ears being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3 cubits. The barley thereof is 7 cubits in height, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus therein, who are 9 cubits in height, reap the wheat and the barley side by side with the divine souls of the East. Vignette: the third Aat, which is called the Aat of the Khus. Text: the third Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, whereover none can sail, and wherein are the Khus. The fire thereof is blazing with flame. Hail, thou Aat of Khus, your faces are in the land. Make clear your ways, and purify ye your Aats. And what hath been decreed by Osiris, do ye for me forever. I am the mighty one of the Teshert crown, which is on the brow of the god of light, and which maintaineth in life the 2 lands, and the men and women thereof by means of the flame of its mouth. The god Ra hath been delivered from the fiend Apep. Vignette: the fourth Aat, wherein is inscribed the double mountain, doubly high and doubly great. Text: the fourth Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou who art chief of the hidden Aat. Hail, thou one who art lofty and great, who dwellest in the underworld, over whom the heaven spreadeth itself. Thou art 300 measures in length, and 230 measures in width, and thou hast over thee a serpent, the name of which is Sati Temui. He is 70 cubits in length, and he liveth by slaughtering the Khus and the dead who are in the underworld. I stand up in thy enclosure, O Ma'ah. I sail round about, and I see the way which leadeth unto thee. I gather myself together to thee. I am the man, and clothe thy head. I am strong, and I have become strong. I am the god who is mighty in enchantments. My 2 eyes have been given to me, and I am glorious therewith. Who art thou, O Khu, that goest upon thy belly, and whose twofold strength is upon thy mountain? Grant thou unto me that I may go unto thee, and that thy twofold strength may be with me. I lift up myself by thy twofold strength. I have come, and I have vanquished the Akriu serpent of Ra. His peace is to me at eventide. I revolve in the heavens, and thou art in the mountain valley. A decree hath been made concerning thee upon earth. Vignette: the 5th Aat. Text: the 5th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, whereover none may pass. The Khus who are therein have thighs 7 cubits long, and they live upon the shades of the weak and helpless. Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, open ye unto me your ways, so that I may pass by you, and may go on to the beautiful Amentet, according to that which Osiris the Khu, the Lord of Khus, hath decreed. I live by reason of my splendor. I perform every festival of the month, and I observe rightly the festival of the half months. I revolve, and the eye of Horus is under my hand in the following of Thoth. The mouth of every god and of every dead person devoureth mine enemy this day, and he falleth down at the block of slaughter. Vignette: the 6th Aat, with a fish inside it. Text: the 6th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Amahet, which art holy unto the gods, and art hidden unto the Khus, and art baleful unto the dead. The name of the god who dwelleth therein is Seker At. Homage to thee, O Amahet. I have come to see the gods who dwell in thee. Uncover your faces, and lay down your headdresses when ye meet me, for behold, I am a mighty god among you, and I have come to prepare provisions for you. Let not Seker At have dominion over me. Let not the divine slaughterers come after me. Let not the murderous fiends come after me, but let me live upon sepulchral offerings among you. Vignette: the 7th Aat. Text: the 7th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris triumphant saith: Hail, thou city of Ases, which art remote from sight, and the fire of which is in flame. There is a serpent within thee, and his name is Rerek. The length of his backbone is 7 cubits, and he liveth upon the Khus, and he annihilateth their glorious strength. Get thee back, O Rerek, who dwellest in the city of Ases, who devourest with thy mouth, and from whose eyes evil looks pour forth. Let thy bones be broken, and let thy emissions be impotent. Come thou not against me, and let not thy emissions come upon me. Let thy poison fall and lie dead upon the earth, and let thy 2 lips be in thy den. The Ka of the serpent hath fallen, and conversely I have gained glorious strength. The Maftet, that is lynx, hath cut off thy head. Vignette: the 8th Aat. Text: the 8th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, Ha Hetep, great and mighty one of the canal. None can obtain the mastery over the water which is therein. It is mightily to be feared, and the roarings which are therein are mighty. The name of the god therein is Ka Ha Hetep, and he guardeth it gladly, so that none may enter. I am the Inur bird, which is above the thigh of the god Anchor S, and I have brought the possessions of the earth to the god Tem, and I make strong and fortify the mariners of Ra. I have set the terror of myself in the divine lords of the shrine, and I have set the awe of me in the divine lords of things. Therefore I shall not be carried off to the slaughter block of those who would willingly destroy me. I am the guide of the northern horizon, and I know the god who is therein. Vignette: the 9th Aat, a crocodile thrusting his snout into a vase called Akesi. Text: the 9th Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou city Akesi, which are hidden from the gods. The Khus know the name of which the gods are afraid. None can enter therein, and none can come forth therefrom except that holy god who dwelleth in his egg, and who putteth his fear into the gods, and the terror of himself into the Khus. The opening into the city is of fire, and the winds thereof destroy both nostrils and mouths. And the God hath made it for those who follow willingly in his train. None can breathe the winds thereof except that holy God who dwelleth in his egg. He hath made the city so that he may dwell therein at will, and none can enter therein except on the day of great transformations. Homage to thee, O thou holy God, who dwellest in thine egg. I have come unto thee, that I may be among those who follow thee. Let me come forth from the city of Akesi. Let me enter therein. Let the gates thereof be opened unto me. Let me breathe the air which is therein, and let me have possession of the offerings thereof. Vignette: the 10th Aat, a man holding a knife in each hand, standing before. Above him is a serpent. Text: the 10th Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou city of the gods Kahu, who take possession of the Khus and gain the mastery over the shades. Kaibit, who devour vigorous strength and consume filth when their eyes see, and who guard not the earth. Hail, ye who dwell in your Aats, cast yourselves upon your bellies when I pass by you. My glorious strength shall not be taken away, and none shall gain the mastery over my shade, for I am a divine hawk. Offerings of Anti unguent have been made ready by me. Incense hath been offered by me. Animals have been slaughtered by me. Isis hath made offerings to my head. Nephthys is behind me, and a road hath been made clear for me. Hail, serpent! Neu, bull of Nut! Neheb cow! I have come unto you, O gods. Deliver ye me, and grant ye unto me my glorious strength for ever. Vignette: the 11th Aat, wherein stands a jackal-headed god holding a knife. Text: the 11th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou city which art in the underworld, Neter Kert, which coverest over the body, and gainest the mastery over the Khus. None can come forth therefrom, and none can enter therein, by reason of fear of the opposing power which is therein. Now the gods who are therein look upon it in iron, and the dead who are therein look upon it in his slaughterings, except the gods who live therein in his mystery of the Khus. Hail, thou city of Atu, grant thou unto me that I may pass on, for I am the god who is mighty of enchantments, by reason of the knife which came forth from the god Suti. I have my feet and legs forever. I rise like Ra. I am strong through the eye of Horus. My heart is lifted up after it was brought low. I am glorious in heaven, and I am mighty upon earth. I fly like a hawk, and I cackle like the smen goose, and it hath been given to me to alight at the thigh of the lake. I stand up upon it, I sit down upon it. I rise up like a god. I eat of the food of Sekti Hetep, and I go onwards to the domain of the starry gods. The double doors of Maat are opened unto me, and the double doors of the land of the great deep are unbolted before me. I set up a ladder to heaven among the gods, and I am a divine being among them. I speak with the voice of the smen goose, to which the gods listen, and my speech and my voice are those of the star Sept Sothis. Vignette: the 12th Aat, called Ashchetet em Ament. Text: the 12th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the city of Unt, at the head of Restau, the flame of which is a blazing fire. The gods are unable to approach thee, and the Khus are unable to gather together therein, by reason of the Uri-I, which would blot out their names. Hail, thou Aat of Unt! I am in the form of the mighty God who dwelleth among the Khus, and who dwelleth in thee. I am among the stars that never fail within thee. I shall never fail, and my name shall never fail. Hail, odor of the god! Say they, the gods who dwell in the Aat of Unt. I shall be with you, I shall live with you. O ye gods who dwell in the Aat of Unt, love ye me more than your own gods, for I shall be with you forever in the presence of the followers of the great God. Vignette: the 13th Aat, called Uart Ent Mu. Behind it stands the hippopotamus Hebech Re F, with the right forepaw resting on a beetle. Text: the 13th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat, wherein the Khus gain no mastery. Thy waters are of fire, and the streams which are in thee burn with fire, and thy flame is a blazing fire. Those who are there and who wish to drink thy waters to quench their thirst cannot do so, by reason of the mighty dread which possesseth them, and by reason of the great terror which it causeth them to have. The gods and the Khus look upon the waters thereof and retreat, without having quenched their thirst, and their hearts are not set at rest. And though they wish to enter into them, they cannot do so. The stream is filled with reeds, even as the stream which floweth from the issues which come forth from Osiris. I have gained the mastery over the waters thereof. I have drunk from the canal thereof, like the god who dwelleth in the Aat of the waters, and who is the guardian thereof. The gods are more afraid to drink the waters thereof than are the Khus, and they retreat therefrom. Homage to thee, O thou God who dwellest in the Aat of the waters. I have come unto thee. Grant thou that I may gain power over the waters thereof, and that I may drink from the canal thereof, even as thou dost allow to drink, the great God from whom cometh Hap, that is the Nile, who maketh green things to come into being, who maketh to grow the things which grow, who maketh vigorous young plants and herbs, and who also giveth to the gods gifts which proceed from him, and offerings. And grant thou that I may come to Hap, and that I may gain power over young plants and herbs, for I am the son of thy body forever. Vignette: the 14th Aat, a range of mountains called Field of Kher Abba, a man holding a libation vase, the god Anubis, a hawk with a disc, a lion god, a man setting the Teshur crown upon a god, a hippopotamus, a crocodile, and a worm. Text: the 14th Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of Kher Abba, which turneth back Hap at Tatu. Grant thou that Hap may come abundant in grain as he advanceth, for the mouth of those who eat, and giving divine offerings to the gods, and sepulchral meals for the Khus. There is a serpent in the double Kirti of Abu, elephantine, at the mouth of Hap, and he cometh with water, and he standeth up upon the thigh of Kher Abba with his divine sovereign princes at the head of the canal, and seeth in his hour, which is the silence of the night. Hail, ye gods of Kher Abba, and ye sovereign princes at the head of the canal thereof. Let your pools be open to me, let your streams be open to me. Let me gain power over the water. Let me rest on the canal. Let me eat grain. Let me be satisfied with your food. Let me lift myself up. Let my heart be great, even as is that of the God who dwelleth in Kher Abba. Let offerings like unto yours be made to me. Let me not be destroyed by the issues which come forth from Osiris, and let me not be withdrawn therefrom forever. Here endeth the book in peace. Chapter 150. Vignette: 4 serpents, emblematic probably of the cardinal points, and 15 Aats. 1. Sekhet Aaru, the god wherein is Ra Heru Kuti, Ra Hamarkus. 2. The brow of fire, the god wherein is Va Ankh, bearer of altars. 3. Mountain exceedingly high. 4. Aat of the Khus. 5. Amahet, the god wherein is Seker Remu, overthrower of fish. 6. Aset. 7. Hasert, the god wherein is Va Pet, bearer of heaven. 8. The brow of the gods Kahu. 9. Atu, the god wherein is Sept, Sothis. 10. Unt, the god wherein is Hetemet Bayu, destroyer of souls. 11. The brow of the waters, the god wherein is Aasekhemu. 12. Aat of Kher Abba, the god wherein is Hap, Nile. 13. Stream of the lake of flames, which is in the fire. 14. Akesi, the god wherein is Mea Thet F. 15. The beautiful Amentet, the gods wherein live upon cakes and ale. Chapter 151. Vignette: the funeral chamber. In the center, upon a bier, lies the mummy of the deceased, and on one side is her soul in the form of a human-headed bird. The god Anubis, jackal-headed, stands on the other side, bending over the mummy. At the head of the bier kneels Nephthys, and at the foot Isis. The walls, which are here depicted as lying flat on the ground, are ornamented with emblems and texts, and at each corner stands one of the gods of the cardinal points. 2 Ushabtu figures, 2 souls of flame, etc., fill up the remaining spaces. Text: Thy right eye is like the Sektet boat, thy left eye is like the Atet boat. Thine eyebrows are like Anpu, thy fingers are like Thoth, thy hair is like Ptah Seeker. They make a fair way for thee, and they smite down for thee the fiends of Set. Isis saith, I have come to protect thee, O Osiris, with the north wind, which cometh forth from Tem. I have strengthened for thee thy throat. I have caused thee to be with the God, and I have placed all thine enemies under thy feet. Nephthys saith, I go round about behind my sister, Osiris Mut-hetep. I have come that I may protect thee, and my strength which protecteth shall be behind thee for ever and ever. The god Ra hearkeneth unto thy cry. Thou, O daughter of Hathor, art made to triumph. Thy head shall never be taken away from thee, and thou shalt be made to rise up in peace. A deity saith, if any would come to fetter thee, I will not allow him to do so. If any would come to hurl missiles at thee, I will not allow him to do so. But I will fetter thee, and I will hurl missiles at thee, and I am protecting thee, O Mut-hetep triumphant. The Tet saith, O thou that comest quickly, I turn back thy steps, O Khepra, and I illumine thy hidden place. I stand behind the Tet on the day of turning back slaughters, and I am protecting thee, O Mut-hetep triumphant before Osiris. The flame saith, I surround with sand the hidden tomb, and drive away him that would attack it. I lighten the funeral mountain, I cast light thereon, I traverse the way, and I protect Mut-hetep triumphant. Anubis, who is at the head of the divine hall, and who dwelleth upon his mountain, the lord of Tatchesert, saith, I have come to protect Osiris Mut-hetep triumphant. The living soul of Mut-hetep saith, let Ra be adored in heaven when he setteth on the western horizon of heaven. The living soul and the perfect khu of Mut-hetep triumphant before Osiris say, adored be Ra when he riseth in the eastern horizon of heaven. The lady of the house Mut-hetep saith, hail, Shabti figure, if I be condemned, or if there be allotted to me any work to do in the underworld, behold, let opposition be set aside, such as is done by a man in his turn, namely, sowing the fields, and filling the channels with water, and bringing the sand of the west to the east. O, be thou present when I call upon thee. Mestha saith, I am thy daughter, O Mut-hetep, and I have come to protect thee. I make thy house to germinate and to be established firmly, according to what Ptah hath commanded, and according to what Ra hath commanded. Hapi saith, I have come to protect thee, O Osiris Mut-hetep. I bind up for thee thy head and thy members. I smite down thine enemies for thee beneath thee, and I give thee thy head for ever. Saith Tua Maut F, I am thy daughter, who loveth thee, O Mut-hetep, triumphant for ever. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris, upon him that did evil unto thee, and I have brought him under thy feet. Keb Senu F, I am Keb Senu F, and I have come that I may protect Mut-hetep. I have collected into a whole body for thee thy bones. I have gathered together for thee thy members. I have brought thy heart, and I do set it upon its seat within thy body, and I make thy house to germinate after thee. Chapter 151. Vignette: the god Anpu, Anubis, standing by the mummy of the deceased, which lies on a bier. Text: the god Anpu, who dwelleth in the city of embalmment, the governor of the divine house, placeth his two hands upon the Lord of life of Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, the son of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mut-resh, triumphant, and he furnisheth him with the things which belong to him. Homage to thee, O happy one, divine lord, who art endowed with the sight of the Uchat. Ptah Seker hath bound thee up, Anpu hath exalted thee, and Shu hath caused thee to be lifted up, O face of beauty, thou divine prince of eternity. Thou hast thine eye, O scribe Nebseni, thou lord of piety, and beautiful it is. Thy right eye is in the Sektet boat, and thy left eye is in the Atet boat, and thine eyebrows are of fair appearance in the presence of the company of the gods. Thy brow is in the protection of Anpu, and the back of thy head, O beautiful one, is before the holy hawk. Thy fingers are established with written works in the presence of the Lord of Kemenu Thoth, who hath given to me the speech of the sacred books. Thy hair is beautiful before Ptah Seker, and thou, O scribe Nebseni, thou Lord of piety, art beautiful before the great company of the gods. The great God looketh upon thee, and he leadeth thee along the path of happiness, and sepulchral meals are bestowed upon thee. He overthroweth for thee all thine enemies, and setteth them under thee in the presence of the great company of the gods who dwell in the mighty house of the Aged One, which is in Anu Heliopolis. Chapter 152. Vignette: The deceased standing before a house. Text: the chapter of building a house upon the earth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail! Seb rejoiceth, for the Osiris Nu standeth up over his body, and he goeth round about among those who follow Ra. To men and to the gods who have given birth to their own fathers, I have ascribed praise, and they have sight. The goddess Sesheta hath brought the god Nebet, and Anpu Anubis hath called unto the Osiris Nu to build a house on the earth. Its foundation is in Anu Heliopolis, and the circuit thereof reacheth to Kher-aba. The shrine is like that of the god Sekhem, who dwelleth in Sekhem, according to that which I have written for the renewal thereof, and men and women bring offerings and libations and ministrants. And Osiris saith unto the gods who are in his following, and who journey along, Behold ye the house which hath been built for Aku, who is provided with all his attributes, who cometh daily to renew himself among you. O hold ye him in awe, and ascribe ye unto him praises, and let him be a favored being with you. Look ye to what I have done, and to what I have said. And Osiris saith concerning the god, Let him come daily to renew himself among you, and let beasts for sacrifice be brought unto him by the south wind, and let grain be brought unto him by the north wind, and let barley be brought unto him from the ends of the earth. The mouth of Osiris hath ordered this for me. Drawing onward, may he go round about on his left hand, may he place himself on his right hand, and may he see men, and the gods, and the Khus, and the dead drawing him along with praises and cries of joy, and may he be a favored being with them. Chapter 153a. Vignette: a net fastened at one end to ground below or near water, by means of a stake driven through a coil of rope, which is drawn tight by the deceased. Text: the chapter of coming forth from the net. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou god who lookest behind thee, thou god who hast gained the mastery over thine heart. I go a-fishing with the cordage of the uniter of the earth, and of him that maketh the way through the earth. Hail, ye fishers who have given birth to your own fathers, who lay snares with your nets, and who go round about in the chambers of the waters. Take ye not me in the net, wherewith ye ensnared the helpless fiends, and rope me not in with the rope wherewith ye roped in the abominable earth followers, which had its wooden frame reaching unto heaven, and its weighted parts upon the earth. Let me come forth, that is escaped from the pegs thereof. Let me rejoice along with the god of the Hennu boat. Let me come forth from its bars. Let me rise up like the god Sebek, and let me make a flight to you away from the snare of the fowler, whose fingers are hidden. I know the pole with curved ends, which is in it. Mighty finger of Sekri is its name. I know the Mechas, which is in it. Thigh of the god Nemu is its name. I know the piece of wood which openeth in it. Hand of Isis is its name. I know the knife of slaughter which is in it. Slaughtering knife, wherewith Isis cut off a piece of flesh from Horus, is its name. I know the names of the frame and weights which are in it. Leg and thigh of the double lion god are their names. I know the name of the cordage wherewith it snareth living things. Vigor of Tem is its name. I know the name of the snarers who lay snares therewith. Akuru gods, ancestors of the Akabiu gods, are their names. I know the names of its hands, 2 hands of the great God, the Lord who heareth speech in Anu Heliopolis on the night of the festival of the half-month in the temple of the moon god, are their names. I know the name of the thigh which surroundeth it at its upper part. Thigh of iron whereupon the gods stand is its name. I know the name of the superintendent who receiveth the fish therefrom. Knife and vessel of the superintendent of the god is his name. I know the name of the table whereat he placeth himself, table of Horus, whereat he sitteth in solitude in the darkness, and is not seen. The abjects fear him, and those therein ascribe unto him praises, is its name. I have come, and I am crowned, or have risen like the mighty God who leadeth along the earth, and I have gone down to the earth in the 2 great boats, and behold, the mighty one hath placed me within the temple of the mighty God. I have come along with the snarer, my wooden tools, a writ, are with me, my knife is with me, and my hacking knife is with me. I come forth, and I go round about, and I snare with the net. I know the name of the pole with curved ends, Temen-ru, flowing from the great finger of Osiris is its name. I know the name of the 2 pieces of wood which hold fast. Hooks of the ancestors of Ra is the name of one, and hook of the ancestor of Hathor is the name of the other. I, even I, know the cords which are on the pole with curved ends. Cords of the Lord of mankind is their name. I know the name of the table, hand of Isis is its name. I know the name of its ropes, rope of the god, the firstborn is their name. I know the name of the cordage, cordage of the day is its name. I know the names of the fowlers and of the fishermen, Akuru gods, ancestors of Ra is their name. I know the names of the Temamu, ancestors of Seb is their name. I have brought unto thee that which thou eatest, and I have brought that which I eat, and thou eatest that which Seb eateth with Osiris. Hail, thou God whose face is behind him, thou God who hast gained the mastery over his heart, thou fisher and fowler of the opener of the earth. Hail, ye fishers who have given birth to your own fathers, and who lay snares within the city of Nefer-sent. Take ye me not into your net, and snare ye me not with the snares wherewith ye ensnared the helpless fiends, and wherewith ye caught the abominable earth followers. For I know the net. I know the upper framework and the lower heavy parts thereof. Behold me then, for I have come. I have my pole with curved ends with me. I have my mekhes with me. I have my table with me, and I have my slaughtering knife with me. I have come, and I have entered in, and I have myself pressed forward. Know ye that I, even I, know the name of the snarer of, or that which snareth fowl in his place. I have smitten it, I have opened it out, I have struck it, and I have set it upon its seat. Now the mekhes which is with me is the thigh of the god Nemu, and the pole with curved ends which is with me is the finger of Sekari, and the table which is with me is the hand of Isis, and the slaughtering knife which is with me is the slaughtering knife of the god Nemu. O grant that I may come. O grant then that I may sit in the boat of Ra. Let me sail forth on the lake of Testes towards the northern heaven. Let me do as do they who sing, when they sing praises of my Ka, and let me live as do they there. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, cometh forth upon your ladder, which Ra hath made for him, and Horus and Suti hold him fast by his hand. In the Sa'ite Recension, the following rubric is added to this chapter. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of the deceased, which shall be put in a boat. And behold, thou shalt make a Sektet boat on his right side, and a Matet boat on his left, and let them bring offerings of cakes, and of ale, and of all kinds of fair things, on the day of the birth of Osiris. The soul of him whom these things have been given shall live forever, and he shall not die a second time. Chapter 153b, Vignette: A net full of fish being drawn together by 3 dog-headed apes. Text: the chapter of coming forth from the catcher of the fish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, ye who lay snares, and ye who work the nets, and ye who are fishers. Hail, ye who have given birth to your own fathers. Know ye that I know the name of the great and mighty net. Ankhet, that is clincher, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its cordage? Rut, that is vigor, of Isis, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the Mahes? Thigh of Tem is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its pole with curved ends? Finger of Nemu is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its table? Hook of Ptah is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its slaughtering knife? Chopper of Isis is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its weights? Iron in heaven is their name. Know ye that I know the name of its rushes? Feathers or hair of the hawk is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the fishers? Ape is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the thigh? Thigh whereon standeth the temple of the moon is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the fowler? Prince, mighty one who sitteth on the eastern side of heaven is his name. I have not eaten, O great divine one. Behold, the great divine one hath given me drink. I have not seated myself upon my thighs in the waters, but I eat, and I satisfy myself with food before him. The seeds of death are in my body. I am Nekha, I am Ra, coming forth from Nu, the divine soul of the God. I create the God Hu, and wrong is the thing which I abominate. I am Osiris, the maker of Maat, whereon Ra doth live each and every day. I am invoked by the name of Bull, and I am addressed among the company of the gods by the name of Nekh. I create mine own self along with Nu in my name of Khepera, whereby I create myself each and every day. I am the God of divine splendor, and I rise up as Ra, the Lord of the East. Life is given unto me through his comings forth therefrom. I have come into heaven, and I embrace my seat which is in the east, with the children of the princes who dwell in their fields, and I have delivered her that brought me forth in peace. I eat like the god Shu. I satisfy myself with food like the god Shu. I ease myself like the god Shu. The divine kings of the north and south are with me. The god Khonsu is with me, and those who bind up their heads are with me. Embrace ye then the flame in the land of the multitude. Chapter 154. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette in the Theban Recension. In the Sa'ite Recension, the mummy of the deceased is seen lying upon a bier with the sun shining upon it. Text. The chapter of not letting the body perish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. I came to embalm thee. Do thou embalm these my members, for I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepera, the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Come then, make strong my breath, then, O Lord of the winds, who dost magnify those divine beings who are like unto himself. Stablish me doubly, then, and fashion me strongly, O Lord of the funeral chest. Grant thou that I may enter into the land of everlastingness, according to that which was done for thee, along with thy father Tem, whose body never saw corruption, and who is the being who never saw corruption. I have never done that which thou hatest, nay, I have cried out among those who love thy Ka. Let not my body become worms, but deliver me as thou didst thyself. I pray thee, let me not fall into rottenness, even as thou dost permit every god and every goddess and every animal and every reptile to see corruption when the soul hath gone forth from them after their death. And when the soul departeth or perisheth, a man seeth corruption, and the bones of his body rot and become wholly stinkingness. The members decay piecemeal, the bones crumble into a helpless mass, and the flesh becometh fetid liquid, and he becometh a brother unto the decay which cometh upon him, and he turneth into multitudes of worms, and he becometh altogether worms, and an end is made of him, and he perisheth in the sight of the god Shu, even as doth every god, and every goddess, and every feathered fowl, and every fish, and every creeping thing, and every reptile, and every animal, and everything whatsoever. Therefore shall they fall on their bellies when they recognize me, and behold, the fear of me shall terrify them. And thus likewise shall it be with every being after death, whether it be animal, or bird, or fish, or worm, or reptile. Let life come from its death, and let not decay caused by any reptile make an end of me, and let them not come against me in their various forms. Do not thou give me over unto that slaughterer who dwelleth in his torture chamber, who killeth the members and maketh them rot, being himself hidden, who worketh destruction upon many dead bodies, and liveth by slaughter. Let me live and perform his message, and let me do that which is commanded by him. Give me not over unto his fingers, let him not gain the mastery over me, for I am under thy command, O Lord of the gods. Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. Thou hast thy being with thy members. Thou didst not decay. Thou didst not become worms. Thou didst not diminish. Thou didst not become corruption. Thou didst not putrefy, and thou didst not turn into worms. I am the god Khepera, and my members shall have an everlasting existence. I shall not decay. I shall not rot. I shall not putrefy. I shall not turn into worms, and I shall not see corruption before the eye of the god Shu. I shall have my being. I shall have my being. I shall live. I shall live. I shall germinate. I shall germinate. I shall germinate. I shall wake up in peace. I shall not putrefy. My intestines shall not perish. I shall not suffer injury. Mine eye shall not decay. The form of my visage shall not disappear. Mine ear shall not become deaf. My head shall not be separated from my neck. My tongue shall not be carried away. My hair shall not be cut off. Mine eyebrows shall not be shaved off, and no baleful injury shall come upon me. My body shall be established, and it shall neither fall into ruin nor be destroyed on this earth. Chapter 155, Vignette, Atet. Text, the chapter of Atet of gold. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, saith, Rise up, thou, O Osiris, thou hast thy backbone, O still heart, thou hast the ligatures of thy neck and back, O still heart. Place thou thyself upon thy base. I put water beneath thee, and I bring unto thee a Tet of gold, that thou mayest rejoice therein. Rubric, this chapter shall be recited over a Tet of gold, set in a plinth of sycamore wood, which hath been steeped in water and uncome flowers, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If this amulet be placed at his neck, he shall become a perfect Khu in the underworld, and at the New Year festivals he shall be like those who are in the following of Osiris continually and forever. Chapter 156, Vignette, a buckle. Text, the chapter of a buckle of carnelian. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, saith, May the blood of Isis and the power of Isis and the enchantments of Isis be powers to protect this mighty one, and to guard him from him that would do unto him anything which he abominateth. Rubric, this chapter shall be said over a buckle of carnelian, which hath been steeped in water of ankami flowers, and set in a plinth of sycamore wood, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If these things be done for him, the powers of Isis shall protect his limbs, and Horus the son of Isis shall rejoice in him when he seeth him, and there shall be no hidden places on his path, and one hand shall be towards heaven, and one hand shall be towards earth, regularly and continually. Thou shalt not let any person who is with thee see it. Chapter 157, Vignette, a vulture with outstretched wings, holding the symbol of life in each talon. Text, the chapter of the vulture of gold, which is to be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, Isis cometh and hovereth over the city, and she goeth about seeking the secret habitations of Horus as he emergeth from his papyrus swamps, and she lifteth up his shoulder, which is in evil case. He is made one of the company in the divine boat, and the sovereignty of the whole world is decreed for him. He hath warred mightily, and he maketh his deeds to be remembered. He hath made fear of him to exist, and awe of him to have its being. His mother, the mighty lady, protecteth him, and she hath transferred her power to Horus. Rubric, this chapter shall be set over a vulture of gold, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and thou shalt place the vulture on the neck to protect the perfect deceased one on the day of the funeral continually and regularly. Chapter 158, Vignette, a collar. Text, the chapter of a collar of gold, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, O my father, my brother, my mother Isis, I am unswathed and I see. I am one of those who are unswathed and who see the gods said. Rubric, this chapter shall be set over a collar of gold, whereon it hath been engraved, and the collar shall be placed on the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. Chapter 159, Vignette, the Uach amulet. Text, the chapter of the Uach amulet, made of mother of emerald, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, Hail, thou who comest forth daily from the temple of the god. The mighty lady speaketh, and she goeth round about in the gate of the double house, and she taketh possession of the might of her father, that is to say, the Sahu, who is the bull of the goddess Renenet. She taketh those who are in her following, and she maketh an opportunity for those, the opportunity of the door. Rubric: this chapter shall be set over an Uach of Mother of Emerald, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and the Uach shall be placed on the neck of the deceased. Chapter 160. Vignette: Thoth, the great god, giving an Uach amulet of Mother of Emerald to the deceased. Text: the chapter of giving an Uach of Mother of Emerald to the scribe Nebseni, triumphant, who saith: I am the Uach of the Mother of Emerald, which cannot be injured, and which the hand of Thoth adoreth. Injury is a thing which I abominate. It is in sound state, and I am in sound state. It is not injured, and I am not injured. It is not worn away, and I am not worn away. The words of Thoth are at thy back, O thou who comest in peace, O divine prince of Anu, Heliopolis, thou mighty god who dwellest in the city of Pe. The god Shu advanceth to him, and findeth him in the city of Shenmu, in his name Neshem, that is, Mother of Emerald. He maketh his place in the fortress of the mighty god. The god Tem resteth upon his eye, and his members shall not suffer injury. Chapter 161. Vignette: the god Thoth, opening the doors of the four winds. Text: the chapter of forcing an entrance into heaven. This Thoth doeth to make felicitous the way for him that would enter into the disk. 1. To the door of the west wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Pure is the body in the earth, and pure are the bones of Osiris the Am Kent. Nefer Uben F. triumphant. 2. To the door of the east wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Sound is he who is in the chest. Who is in the chest? Osiris Nefer Uben F. triumphant. 3. To the door of the north wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The Osiris Nefer Uben F. triumphant is strong in his members. Keb Senef guardeth them. 4. To the door of the south wind. Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The bolts are drawn, and they pass through his foundation. Rubric: every Sahu for whom these divine figures have been painted upon his coffin shall make his way through these four entrances into heaven. That of the north wind belongeth to Osiris, that of the south wind to Ra, that of the west wind to Isis, and that of the east wind to Nephthys. Each one of these winds shall breathe into his nostrils as he entereth in his daily course. Let none who is outside know this chapter. It is a great mystery, and those who dwell in the swamps, that is, the ignorant, know it not. Thou shalt not do this in the presence of any person except thy father, or thy son, or thyself alone, for it is indeed an exceedingly great mystery which no man whatever knoweth. Chapter 162. Vignette: a cow, having the disk with plumes between her horns, and wearing the collar, from which is suspended the emblem of life, round her neck. Text: the chapter of making heat to be under the head of the deceased. To be recited: Homage to thee, O thou god Par, thou mighty one, whose plumes are lofty, thou lord of the Ureret crown, who rulest with the whip. Thou art the lord of the phallus. Thou growest as thou shinest with rays of light, and thy shining is to the uttermost parts of earth and sky. Thou art the lord of transformations, and hast manifold skins, which thou hidest in the Uchat at its birth. Thou art the mighty one of names among the gods, the mighty runner, whose strides are mighty. Thou art the god, the mighty one, who comest and rescuest the needy one, and the afflicted from him that oppresseth him. Give heed to my cry. I am the cow, and thy divine name is in my mouth, and I will utter it. Ha-ka-ha-ka-her is thy name. Ara-ah. Ker-sanqua-bathi is thy name. Ker-sarau is thy name. Kar-satha is thy name. I praise thy name. I am the cow that hearkeneth unto the petition on the day wherein thou placest heat under the head of Ra. O place it for him in the divine gate in Anu, Heliopolis, and thou shalt make him to become even like him that is upon the earth. he is thy soul. O be gracious unto Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, and cause thou heat to exist under his head, for indeed he is the soul of the great divine body which resteth in Anu. Ku Keper Uru is his name, Barakatha Chara is his name. Be gracious then, and grant that he may become like unto one of those who are in thy following, for he is even as art thou. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over the image of a cow, which shall be made in fine gold and placed at the neck of the deceased, and it shall be written upon new papyrus and placed under his head. Then shall abundant warmth be in him throughout, even like that which was in him when he was upon earth. This hath exceedingly great protective power, for it was made by the cow for her son Ra when he was setting, and when his habitation was surrounded by a company of beings of fire. And the deceased shall become divine in the underworld, and he shall never be turned back at any of the gates thereof. And thou shalt say, when thou placest the image of this goddess at the neck of the deceased, O Amen, who art in heaven, turn thy face upon the dead body of thy son, and make him sound and strong in the underworld. This is a composition of exceedingly great mystery. Let not the eye of any man whatsoever see it, for it is an abominable thing for every man to know it. Therefore hide it. Book of the Mistress of the Hidden Temple is its name. Chapter 163. Vignette. 2 winged Uchats on legs, and a serpent also upon legs, with a disk and horns upon his head. Text. The chapters which are taken from another work, and are here added to the Book of Coming Forth by Day. The chapter of not allowing the body of a man to moulder away in the underworld, and of delivering him from those who devour the souls that are shut in the underworld, and of not allowing to rise up against him the things which he abominated upon earth, and of making sound and strong his limbs and bones against worms, and against every god who would attack him in the underworld, and of causing him to come forth, and to go in as he pleaseth, and to do whatsoever he hath in his heart to do without hindrance. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, I am the divine soul of the great divine body, which is laid to rest in Athabu, which protecteth the body of Harethi, the which resteth in the marshes of Senhakaraha. O divine soul, which hath no languor of heart, either in rising or setting, and which resteth within his divine body, which is laid to rest in Senhaparakana, grant thou to Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant that he may deliver himself from the souls of the god of the savage face, who gaineth the mastery over hearts and taketh possession of limbs, and from whose mouths fire cometh forth to devour souls. Hail, thou who art lying prostrate within thy body, whose flame cometh into being from out of the fire, which blazeth within the sea or water, in such wise that the sea or water is raised up on high out of the fire thereof. Grant thou that the flame may leave the fire, wherever it may be, to raise up the hand of Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, and to make him to have an existence for ever and for ever. Verily, let his period of existence be as the period of existence of heaven, in the limitless boundaries thereof. Heaven holdeth thy soul, O Osiris Auf Ankh, and earth holdeth thy form. O deliver thou Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, and let him not be consumed by the Kawi, who devour the souls of those who have raised up evil. Let his soul have its being within his body, and let his body have its being with his soul, and let him be hidden within the pupil of the Uchat of the god whose name is Shari Shari Shapu Neter Ari Ka, who reposeth at the northwest of the brow of the Opt of the land of Kenset, Nubia, and journeyeth not to the east. Hail, God Amen, thou divine bull scarab, thou lord of the divine Uchats, God, the pupil of whose eye is terrible, is thy name. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu triumphant, is the emanation of thy two eyes, the name of one of which is Sherket, and Shapu Neter Arika of the other, though Shaka Amen Shakan Nasa at the brow of Tem, who illumineth the two lands, is his name in very truth. Grant that Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant may be of this land of Maat. Let him not be left in his solitude, for he is of this earth wherein he will no more appear, and On is his name. O let him be with a perfect khu, or as others say, a strong khu, and let him be the soul of the mighty body which is in Sais, the city of Neith. Rubric. This chapter is to be recited over a serpent having legs and wearing a disk and 2 horns, and over 2 uchats having both eyes and wings. In the pupil of one of the uchats there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand with the face of the divine soul, and having plumes and a back like a hawk. And in the pupil of the other there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand with the face of the goddess Neith, and having plumes and a back like a hawk. And this chapter shall be written with Anti, either upon a May stone or upon mother of emerald of the south, and dipped in water of the western lake of Kemt, Egypt, or upon a bandage of Uachet, linen wherewith a man should swathe every limb, and the deceased shall not be turned back at any gate of the underworld. He shall eat and drink and ease himself even as he did when he was upon earth, and none shall rise up to cry out against him, and he shall be protected from the hands of the enemy for ever and ever. If this book be recited for him upon earth, he shall not be seized by the messengers of attack who work evil in all the earth. He shall not have gashes inflicted upon him. He shall not die through the slaughter of Set, and he shall not be carried off to any place of restraint whatsoever, but he shall go in unto the Kenbet, and he shall come forth with triumph, and he shall go out to terrify the evildoers who exist in all the earth. Chapter 164. Vignette. A goddess with a head of a woman and 2 heads of a vulture, standing with outstretched wings. On each side of her is a dwarf with 2 heads, one of a man and one of a hawk. Each dwarf has a disk and plumes upon his head. Text. Another chapter. Homage to thee, O Sekhet Bast Ra, thou mistress of the gods, thou bearer of wings, lady of the honest bandlet, queen of the crowns of the south and of the north, only one, sovereign of her father superior, to whom the gods cannot be, thou mighty one of enchantments, in the boat of millions of years, thou who art preeminent, who risest in the seat of silence, mother of Pashakasa, royal wife of Parahaka Kapuru, mistress and lady of the tomb, mother in the horizon of heaven, gracious one, beloved, destroyer of rebellion. Offerings are in thy grasp, and thou art standing in the bows of the boat of thy divine father to overthrow the fiend. Thou hast placed Maat in the bows of his boat. Thou art the fire goddess Ami Seshet, whose opportunity escapeth her not. Thy name is Kaharasa Parsaram Karamet. Thou art like unto the mighty flame of Sakanakat, which is in the bows of the boat of thy father Hara Pukaka Shara Shah Bayu. For behold, this is the name uttered in the speech of the Negroes and of the Anti and of people of Ta Kansatet, Nubia. Praise be to thee, O lady, who art mightier than the gods, and words of adoration rise to thee from the 8 gods. The living souls who are in their chests praise thy mystery, O thou who art their mother, thou source from whom they sprang, who makest for them a place of repose in the hidden underworld, who makest sound their bones and preservest them from terror, who makest them strong in the abode of everlastingness, who preservest them from the evil chamber of the souls of the god of the terrible face, who is among the company of the gods. Babe, that comest forth from the god of the terrible face, who keepeth his body hidden, is thy name. Atari Am Chur Kemtu Renu. Par Sheta is the name of one divine son. Pa Nema is the name of the other. Uchat of Sekhet, mighty lady, mistress of the gods, is thy name. Emanation of is the name of Mut, who maketh souls strong, and who maketh sound bodies, and who delivereth them from the abode of the fiends, which is in the evil chamber. The goddess saith with her own mouth, they shall never be fettered, and I will do according to what ye say, O ye Techawi of the divine son, for whom they performed the funeral rites. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of Mut, which hath 3 heads. The first shall be like unto that of Pekut, and shall have upon it plumes. The second shall be like unto that of a man, and shall have upon it the crowns of the south and north. And the third shall be like unto that of a vulture, and shall have upon it plumes. And the figure shall have a phallus, and a pair of wings, and the claws of a lion, and it shall be painted with Ant, and powder of Duat mixed with yellow color upon a bandage of honest linen. In front of it shall stand one dwarf, and behind it another, and each shall have upon him plumes, and one hand and arm shall be raised, and each shall have two faces, one of a hawk and one of a man, and the body of each shall be fat. Then shall the deceased be divine along with the gods in the underworld. He shall never, never be turned back. His flesh and his bones shall be like those of one who hath never been dead. He shall drink water at the source of the stream. A homestead shall be given unto him in Sekhet Anre. He shall become a star of heaven. He shall set out against the serpent fiend Nekau and against Tar, who are in the underworld. He shall not be shut in along with the souls which are fettered. He shall deliver himself wherever he may be, and worms shall not devour him. Chapter 165. Vignette: An Ithyphallic god with the body of a beetle. On his head are plumes, and his right hand and arm are raised. Behind him is a man who has a ram's head on each shoulder. Text: the chapter of arriving in port, to make the body germinate, and to drink water, and not to disappear. Recite the following: Hail, Bekenu, Bekenu, O Prince, Prince, O Amen, Amen, O Re Lukasa, O God, Prince of the gods of the eastern part of heaven, O Amen, Na Thakurethi, Amen, O thou whose skin is hidden, whose form is secret, thou Lord of the two horns of Nut, thy name is Na Ari K, or as others say, Ka Ari Ka. Ka Sa'ika is thy name, Arathika Sathika is thy name, Amena An Ka Antek Shara, or as others say, Thek Shara Amen Karethi is thy name. O Amen, let me make supplication unto thee. I, even I, know thy name. Thy transformations are in my mouth. Thy skin is before my eyes. Come, I pray thee, and place thou thy heir and thy image. Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, born of Sheret, Amsu triumphant, in the everlasting underworld. Grant thou that all his members may repose in Neter Kertet, the underworld, or, as others say, in Ekertet, the underworld. Let his whole body become like that of a god. Let him escape from the evil chamber, and let him not be imprisoned therein. I adore thy name. Thou hast made for me a skin, and thou hast comprehended my speech, and thou knowest it exceedingly well. Amen is thy name, O Ret Ashaka. I have made for thee a skin, namely a divine soul. Jarakai is thy name. Markathai is thy name. Rarai is thy name. Nasab Bubu is thy name. Thanasa is thy name. Shara Shathakatha is thy name. O Amen, O Amen, O God, O God, O Amen, I adore thy name. Grant thou to me that I may comprehend thee. Grant thou that I may have peace in the Duat underworld, and may possess all my members therein. And the divine soul which is in Nut saith, I will make my divine strength to protect thee, and I will perform everything which thou hast said. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a figure of the god of the lifted hand, which shall have plumes upon its head. The legs thereof shall be wide apart, and the middle portion of it shall be in the form of a beetle, and it shall be painted blue with lapis lazuli mixed with Kamai water, and it shall be recited over a figure with a head like unto that of a man, and the hands and arms thereof shall be stretched away from its body. Above its right shoulder shall there be the head of a ram, and above its left shoulder shall there be the head of a ram. And thou shalt paint upon a piece of linen a figure of the god of the lifted hand, immediately over his heart, and thou shalt paint the other figure over the breasts. Let not the god Sakati, who is in the underworld, know it. Then shall the deceased drink water from the source of the stream, and he shall shine like the stars in the heavens above. Chapter 166. Vignette: a headrest. Text: the chapter of the pillow. Thou art lifted up, O sick one, that liest prostrate, O scribe Nebseni. They lift up thy head to the horizon. Thou art raised up, and dost triumph by reason of what hath been done for thee. Ptah hath overthrown thine enemies, according to what was ordered to be done for thee. Thou art Horus, the son of Hathor, Nesertet, who giveth back the head after the slaughter. Thy head shall not be carried away from thee after the slaughter. Thy head shall never, never be carried away from thee. Chapter 167. Vignette: the Uchat resting upon the emblem of gold. Text: the chapter bringing the Uchat. Nebseni the scribe saith, The god Thoth hath brought the Uchat, and he hath made it to rest, or to be at peace after it departed. O Ra, it was grievously afflicted by a storm, but Thoth made it to be at rest after it had departed from the storm. I am sound, and it is sound. I am sound, and it is sound. And Nebseni, the Lord of Piety, is sound. Chapter 168. Vignette: a stream upon which sail 3 boats. The first contains Khnemu, the second Khepera, and the third Ra. Each god is seated in a shrine. Harpocrates occupies the place of lookout in the boats of Khenem and Ra. Behind the boats, Ra is seated on a throne which rests on the water. 2 hands and arms stretch down from heaven and enshrine him. A man-headed sphinx on a bier, a god with a serpent on his head, 2 gods lying on biers with a serpent between, Anubis, a goddess seated, a bull on a pedestal, a man-headed lion, 2 gods and 2 goddesses, a bowed human figure and a mummy, a man holding a disc shedding light, 2 women lying face downwards, 2 male figures each carrying a human being on his head. Text: the 27 short lines of text which accompany this vignette consist of extracts from a version of the chapter which is given in full immediately following, and to this the reader is referred. Chapter 168, Section 1. Text: may they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette: a god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the Lord of offerings in Amentet, in the bight of Sekhet Hetep. Text: may they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette: a god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the follower of the great god, the Lord of the beautiful Amentet. Text: may they who smite Ra grant that cakes shall come unto Osiris as to the followers of Ra when he setteth. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards, and 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris when Horus, the Lord of Tehent, cometh. Text: may they who possess offerings grant that Osiris shall exist, even as do those who are in the underworld. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards, and 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth and go in along with Ra forever. Text: may those who build up grant that Osiris shall arrive happily in the hall of double truth. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards, and 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as Lord of offerings in the beautiful Amentet. Text: may those who make adorations grant that Osiris shall follow after Ra in his boat. Vignette: a god bowing to the ground, and 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides with the gods of the underworld. Text: may those who have offerings and who make sacrificial meals for the gods grant oblations of Tetchef food to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god holding upright a conical object. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, along with them whose souls shall stand up at the pylon. Section 2. The gods of the 8th Queret in the underworld, whose attributes are hidden, and who wins. Text: may the gods who dwell in their shrines, the princes of Nu, grant that Osiris shall drink water. Vignette: a god in a shrine with 3 serpents in front of him and 3 behind him. At the entrance to the shrine is the number 14. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris. May his soul live, and his body be preserved in the underworld. Text: may the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that the body of Osiris shall rest along with his Sa. Vignette: a woman and a god, and the number 14. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, by the side of the great god within his boat. Text: may Aha, that is, he who standeth, make Osiris to praise Ra when he riseth. Vignette: a god standing holding a scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant, who shall be with those who are over their altars. Text: may Amen, that is, the hidden one, give power unto Osiris in the hall of Seb. Vignette: a cow standing on a standard. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris triumphant, who knoweth all the mysteries of the Tuat. Text: May Sheta, that is, the secret one, make the body of Osiris to grow and to be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase by Osiris, as the Lord of strides in the underworld and in Restau. Text: May Setek give cakes and ale to Osiris along with you in the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who hath entered into all the secret places of the Tuat. Text: May Sesheta Ausar, that is, he who maketh Osiris to be secret, grant that Osiris may be a lord of strides in the habitation of Teshet-Sert. Vignette: a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth, when he becometh the lord of an abode in the underworld. Text: May Sherem not allow any evil thing to come to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the soul that hearkeneth unto the words of the gods. Text: May Sta, that is, the leader, grant that Osiris may see Ra when he riseth and when he setteth. Vignette: a bull upon a standard. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his limbs live, and may his limbs be sound forever. Text: May Senk, that is, splendor, give glory to Osiris upon earth, and make him strong in Amentet. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his legs have power as the lord of an abode in Amentet. Text: May he who liveth in darkness, that is Horus, grant that Osiris shall be among those who are over their altars. Vignette: a crocodile-headed god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who is in the everlasting Tuat. Text: May the of Osiris grant that he shall be near the great god, the lord of Amentet. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May he become the lord of his hands, and have power over his heart in the underworld. Text: May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be along with them in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright and hiding something with his hands. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May they bring me to the throne of Osiris. Text: May those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be sound, and that offering shall be before him continually. Vignette: as in number 13. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be a lord of horns, and shall listen unto the words of the gods. Text: May he whose limbs are hidden give right and truth to Osiris before Ra, and in the company of his gods. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as lord of the phallus and ravisher of women forever. Text: May the souls who come forth open the mouth of Osiris among the gods who are along with them. Vignette: a bird on a tree, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris among the living ones, the lords of eternity. Text: May those who belong to their grant that Osiris may have power over his offerings upon earth, even as have the gods, the lords of offerings. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be endowed abundantly with Tuchifau food in the underworld. Text: May those who receive grant that Osiris shall enter in over all the secret places of the Tuat. Vignette: a god bowing to the ground in a star. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall have power over offerings upon earth and be the lord of altars. Text: May the Ananit, that is, widows, grant that Osiris shall be with the great goddess possessor of a phallus before. Vignette: a woman kneeling on a couch. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be ordered to dwell in the secret place in the darkness. Text: May Osiris Anubis grant that Osiris may be a possessor of a seat in Ta Chesertet. Vignette: Anubis holding a hawk-headed scepter in each hand. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and pass through the pylon of Osiris. Section 3. The gods of the 10th Qurert in the Tuat, who are to be praised and whose mysteries are holy. Text: May those who are denizens of light grant that Osiris shall shine in the darkness. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 8. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who praiseth the great God in his abode day by day. Text: May the smiters grant that Osiris may be among those who sing praises. Vignette: A god standing upright, holding in his upraised hand a hatchet dripping with blood. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris on the day when he repulseth the serpent fiend by the mighty one of iniquity. Text: May the company of gods who guard those who are in the Tuat give the breaths of life to Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: A god lying on a bier, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shooteth forth his hand and repulseth him that cometh. Text: May the company of the gods of the hidden hand give glory unto Osiris as unto the perfect Khus. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Text: May the hidden goddess grant that the soul of Osiris may grow, and that his body may be preserved, even as are those of the gods who dwell in the Tuat. Vignette: A woman standing before an Uchat. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, whose soul shall rest upon whatever seat he pleaseth. Text: May the souls of the gods who have come into being in the members of Osiris grant that he shall have peace. Vignette: A woman lying upon her back, and the number 21. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall receive his place in the land of the underworld. Text: May those who praise Ra not turn Osiris back at the pylons of the Tuat. Vignette: A god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth by day and shall refresh himself in the place of coolness. Text: May the beings of warlike face grant coolness unto Osiris in the place of flame. Vignette: A woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit in the shrine with the great God. Section 4. The gods of the 11th Qureret of the Tuat. Text: May the goddess Amumet grant that Osiris shall be strong before the great God in the Tuat. Vignette: A woman in a shrine. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall become like the god Khepera in Amentet. Text: May the soul of Ament grant sepulchral meals unto Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: A god standing upright. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the Lord of the abode of peace in the mountain of the underworld. Text: May the soul of the earth make Osiris to triumph over his enemies in heaven and upon earth. Vignette: A god standing upright with drooping hands, and the number 4. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, whose body shall be concealed from any that would look upon him. Text: May those who sing praises grant that Osiris shall be like the divine mariners who are in heaven. Vignette: A man standing upright with his hands raised. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when he entereth through the hidden pylons. Text: May the company of the gods who rule over Ament grant that Osiris shall go in through the secret door of the house of Osiris. Vignette: A god lying upon a bier, and the number 9. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides among the lords of the Tuat. Text: May the company of the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that Osiris shall have power over his enemies. Vignette: A god lying upon or by the side of a serpent on a bier. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when he becometh a perfect soul day by day. Text: May Ake grant that Osiris shall be with Ra, and that he shall walk over heaven forever. Vignette: A god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when he is in the following of him that dwelleth in the city of embalmment, that is, Anubis, the lord of Ta Chisert. Text: may those who Osiris grant that the soul of Osiris may live, and that it may never die a second time. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, for whom lamentation shall be decreed as for his god. Text: may the 9 watchers grant that Osiris may wake up, and that he may never be destroyed. Vignette: Anubis on a standard, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant before Osiris, the lord of the land of the lake. Text: may the 9 mourners cause mourning to be made for Osiris, as was made for Osiris. Vignette: a woman lying on the ground, face downwards. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul cometh forth with the coup. Text: may he that invoketh Ra invoke Osiris before Ra, and before the company of his gods. Vignette: a god crying out to someone. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul goeth into the hidden place, and cometh forth from earth. Text: may Aken drive away every evil thing from Osiris forever. Vignette: a god standing upright with hands hanging down. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh in peace and hath triumphed. Text: may those who dwell with Tesseret grant that Osiris may go in and come out with long strides like the lords of the Tuat. Vignette: a woman-headed serpent over a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and come forth through the door of the Tuat. Text: may the goddess Tesseret grant that Osiris may have power over the water. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he shall walk up the great staircase. Text: may Mehenet grant that Osiris may be a distinguished being in the Tuat forever. Vignette: a serpent on a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as a perfect soul in his shrine. Text: may those who dwell with Mehenet grant that Osiris may walk with long strides in the holy place. Vignette: a woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is with the followers of Horus. Text: may the company of the gods who hide Osiris grant that Osiris shall sit upon the throne which he loveth. Vignette: a seated god, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be among the lords of Maat. Text: may he that destroyeth the face open the face of Osiris, and let him see the coup. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be in the following of the goddess Mehi of Amentet. Section 4. The gods of the 12th Kereret in the Tuat. Text: may Maat grant that Osiris may be a lord of the lake of Maati. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as a lord of offerings in Sekhet Aru. Text: may the gods who dwell in the land of the Tuat grant justice unto Osiris in the hall of double truth. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall plow in Sekhet Hetep. Text: may the gods who dwell with Mehen grant that Osiris shall be in whatsoever places Ka wisheth to be. Vignette: a god within the folds of a serpent. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come into being at the words of the Lord of Amentet. Text: may the gods who possess land grant a lake unto Osiris in Sekhet Anru. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit upon whatsoever place he would there. Text: may Her-Ta grant an estate unto Osiris in Sekhet Hetep. Vignette: a snake-headed god. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be protected by amulets like the lords of the Tuat. Text: may the gods who dwell in the land grant offerings and tchau food and joints of meat to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright with arms hanging down, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when Ra setteth in Manu. Text: May the chiefs of the secret things who dwell in the land place their wall behind Osiris, even as they do for the still heart. Vignette: A ram-headed scepter. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris when he cometh forth and goeth into the underworld. Text: May the gods who dwell in the folds of the serpent goddess Mahen grant a sight of the disk to Osiris. Vignette: A god within the folds of a serpent. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as a Khu who hath gained power over fresh water. Text: May Anu Ba grant peace unto Osiris in Amentet. Vignette: A god bowing. Text: And there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, coming out and going into Ament, along with other folk therein. Chapter 169. Vignette: The chapter is without vignette. Text: The chapter of making to stand up the Henkit. The Kent, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant saith, Thou art the Lion God, thou art the double Lion God, thou art Horus, the avenger of his father Osiris. Thou art the four glorious gods. Acclamation is made unto thee along with cries of delight and sounds of joy, and the water from their haunches and from their thighs I bring unto thee. Thou art lifted up on thy right side, and thou art lifted up on thy left side. The god Seb hath opened for thee thy two eyes, which were blind, and he hath given thee the power to stretch out thy legs in walking. Hath been bound unto thee thy heart, Ab, thy mother, and thy heart, Hot, is in thy body. The soul is in heaven, and thy body is under the ground. There are cakes for thy body, and water for thy throat, and sweet breezes for thy nostrils, and thou art satisfied with offerings. Those who dwell in their shrines open their abodes unto thee. Thou hast thy provisions, and thou journeyest along. Thou art established upon that which emanateth from thy existence, and thou comest forth from heaven. The cord hath been coiled up for thee by the side of Ra, and thou snarest fish with the net in the stream from which thou drinkest vessels of water. Thou performest a journey on thy legs, and in going forward thou dost not stumble. Thou comest forth from over the earth. Thou dost not make thy appearance from below the walls thereof. Thy walls are not thrown down, and what there is of thine within hath been made for thee by the God of thy city. Thou art pure, thou art pure. Thy fore parts are washed by libations, and thy hinder parts are cleansed with resin and natron, and made cool with incense. Thou art made clean with the milk of the hap cow, and with the ale of the goddess Tenamit, and with natron. All the evil which clung to thee hath been done away with, and Tefnet, the daughter of Ra, hath made offerings on thy behalf, even as she did for her father Ra, and the funeral valley, which was the burial place of her father Osiris, hath been set in order for thee. I make to eat of the sweet things which he giveth there, the Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, that is to say, the celestial cakes, which are before Ra, and the grain and drink, and the 4 terrestrial cakes, which are before the god Seb, and the grain brought by the citizens. I have brought unto thee Sek Het Hetep, and the gifts thereof are before thee. Thou comest forth as Ra, thou hast gotten power as Ra, and thou hast gotten power over thy legs, and thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F, hast gotten power over thy legs at every season and at every hour. Thou hast not been condemned in the judgment. Thou hast not been put under restraint. A guard hath not been set over thee. Thou hast not been imprisoned, and thou hast not been given over to the chamber of the fiends therein. The sand is gathered together before thy face, and guarded are the offerings which are for thee. Thy face is not suffered to be turned back, and thou art guarded, and dost not come forth. Thou hast received thy tunic, and thy sandals, and thy stick, and thy garment, and thy weapons for fighting of all kinds, wherewith thou shalt cut off heads. Thou shalt turn back the necks of thy foes, whom thou shalt take captive, and thou shalt keep away from thee death, so that it shall not come nigh unto thee. And the great God hath said concerning thee, Bring him hither on the day when events take place. The hawk rejoiceth in thee, and the smen goose cackleth at thee. Ra openeth for thee the doors of heaven, and Seb unbolteth for thee the earth. Thy coup is mighty, and it is perfect, knowing thy name. Thy soul maketh a way through Ament, and thy perfect soul, O Nefer Uben F triumphant, hath the power of speech. Thy form is within Ra, and it resteth within the divine sovereign chiefs of him who uniteth the two paths. Mankind keepeth guard over it, and the double Lion God guideth it to the place where thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, makest thy ka to rest. And behold, the two lands and mankind work the snare for thee. Thou livest, thy soul is strong, thy body is enduring and great. Thou hast sight of the fire, thou dost snuff the breeze, thy face doth penetrate into the house of darkness, thou abidest at the gap, thou dost not see the whirlwind and the storm, thou followest in the train of the prince of the two lands, and thou refreshest thyself on the branch of merit tree on both sides of the god Hekau. The goddess Seshetet sitteth before thee, the god Sa protecteth thy members, the steer and his cow give thee milk from the breast in the following of Sekhat Heru. Thou washest thyself at the mouth of the stream of Kher Abba. Thou art in favor with the princes of the cities of Pe and Tep. The god Thoth and thyself see each other, and Ra in heaven holdeth converse with thee. Thou comest forth from, and thou enterest into the Anat chamber, and thou holdest converse with the two divine combatants, that is, Horus and Set. Thy Ka is with thee to make thee to rejoice. Thy heart is with thee to give thee thy transformations. Happy, keep watch over thee. The company of the gods make thy heart glad. Thou comest forth to 4 cakes in the city of Shechem, and 4 in the city of Achanu. Thou comest forth to 4 in the city of Anu, upon the altar of the Lady of the Two Lands. The stars keep watch over thee by night. The lords of Anu have a favor unto thee. The god Hu is in thy mouth. Thy feet are not turned back, and thy members have life. Thou graspeth the sma in Abtu. The sacrificial cakes of the divine chiefs and the libations of the celestial beings are brought forward to thee with the offerings in the festival, which are due to Osiris on the morning of the Uak festival for hidden things. Thou art ornamented with objects of gold, and thine apparel is interwoven with byssus. Hapi, that is the Nile, thrusteth himself upon thy body. Thou hast power over the tablet which is inscribed with lists of offerings, and thou drinkest water on both sides of the lake of Testes. The gods who are there have a favor unto thee, and thou comest forth from heaven along with the gods who make to advance the Ma'at of Ra, and thou art led into the presence of the company of the gods, and there is done for thee even as it is done for one of them. Thou art the cart bird of the geese, and the Ptah of the southern wall maketh an offering unto Nefer Uben F triumphant. Chapter 170. Vignette: the chapters without vignette. Text: the chapter of arranging the Henket. The Osiris Nefer Uben F saith, Thy flesh have I given unto thee, thy bones have I fastened together for thee, thy members have I collected for thee, the earth submitteth itself unto thee, thy limbs are guarded, thou art the mighty one within the egg, thou art set in order, thou seest the gods, thou settest out on thy way, and thy hand reacheth unto the horizon, and unto the holy place where thou wouldst be. There is acclamation made unto thee, and there are shouts of joy raised to thee at thine appearances at the altar. Horus maketh thee to stand up at his risings, even as he did him who is in the chamber of holiness. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant. The goddess Ua hath given thee birth, and Ampu, Anubis, who dwelleth upon his hill, hath set thee in order, and he hath fastened for thee thy swathings. Hail, Nefer Uben F, the god Ptah Sekri hath given unto thee of the ornaments of the divine house which he hath. Hail, Nefer Uben F, the god Thoth himself cometh unto thee with the books of holy words, and he maketh thy hand to reach unto the horizon, even unto the place wherein thy Ka loveth to be. And Osiris worketh for thee on the night of journeying unto life. Thy white crown is stablished on thy brow. The god Nemu is with thee, and he giveth unto thee fine feathered fowl. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant. Thou hast been set in order upon thy funeral couch. Thou comest forth, and Ra, who is in the hidden horizon within his boat, hath set thee in order. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant. The god Tem, the father of the gods, hath made for thee the things which are to endure forever. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant. The god Amsu of Kebti hath set thee in order, and the gods of the shrine praise thee. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F. With twofold happiness thou settest out in peace to thine everlasting habitation, and to thine abode of eternity. Homage is paid unto thee in the cities of Pe and Tepu, in the shrine which thy Ka loveth, and before thine abode, and thou art the mighty one of souls, and hast set thee in order, and the gods embrace thee. Thou art like a god, and thou hast been begotten for transformations which are more numerous, and with a created form more perfect than those of the gods. Thou hast more light than the Khus, and thou art more mighty of souls than are those who are in them. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F. Ptah on his southern wall hath set thee in order, and he hath made to advance thine abode more than that of the gods. Hail, Osiris, the Amkent, Nefer Uben F. Thou art Horus, the son of Isis, begotten of Ptah, and Nut hath created thee a being of light, like unto Ra in the horizon. when he illumineth the two lands with his beauteous light. And the gods say unto thee, Come forward, advance now, and look thou upon the things which are thine in thine abode of everlastingness. The goddess Renetet, the heir and firstborn of Tem, hath set thee in order in the presence of the company of the gods of Nut. I, even I, am the heir of heaven, and the fellow of the God who maketh his light. I have come forth from the womb, and I shall grow young again, even as doth my father, and I shall not be prevented from making my answer in my season. Chapter 171. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of tying on the garment of purity. Ab. O Tem, O Shu, O Tefnut, O Seb, O Nut, O Osiris, O Isis, O Set, O Nephthys, O Herukuti, Hamarcus, O Hathor in the great house, O Khepera, O Menthu, the lord of Thebes, O Amen, the lord of the thrones of the two lands, O great company of the gods, O little company of the gods, O gods and goddesses who dwell in Nu, O Sebek of the two mate, O Sebek, in all thy manifold names, in thine every place wherein thy Ka hath delight, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, O ye who are in heaven, O ye who are upon earth, grant ye this garment of purity to the perfect Khu of Amenhetep. Grant ye your strength unto him, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto Amenhetep by means of this garment of purity. Hold ye him guiltless then for ever and ever, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto him. Chapter 172. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The first of the chapters of the arrangements or praisings which are to be performed in the underworld. I snuff the bet incense, I inhale the scent of Hesman, natron, and incense. I am pure with the purity of. Pure are the praises which come forth from my mouth, more pure than Maat itself, of the fish that are in the river, to the statue of the temple of Hesman, natron. Pure are the praises of the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the house of gold, begotten of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mutresth, triumphant. And as for the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who is happy with a twofold happiness, Ptah hath a favor unto him, and he of the southern wall hath a favor unto him, and every god hath a favor unto him, and every goddess hath a favor unto him. Thy beauties are a stream bearing things which cause rest, and are like unto water which floweth nearer. Thy beauties are like a hall of festival, wherein each man may exalt his own god. Thy beauties are like unto the pillar of the god Ptah, and like the courtyard of incense of Ra. Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, hath been made a pillar of Ptah, and the libation vase of the god of the southern wall. 1. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art lamented. Verily thou art praised. Verily thou art exalted. Verily thou art glorious. Verily thou art strong. Hail, thou scribe Nebseni, thou who hast been raised up. Thou art raised up by means of the ceremonies which have been performed for thee. Thine enemies have fallen, and the god Ptah hath thrown down headlong thy foes. Thou hast triumphed over them, and thou hast gained power over them. They obey thy words, and they perform that which thou orderest them to do. Thou art raised up, and thy word is a law unto the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. 2. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy head, O my Lord, is a standard, with locks of rippling hair, like unto the hair of a woman of Asia. Thy face shineth more brightly than the house of the moon god. The upper part of thy head is azure in color. Thy locks are blacker than the doors of the underworld. Thy hair is dark as night. Thy visage is decorated with an azure blue. The rays of Ra are upon thy face. Thy garments are of gold, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thine eyebrows are the two sister goddesses, who are at peace with each other, and whom Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy nose snuffeth in, and thy nostrils exhale, as it were, the winds from heaven. Thine eyes look towards Mount Bacau of the rising sun. Thine eyelashes are fixed each day, and the upper eyelids to which they belong are of veritable lapis lazuli. The apples of thine eyes are as offerings of peace, and the lower eyelids are filled with eye paint of meschem. Thy two lips give unto thee law. They repeat unto thee the law of Ra, and they make to be at peace the hearts of the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent goddess Mehen, which sport with the Horus gods. Thy tongue is made skillful, thy speech is more shrill than that of the Tcheru bird of the field. Thy jawbones are starry lamps. Thy breasts are established upon their seats, and they journey unto the funeral mountain of Amentet. 3. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy neck is decorated with gold, and it is girt about with refined copper. Thy gullet and throat are those of Anpu. Thy bones are the bones of the two Uach goddesses. Thy backbone is studded with gold, and is girt about with refined copper. Thy loins are those of Nephthys. Thy is a Nile which is without water. Thy buttocks are two crystal eggs. Thy thighs are strong for walking. Thou sittest upon thy seat, and the gods give unto thee thine eyes, O scribe Nebseni, thou lord of piety. 4. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy throat is the throat of Anpu. Thy members are plated with gold. Thy breasts are two crystal eggs, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy shoulders are made like unto crystal. Thine arms are established through the strength which protecteth them. Thy heart is glad each day. Thy breast is of the work of the two divine forms. Thy person adoreth the starry deities who dwell in the heights and depths of heaven. Thy belly is, as it were, the heavens. Thy navel is the Tuat, that is, underworld, which is open, and which ordereth the light in the darkness, and the offerings of which are Ankham flowers. And Nebseni praiseth the majesty of Thoth, the beloved one, saying, May his beauties be in my tomb, and may all the purity which he loveth be there, even as my God hath commanded for me. 5. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy two hands are a pool of water in the season of an abundant inundation, a pool of water fringed about with the divine offering of the water god. Thy thighs are encircled with gold. Thy knees are the plants of the waters, where are the nests of the birds. Thy feet are established each day. Thy legs lead thee into a path of happiness, O scribe Nebseni, thou favored one. Thy hands and arms are pillars set upon their pedestals. Thy fingers are strips of gold, the nails of which are like sharp flakes of flint, by reason of the works which they perform for thee. 6. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thou clothest thyself with the garment of purity, Abu, and behold, thou drawest off from thyself the Umet garment when thou goest up to stretch thyself upon the couch. Haunches of meat are cut for thy ka, O scribe Nebseni, and the breast or heart of the animal is offered unto thy Sahu. Thou receivest a garment of the finest linen from the hands of the ministrant of Ra. Thou eatest the cakes upon the cloth which the goddess Tit herself hath prepared. Thou eatest the haunch of the animal. Thou takest boldly the joint which Ra hath endowed with power in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in the silver basins which the god Seker the artificer hath wrought. And behold, thou eatest of the cake which appeareth on the altar, and which the two divine fathers have sanctified. Thou eatest of the baked bread, and of the hot meats of the storehouse. Thou smellest the flowers, thy heart feareth not to advance to the altar of the offerings made to thee, and those who feed thee with food make for thee the loaves and bread cakes of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, and they themselves bear them unto thee. Thine offerings are ordered for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great house. Thou risest up like Sa, Orion. Thou arrivest like the star bow, and the goddess Nut stretcheth out her hands unto thee. Sa, Orion, the son of Ra, and Nut, who gave birth to the gods, the two mighty gods in heaven, speak each to the other, saying, Take the scribe and draftsman Nebseni into thine arms, and I will take him into mine on this day, and let us make happiness for him, when praises are sung to him, and when mention is made of him, and when his name is in the mouth of all young men and maidens. Thou art raised up, O Nebseni, and thou hearest the songs of commemoration through the door of thy house. 7. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Anubis hath bestowed upon thee thy winding sheet. He hath wrought for thee according to his will. He hath provided thee with the ornaments of his bandages, for he is the overseer of the great God. Thou settest out on thy way, and thou hast been washed in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the celestial mansions, and thou propitiatest the lords of Anu, Heliopolis. The water of Ra is presented unto thee in vessels, and milk in large vases. Thou art raised up, and thou makest offerings upon the altar. Thou washest thy feet upon the stone on the banks of the lake of God. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the pillars which are the arms of heaven, upon the head of An-Mut-Eth, and upon the arms of Apuat. He openeth out for thee a way, and thou seest the horizon wherein is the place of purity which thou lovest. 8. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Offerings are allotted unto thee in the presence of Ra, and according to that which Horus and Thoth ordered for thee, thou hast had a beginning and an end. They invoke thee, O scribe Nebseni, and see thy splendor there, causing thee to come forth as a god, and to advance to the souls of Anu. Thou goest forth upon the great roads in thy Sa, who hast received the offerings of thy father upon thy two hands. Thou art furnished with linen garments each day at the beginning of the journey of the god through the gates of the great house. 9. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. The scribe Nebseni hath air for his nose, and breath for his nostrils, and 1,000 geese, and 50 baskets of pure and fair offerings. Hail, Nebseni, thine enemies have fallen down headlong, and they shall never more exist. Chapter 173. Vignette: Osiris, the great god, the lord of Abtu, the lord of transformations, the prince of eternity, seated in a shrine. The deceased stands with hands raised in adoration before the god, and the ground between them is covered with the bodies of birds and beasts which have been prepared for sacrifice. Text: the speeches of Horus to his divine father Osiris when he entereth in to see him, and when he cometh forth from near the great Abut chamber to look upon Ra, as Un-Nefer, the lord of Ta-Tchesert, when doth each embrace the other at the pleasure of his coup, there in the underworld. A hymn of praise to Osiris, governor of those in the underworld, the great god, the lord of Abydos, the king of eternity, the prince of everlastingness, the holy god and Re-Stau, by the scribe Nebseni, who saith: I ascribe praise unto thee, O Lord of the gods, thou God one, who livest upon right and truth. Behold, I, thy son Horus, come unto thee. I have avenged thee, and I have brought to thee Maat even to the place where is the company of thy gods. Grant thou that I may have my being among those who are in thy following, for I have overthrown all thy foes, and I have established all those who are of thy substance upon the earth for ever and ever. Here follow 40 declarations, each of which is preceded by the words, Hail, Osiris, I am thy son. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris. I have come, and I have overthrown for thee thine enemies. I have come, and I have done away with every evil thing which belongeth unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee him that attacked thee. I have come, and I have sent forth mine arm against those who were hostile towards thee. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the fiends of Set with their fetters upon them. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the land of the south, and I have united unto thee the land of the north. I have come, and I have established for thee divine offerings from the south and from the north. I have come, and I have plowed for thee the fields. I have come, and I have filled for thee the canals with water. I have come, and I have hoed up for thee the ground. I have come, and I have built cisterns for thee. I have come, and I have gone round about the soil for thee. I have come, and I have made sacrificial victims of those who were hostile to thee. I have come, and I have made sacrifices unto thee of thine animals and victims for slaughter. I have come, and I have supplied thee with food in abundance of the creatures which are upon earth. I have come, and I have brought unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee. I have come, and I have smitten for thee emasculated beasts. I have come, and I have netted for thee birds and feathered fowl. I have come, and I have taken captive for thee thine enemies in their chains. I have come, and I have fettered for thee thine enemies with fetters. I have come, and I have brought for thee cool water from Abu Elephantine, wherewith thou mayest refresh thine heart. I have come, and I have brought unto thee herbs of every kind. I have come, and I have established for thee those who are of thy substance daily. I have come, and I have made thy cakes in the city of Pe of the red barley. I have come, and I have made thy ale in the city of Tepu of the white grain. I have come, and I have plowed for thee wheat and barley in Sekhet Awaru. I have come, and I have reaped it for thee therein. I have come, and I have glorified thee. I have come, and I have given to thee thy souls. I have come, and I have given to thee thy power. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy terror. I have come, and I have given to thee thy victory. I have come, and I have given to thee thine eyes, which are the plumes on thy head. I have come, and I have given to thee Isis and Nephthys, that they may establish thee. I have come, and I have filled for thee the eye of Horus with oil or unguent. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus, whereby thy face shall be destroyed. Chapter 174, Vignette: The deceased standing with her back towards a door from which she has just come forth. Text: the chapter of causing the coup to come forth from the great door. Mut Hetepeth, triumphant, saith: Thy son hath offered up for thee a sacrifice, and the divine mighty ones tremble when they look upon the slaughtering knife, which is in thy hand when thou comest forth from the Tuat. Homage to thee, O God Sa'ah. The god Seb hath created thee, and the company of the gods have given birth unto thee. Horus resteth upon his eye, and the god Tem resteth upon his years, and the gods of the east and of the west rest upon the mighty one who hath come into existence within thy hand. A god hath been born now that I have been born. I see, and I have sight. I have my existence. I am lifted up upon my place. I have done what hath been decreed. I hate slumber. I have endowed with might the feeble one. He that dwelleth in the city of Netet hath made cakes for me in the city of Pe, and I have received my form in Anu, for it is Horus who hath commanded what shall be done for his father, the Lord of winds, and the god Set quaketh. He hath raised me up, and Tem hath raised me up. O, I am the mighty one, and I have come forth from between the thighs of the company of the gods. I have been conceived by Sekhet and by Shes Kentet, and I have been brought forth at the door of the star Sept, Sothis, the foremost, one who with long strides bringeth along the celestial path of Ra day by day. I have come to my habitation as prince of the north and south, and I rise, or I am crowned, in the gate. Hail, thou of the double plumes, who art called by the name of my Shepes. I am the lotus which shineth in the land of purity, and which hath received me, and which maketh my abode at the nostrils of the Great Form. I have come into the lake of flame, and I have placed right and truth in the place of sin. I am the watcher of the Sesheru garments, and the watcher of the Uraeus on the night of the flood of the Great One. I rise like Nefertim, who is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, when he cometh forth from the horizon each day, and the gods are purified at the sight of the lady of the house, Mut Hetepeth, who is triumphant before the cause, and who gathereth together hearts for Se'aur, whom the god Se'amenti Ra holdeth. I have come upon my seat before the cause, and I have gathered together hearts for Se'aurt, and I have my being as Se'ah, whom Ra the god of Amenti holdeth, and the Techet implement is with me. I recite the mighty words which are in the heart on the festival of the Ansi garment, and I am Sa'amenti Ra, the strong of heart within the hidden chamber of Nu. Chapter 175. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration before the god Thoth, who is seated upon a pylon-shaped throne and has the emblem of life upon his knees. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith: Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings, the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of thought, that that which the god Tem hath decreed may be done, and thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done unto thee, they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani: Hail, Temu! What manner of land is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air, it is depth unfathomable, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the shining ones be given unto me instead of water and air, and the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me instead of cakes and ale. The god Tem hath decreed that I shall see thy face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain me. May every god transmit unto thee his throne for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus, and the god Tem hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire. In truth it hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the face of the Lord Tem. How long then have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. May it be granted unto me that I pass on unto the holy princes, for indeed I am doing away with all the wrong which I did, from the time when this earth came into being from Nu, when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate, or Time, and Osiris, and I have made my transformations into the likeness of divers serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot behold the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have given unto him the region of the dead, and verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire as his heir. I have made him to have his throne in the abode of millions of years. Horus is established upon his throne among his friends and all that belonged unto him. Verily the soul of Set, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will, and that he may have fear of the divine body. O my father Osiris, thou hast done for me that which thy father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Serk. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise thou hast made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant thou that the days of my life may come unto worship and honor. Chapter 176. Vignette. This chapter is without vignette. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, That which I abominate is the land of the east. Let me not enter into the torture chamber. Let there not be done unto me any of those things which the gods hold in abomination. For behold, I have passed as a pure being through the Mesket chamber. And let the god Neber-cher grant unto me his glorious power on the day of burial in the presence of the Lord of things. Rubric: if the deceased know this chapter, he shall become like a perfect khu in the underworld. Chapter 177. Vignette: the deceased standing upright. Pure water is being poured out before him, and offerings of linen garments are being made unto him. Text: the chapter of raising up the khu, and of making the soul to live in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, who is in the favor of his God, saith, Hail, Nut! Nut, who casteth thy father to earth, and settest Horus behind him. His wings grow like those of a hawk, and his plumes like those of him who seeth. His soul hath been brought unto him. He is filled with words of magical power, and his place is decreed for him opposite to the stars of the heaven. For behold, thou art a star of Nut by thyself. Thou seest the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, in happiness, and giving his commands unto the khus, and behold, the divine power, or prince, is not among them, and thy is not among them, unless thou art among them. Thou seest the chief Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, in the form of a soul who hath the horns of the cows Samamet and an Unser the black. Hail, children of Sarah Becket, who have sucked milk from the 4 Uipu cows. Horus of the blue eyes cometh unto you. Protect ye Horus of the red eyes, who is sick. Let not his soul be turned back. Let his offerings be brought unto him. Let the things which are for his benefit be carried to him, and let them come upon the shoulder over the west. This only one advanceth to thee. The God speaketh thy words. The gods make thy name to be triumphant before the gods, and the company of the gods distinguish thee with their hands. The God of the field of the gods speaketh, and thou gainest the power over the door of Kaz in their horizon. They unbolt for thee their doors, for they have a favor unto thee, and thou gainest power over their shrines. The god Seb and his company of gods enter in, and they come forth lifting on high their faces, and they look upon thee in the presence of the great god Amsu. Thy head, I make to stand up thy head for thee, and thou hast power thereover. His head diminisheth behind thee, but thy head shall not diminish, and thou shalt not be destroyed, and thou shalt do what thou hast to do before men and before the gods. Chapter 178. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of raising up the dead body, of giving sight to the eyes, of gaining power over the ears, of establishing the head, and of providing the face with the power of protection. The Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, saith, The eye of Horus is presented unto thee, and it feedeth thee with the food of offerings. Hail, ye who make the laborers to rejoice, and who raise up the heart and purify the body, who have eaten the eye of Horus, thou olive tree in Anu, destroy ye what evil there is in the body of Osiris Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah. O Osiris, let him not suffer thirst before his God, let him suffer neither hunger nor thirst, and let the god Kaz carry them away, and let him do away with his hunger, O thou that fillest, O thou that fillest hearts. O chiefs who dispense cakes and ale, O ye who have charge of the water flood, command ye that cakes and ale be given unto the Osiris Nebseni, even as Ra himself commanded this thing. And moreover, Ra hath commanded those who are over the abundance of the year to take handfuls of wheat and barley, and to give them to him for his cakes. For behold, he is a great bull. These shall he give to the Osiris Nebseni. O guardian of the 5 cakes in the divine house, 3 cakes are in heaven before Ra, and 2 are upon earth before the company of the gods. May he burst through Nu, may he see, O Ra, be gracious unto the scribe Nebseni this day, be gracious. The scribe Nebseni is as a lord of piety, according to the command of Shu and Isis, and he hath been united unto the piety of happiness before his God. May the gods give cakes and ale unto the scribe Nebseni, and may they prepare for him all good and pure things this happy day, things for journeying and traveling, things of the eye of Horus, things of the boat, and all things which should enter into the sight of the god. Thou shalt have power over the water, and thou shalt advance to the table of offerings, having cakes, and 4 measures of water. The eye of Horus hath ordered these things for the scribe Nebseni, and the god Shu hath ordered the means of subsistence for him, both cakes and ale. Watch, O judges of the form of Thoth, watch him that lieth in death. Wake up, O thou that dwellest in Kenset. Grant thou offerings in the presence of Thoth, the mighty god, who cometh forth from Hapi, that is, the Nile, and of Apuat, who cometh forth from Asert, for the mouth of Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, is pure. The company of the gods offer incense to the scribe Nebseni, and his mouth is pure, and his tongue which is therein is right and true. That which the scribe Nebseni abominateth is filth, and he hath freed himself therefrom, even as Set freed himself from it in the city of Rehu, and he has set out with Thoth for heaven. O ye who have delivered the scribe Nebseni along with yourselves, let him eat of that whereof ye eat. Let him drink of that whereof ye drink. Let him sit down upon that whereon ye sit. Let him be strong in the strength wherein ye are strong. Let him sail about where ye sail about. The scribe Nebseni hath drawn the net together in the region of Aaru, and he hath running water in Sekhet Hetep, and his offerings are among those of the gods. The water of the scribe Nebseni is the wine of Ra, and Nebseni goeth round about heaven, and travelleth therein like unto Thoth. It is an abomination unto the scribe Nebseni to suffer hunger and not to eat, and it is an abomination unto him to be thirsty and not to drink. But sepulchral meals have been given unto him by the Lord of eternity, who hath ordered these things for him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in the night and was brought forth in the daylight, and those who are in the following of Ra, the divine ancestors, adore him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in Nu and was brought forth in Nu, and he hath come and hath brought to you what he hath found of that which the eye of Horus hath shed upon the branches of the Ven tree. The governor of those in Amenti cometh to him, and bringeth to him the divine food and offerings of Horus, the governor of temples, and upon that whereon he doth live, the scribe Nebseni liveth also. And of that whereof he drinketh doth the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the temple of Ptah, drink also, and facing his offerings of cakes and ale is a haunch of meat also. Osiris the scribe Nebseni is triumphant, and he is favored of Anubis, who is upon his hill. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast the form wherein thou hadst thine existence upon earth, and thou livest and renewest thy youth each day. Thy face is uncovered, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon, who giveth to thee sepulchral meals in thy hour and in thy season of night. Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath destroyed the jawbones of thine enemies. He hath shut in the doer of violence at the mouth of his fortress. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast no enemies in Hetur, and the scales balanced when thou wert weighed therein, and the hall wherein they were belonged to Osiris, the Lord of offerings of Amentet. And thou shalt enter in at will, and thou shalt see the great God in his form, and life shall be given to thy nostrils, and thou shalt triumph over thine enemies. Hail, scribe Nebseni, what thou abominatest is iniquity. The divine Lord of creation hath made peace with thee on the night of silencing the weeping, and sweet life, whereupon Thoth resteth, hath been given unto thee from the mouth of the company of the gods, and thou dost triumph over thine enemies, O scribe Nebseni. Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of Shetet Pet, and she maketh thee to be a follower of the great God, and to be without enemies, and she delivereth thee from every evil thing in her name of Kenemet Ert, the divine mighty form, who dwelleth among her children, O scribe Nebseni. Hail, chiefs of the hours, ancestors of Ra, make ye a way for the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of piety, and let him pass within the circle of Osiris, the Lord of the life of the two lands, who liveth forever. And let the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the Lord of piety, the happy one, be in the following of Nefertem, the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, in the presence of the gods, and let him see Ra forever. Chapter 179. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of advancing from yesterday and of coming forth by day, whereby he and his members shall be provided with food. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep triumphant, saith, Let my speech of yesterday be given unto me. I come daily. I have come forth from the God of creation. I am Sepes, coming forth from his tree, and I am Nun, coming forth from his might. I am the Lord of the Uret crown, and the god Neheb-kau. I am Tesher, who avengeth his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. The mighty lady, who is the guardian of the door, hath made a way for me. I come forth by day against mine enemy, and I have gained the mastery over him. He hath been given over unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. And he shall come to an end before me in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs, who are in the underworld. The first great rank hath been given unto me by him, along with the shade and form of the living gods, and I have made my path. Mine enemy hath been brought unto me, and he hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. The things which concern me have been ended in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, who is clothed in his apparel. And behold, the governor of those in Amenti. I am the Lord of redness on the day of transformations. I am the Lord of knives, and injury shall not be done unto me. I have made my path. I am the scribe who writeth down the odorous things which are in the sweet-smelling incense, and the things which belong to the mighty ruddy one have been brought to me, and the mighty ruddy one hath been given to me. I have come forth by day against my enemy. I have brought him along. I have gained the power over him. He hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. He hath come to an end beneath me in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs, and I eat him in the great field on the altar of Ur-Achit. I have gained the mastery over him as Sekhet, the great lady. I am the Lord of transformations, for I have the transformations of every god, and they go round about in me. Chapter 180. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in supplication before three gods. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra and Amentet, of ascribing praise unto those who dwell in the Tuat, of opening up a path for the perfect Khu in the underworld, of causing him to walk, of making long his footsteps, of going in and coming forth from the underworld, and of performing transformations like a living soul. The Osiris triumphant saith, Ra setteth as Osiris with all the diadems of the divine Khus and of the gods of Amentet. He is the one divine form, the hidden one of the Tuat, the holy soul at the head of Amentet, Un-Nefer, whose duration of life is forever and forever. Words of praise are addressed to thee, O Osiris, in the Tuat, and thy son Horus hath satisfaction in thee, and he hath spoken unto thee the decree of words. Thou makest him to rise upon those who dwell in the Tuat like a mighty divine star, under whom the things which are his have been brought in the Tuat. Thou travellest through it, O son of Ra, and comest forth like Tem. Words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, which is the throne chamber, dear to thy majesty, the king, the prince of Akert, the mighty ruler, who is crowned with the Uraret crown, the great God whose seat is hidden, the Lord and weigher of words, and the sovereign of his divine chiefs. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and they have satisfaction in thee. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and the divine beings who weep pluck out their hair for thee, and they smite their hands together, and they praise thee, and they cry out before thee, and they weep for thee, and they rejoice that thy soul hath glorified thy dead body. The souls of Ra and Amentet are exalted, and in the zone of the Tuat the souls cry out in their songs of exaltation unto the souls of Ra, who dwelleth therein. The body and souls of the god Techench dwell in the Tuat, and his divine soul resteth therein. Hail, Osiris, I am a servant of thy temple, and one who dwelleth there within thy divine house, and thou utterest with command the words of the decree. Grant thou that I may rise like a luminary among the denizens of the Tuat, and like a mighty star unto whom in the Tuat the things which are his have been brought. Let me journey through it like the son of Ra, and let me come forth as Tem. Let me have rest in the Tuat. Let me gain the mastery over the darkness. Let me enter therein. Let me come forth therefrom. Let thy hands receive me, O Ta Teunen, and let the Hetepu gods lift me up. O stretch ye out your hands to me, for I, even I, know your names. Lead ye me along. Praise ye me, O Hetepu gods, with your praises. For Ra rejoiceth over the praises which are offered unto me, even as he doth over those which are offered unto Osiris. I have stablished for you your offerings, and ye have obtained the mastery over your oblations, even as Ra hath commanded me to do. I am the god Mehu, and I am his heir upon the earth, and I have made my path. O ye Hetepu gods, grant ye that I may enter into the Tuat, and let me make a way into the beautiful Amentet. I have established the scepter of the god Sa, and the Nemi's crown for the god whose name is hidden. Look ye then, O Hetepu gods, and ye gods who are the guides of the Tuat, and grant that I may receive my glorious might, and let me rise like a luminary above his hidden place, and deliver ye me from the deadly stakes of those who are chained thereunto. Chain ye me not unto your deadly stakes, and give ye me not over to the habitation of the fiends who slay. I am the heir of Osiris, and I received his Nemi's crown in the Tuat. Look ye upon me then, and let me rise like a luminary who hath come forth from your members, and let me come into being like my divine Father who is worshipped. Look ye upon me then, and rejoice ye in me, and grant that I may rise up, and that I may come into being like him whose transformations were destroyed. Open ye a way unto my divine soul, O ye who stand upon your places. Grant ye that I may rest in the beautiful Amentet, and decree ye for me a seat in front of you. Open out ye to me your paths, and draw back for me the bolts of your doors. Behold, O Ra, as thou art the guide of this earth, so let the divine souls be my guides, and let me follow after the gods. I am he who guardeth his own pylon, and I am led along by those who lead. I am he who keepeth ward over his doors, and who setteth the gods in their places. I am he who dwelleth upon his standard within the Tuat. I am the god Henbi, the guardian of the lands of the gods. I am the boundaries of the Tuat. I am the god Hatepi in Aukert. My offerings have been made in Amentet by the divine souls who dwell in the gods. I am the god Meha-a-Nuti-Ra. I am the hidden Bennu bird. I enter in as he resteth in the Tuat, and I come forth as he resteth in the Tuat. I am the lord of the celestial abodes, and I journey through the night sky after Ra. My offerings are in heaven in the field of Ra, and my sepulchral meals are on earth in the field of Eru. I travel through the Tuat like the beings who are with Ra, and I weigh words like the god Thoth. I stretch myself at my desire. I run forward with my strides in my spiritual form of hidden qualities, and my transformations are those of the double god Horus Set. I am the president of the food of the gods of the Tuat, and I give the sepulchral offerings of the Khus. I am the god of the mighty heart, who smiteth his enemies. Hail, ye gods and Khus, the ancestors of Ra, who follow after the divine soul which he hath. Lead ye me along as ye lead him along, and do ye who are the guides of Ra, and who are leaders, dwelling in the upper heaven, guide me, for I am like unto the divine and holy soul who is in Amentet. Chapter 181. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods who are seated before a door. Behind are a lion-headed and a vulture-headed god, each of whom has a serpent above his head. Text: the chapter of entering in to the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, and to the gods who are guides in the Tuat, and to those who keep ward over their gates, and to those who are heralds of their halls, and to those who are the porters of the doors and pylons of Amentet, and of making the transformations like a living soul, and of praising Osiris, and of becoming the prince of the divine sovereign chiefs. The Osiris Kena triumphant saith: Homage to thee, O governor of Amentet, Un-Nefer, lord of Ta Chetsert, O thou who art diademed like Ra. Verily I come to see thee, and to rejoice at thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays of light are thy rays of light, his ureret crown is thy ureret crown, his majesty is thy majesty, his risings are thy risings, his beauties are thy beauties. The terror which he inspireth is the terror which thou inspirest. His odor is thy odor, His hall is thy hall, his seat is thy seat, his throne is thy throne, his air is thy air, his ornaments are thy ornaments, his decree is thy decree, his hidden place is thy hidden place, his things are thy things, his knowledge or powers is thy knowledge, the attributes of greatness which are his are thine, the power which protecteth him protecteth thee. He dieth not, and thou diest not. He is not triumphed over by his enemies, and thou art not triumphed over by thine enemies. No evil thing whatsoever hath happened unto him, and no evil thing whatsoever shall happen unto thee for ever and for ever. Homage to thee, O Osiris, son of Nut, lord of the two horns, whose Atef crown is exalted. May the Ureret crown be given unto him, along with sovereignty before the company of the gods. May the god Temu make terror of him to exist in the hearts of men and women, and gods and Khus and the dead. May dominion be given unto him in Anu, Heliopolis. May he be mighty of transformations in Tatu, Mendes. May he be the Lord greatly feared in the Ati. May he be mighty in victory in Restau. May he be the Lord who is remembered with gladness in the great house. May he have manifold risings like a luminary in Abtu, Abydos. May triumph be given unto him in the presence of the company of the gods. May he gain the victory over the mighty powers. May the fear of him be made to go throughout the earth, and may the princes stand up upon their stations before the sovereign of the gods of the Tuat, the mighty form of heaven, the prince of the living ones, the king of those who are therein, and the glorifier of thousands in Karaba. The denizens of heaven rejoice in him who is the Lord of the chosen offerings in the mansions above. A meat offering is made unto him in the city Het Kapata, Memphis, and the things of the night are prepared for him in Shechem, Letopolis. Behold, O mighty God, thou great one of twofold strength, thy son Horus avengeth thee. He doeth away with every evil thing whatsoever that belongeth to thee. He bindeth up in order for thee thy person. He gathereth together for thee thy members. He collecteth for thee thy bones. He bringeth to thee thou art raised up then, O Osiris. I have given unto thee thy hand, and make thee to stand up alive for ever and ever. The god Seb directeth thy mouth. The great company of the gods protecteth thee, and they accompany thee unto the door of the gate of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut placeth her hands behind thee. She giveth thee strength, and she reneweth the power which protecteth thee. Birds, thy two sisters Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they unite thee unto life and strength and health, and thy heart rejoiceth before them. They in thee through love of thee, and they load thy hands for thee with things of all kinds. All the gods present unto thee provisions, and behold, they praise thee forever. Happy art thou, O Osiris, for thou art crowned, and art endowed with strength, and art glorious, and thine attributes are established for thee. Thy face is like that of Anpu. Ra rejoiceth in thee, and he maketh himself to be a brother to thy beautiful person. Thou sittest upon thy throne. The god Seb maketh the libation for thee, and that which thou wishest to receive is in thy hands in Amentet. Thou sailest over the celestial regions each day. Thy mother Nut maketh thee to go forth on thy way, and thou settest in life in Amentet in the boat of Ra each day, along with Horus who loveth thee. The protecting strength of Ra guardeth thee. The words of might of Thoth are behind thee, and Isis maketh strength to follow after thy person. I have come to thee, O Lord of Ta Chesert, Osiris, governor of those who are in Amentet, Un-Nefer, whose twofold existence is forever and forever. My heart is right and true, my hands are pure. I have brought things unto their divine Lord, and offerings unto the God who made them. I have come, and I have advanced to your cities. I have done that which was good upon earth. I have slain thine enemies for thee like sacrificial oxen. I have slaughtered for thee thy adversaries. I have made them to fall down upon their faces before thee. I am pure, even as thou art pure. I have made pure for thee thy festival, and I have upon thine altar to thy soul and to thy form, and to the gods, and to the goddesses who are in thy train. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, things of evil shall not gain the mastery over him, and he shall not be turned back from any of the doors of Amentet, but he shall go in and come out, and cakes and ale, and all beautiful things shall be given unto him in the presence of those who dwell in the Tuat. Chapter 182. Vignette: the deceased lying upon a bier within a funeral chest or coffer. Beneath the bier are 3 bases. At the foot stand Isis, Hapi, and Tuamartef, and at the head Nephthys, Mesha, and Keb-Senef. In the upper and lower registers are a number of seated and standing man-headed and animal-headed deities, who hold in their hands snakes, lizards, and knives. Text: the book of stablishing Osiris firmly, of giving air to the still heart, whilst Thoth repulseth the foes of Osiris, who cometh there in his transformations, and is protected and made strong and guarded in the underworld by the operation of the will of Thoth himself, and Shu setteth upon him each day. Thoth saith, I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure, the Lord of the 2 horns, who maketh iniquity to be destroyed, the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. Behold, he is the writing reed of the god Neber-cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the 2 lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and truth for the gods, the judge of words in their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the whirlwind and the storm. I have given the pleasant breeze of the north wind unto Osiris Un-Nefer, as he came forth from the womb of her who gave him birth. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. I have made him to enter into the hidden habitation, to vivify the heart of the still heart, the holy soul, who dwelleth in Amentet, and to shout cries of joy unto the still heart, Un-Nefer, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favoured one of Ra, the Lord of might, who bringeth to a prosperous end that which he doeth, the mighty one of enchantments, who is in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, the subduer of the 2 lands, whose words of might gave strength to her that gave him birth, whose word doeth away with opposition and fighting, and who performeth the will of Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. I am Thoth, who issueth the decree at dawn, whose sight followeth on again after his overthrow at his season, the guide of heaven and earth and the underworld, and the creator of the life of all nations and peoples. I gave air unto him that was in the hidden place, by means of the might of the magical words of my utterance, and Osiris triumpheth over his enemies. I came unto thee, O Lord of Ta-Cheser, Osiris, bull of Ament, and thou wert strengthened forever. I set everlastingness as a protection for thy members, and I came unto thee having protection in my hand, and I guarded thee with strength during the course of each and every day. Protection and life were behind this god, protection and life were behind this god, and his Ka was glorified with power. The king of the Tuat, the prince of Amentet, the victorious conqueror of heaven, hath the Atef crown firmly stablished upon him. He is diademed with the white crown, and he graspeth the crook and the whip. Unto him the great one of souls, the mighty one of the Ureret crown, every god gathereth together, and love for him who is Un-Nefer, and whose existence is for everlasting, and all eternity goeth through their bodies. Homage to thee, O governor of those who are in Amenti, who makest mortals to be born again, who renewest thy youth, thou comest, who dwellest in thy season, and who art more beautiful than thy son Horus hath avenged thee. The rank or dignity of Tem hath been conferred upon thee, O Un-Nefer. Thou art raised up, O bull of Amentet. Thou art stablished, yea, stablished in the body of Nut, who uniteth herself unto thee, and who cometh forth with thee. Thy heart is stablished upon that which supporteth it, and thy breast is as it was formerly. Thy nose is firmly fixed with life and power. Thou livest, and thou art renewed, and thou makest thyself young like Ra each and every day. Mighty, mighty is Osiris in victory, and he is firmly stablished with life. I am Thoth, and I have pacified Horus, and I have quieted the two divine combatants in their season of storm. I have come, and I have washed the ruddy one. I have quieted the stormy one, and I have filled him with all manner of evil things. I am Thoth, and I have made the things of the night in Sekhem, Letopolis. I am Thoth, and I have come daily into the cities of Pe and Tepu. I have led along the offerings and oblations. I have given cakes with lavish hand to the Khus. I have protected the shoulder of Osiris. I have embalmed him. I have made sweet his odor, even as is that of the beautiful god. I am Thoth, and I have come each day into the city of Kher Aba. I have tied the cordage, and I have set in good order the Makhenth boat, and I have brought it from the east to the west. I am more exalted upon my standard than any god in my name of he whose face is exalted. I have opened fair things in my name of Apuat, that is, opener of the road, and I have ascribed praise and done homage unto Osiris Un Nefer, whose existence is forever and forever. Chapter 183. Vignette: The deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Thoth, ibis-headed, standing upright and presenting symbols of strength and life. Text: Osiris Hu Nefer, the overseer of the palace of the Lord of the two lands, triumphant, praiseth Osiris, and acclaimeth him, and doeth homage unto Un Nefer, and boweth to the ground before the Lord of Ta Chesert, and exalteth those who are upon his sand, saying, I have come unto thee, O son of Nut, Osiris, prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of the god Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength to thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils, O Lord of Ta Chesert. He hath made the god Shu to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendor. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the two Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the two combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the two lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thy son Horus is triumphant in the presence of the whole company of the gods. The sovereignty over the world hath been given unto him, and his dominion is in the uttermost parts of the earth. The throne of the god Seb hath been adjudged unto him, along with the rank which hath been founded by the god Temu, and which hath been stablished by decrees in the chamber of books, and hath been inscribed upon an iron tablet, according to the command of thy father Ptah Tannen, when he sat upon the great throne. He hath set his brother upon that which the god Shu beareth up, to stretch out the waters over the mountains, and to make to spring up that which groweth upon the hills, and the grain which shooteth upon the earth, and he giveth increase by water and by land. Gods celestial and gods terrestrial transfer themselves to the service of thy son Horus, and they follow him into his hall, where a decree is passed that he shall be lord over them, and they perform it straightway. Thy heart rejoiceth, O Lord of the gods, thy heart rejoiceth greatly. Egypt and the Red Land are at peace, and they serve humbly under thy sovereign power. The temples are established upon their own lands. Cities and nomes possess firmly their property which they have in their names, and we will make to thee the divine offerings which we are bound to make, and offer sacrifices in thy name forever. Acclamations are made in thy name. Libations are poured out to thy Ka. Sepulchral meals are brought unto thee by the Khus who are in thy following, and water is sprinkled upon the offerings upon both sides of the souls of the dead in this land. Every design which hath been ordered for thee according to his, that is, Ra's commands in the beginning hath been perfected. Now therefore, O son of Nut, thou art diademed as Neber-cher is diademed at his rising. Thou livest, thou art stablished, thou renewest thy youth, and thou art true and perfect. Thy father Ra maketh strong thy members, and the company of the gods make acclamations unto thee. The goddess Isis is with thee, and she never leaveth thee. Thou art not overthrown by thine enemies, the lords of all lands. Praise thy beauties, even as they praise Ra, when he riseth at the beginning of each day. Thou risest up like an exalted one upon thy standard. Thy beauties exalt the face of man, and make long his stride. I have given unto thee the sovereignty of thy father Seb, and the goddess Mut, thy mother, who gave birth to the gods, brought thee forth as the firstborn of 5 gods, and created thy beauties, and fashioned thy members. Thou art stablished as king, the white crown is upon thy head, and thou hast grasped in thy hands the crook and the whip. Whilst thou wert in the womb, and hadst not us yet come forth therefrom upon the earth, thou wert crowned lord of the 2 lands, and the Atef crown of Ra was upon thy brow. The gods come unto thee bowing low to the ground, and they hold thee in fear. They retreat and depart when they see thee with the terror of Ra, and the victory of thy majesty is in their hearts. Life is with thee, and offerings of meat and drink follow thee, and that which is thy due is offered up before thy face. Grant thou that I may follow in the train of thy majesty, even as I did upon earth. Let my soul be called into the presence, and let it be found by the side of the lords of right and truth. I have come into the city of God, the region which existed in primeval time, with my soul, and with my double, and with my khu, to dwell in this land. The God thereof is the Lord of right and truth. He is the Lord of the Tchefau food of the gods, and he is most holy. His land draweth unto itself every other land. The south cometh sailing down the river thereto, and the north, steered thither by winds, cometh daily to make festival therein, according to the command of the God thereof, who is the Lord of peace therein. And doth he not say, the happiness thereof is a care unto me? The God who dwelleth therein worketh right and truth. Unto him that doeth these things he giveth old age, and to him that followeth after them rank and honor, and at length he attaineth unto a happy funeral and burial in Ta Chesert. I have come unto thee, and my hands hold right and truth, and my heart hath no crafty wickedness therein. I offer up before thee that which is thy due, and I know that whereon thou livest. I have not committed any sin in the land, and I have defrauded no man of that which is his. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure. I am the Lord of purity, the destroyer of evil, the scribe of right and truth, and that which I abominate is sin. Behold me, for I am the writing reed of the god Neber-cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the word of wisdom and understanding, and whose speech hath dominion over the 2 lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who maketh the feeble one to gain the victory, and who avengeth the wretched and the oppressed on him that wrongeth him. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the storm, and I have brought the wind to Un-Nefer, the beautiful breeze of the north wind, even as it came forth from the womb of his mother. I have caused him to enter into the hidden abode, to vivify the heart of the still heart. Un-Nefer, the son of Nut, Horus, triumphant. Chapter 184. Vignette: the deceased standing upright before Osiris, who wears the Atef crown and holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Text: the chapter being nigh unto Osiris, the Osiris Uah, the overseer of the estates of Amen, triumphant, saith. Chapter 185. Vignette: Osiris at the head of Abtu, the great god, prince of eternity and governor of Amentet, enthroned within a shrine. He holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Before him, with hands raised in adoration, stand the deceased and his wife Hent Neteru, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, triumphant. Text: the giving of praises unto Osiris, and paying homage unto the Lord of eternity, and propitiating the god in his will, and declaring the right and truth, the Lord of which is unknown. The Osiris Sutimes, the libationer and president of the altar chamber in the apse, the president of the scribes of the temple of Amen, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou holy God, thou mighty and beneficent being, thou prince of eternity, who dwellest in thy abode in the Sektet boat, thou whose risings are manifold in the Atet boat. To thee are praises rendered in heaven and upon earth. Peoples and nations exalt thee, and the majesty of the terror of him is in the hearts of men, and Khus, and the dead. Thy soul is in Tetet Mendes, and the terror of thee is in Suten Henen. Thou settest the visible emblems of thyself in Anu, and the greatness of thy transformations in the double place of purification. I have come unto thee, and my heart hath right and truth therein, and there is neither craft nor guile in my breast. Grant thou that I may have my being among the living, and that I may sail down and up the river among those who are in thy following. Chapter 186. Vignette: the goddess Hathor in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disk and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are offerings, and behind her the cow Mehurit, who may be identified with Hathor, looks forth from the funeral mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text: Hathor, lady of Amentet, mighty dweller in the funeral mountain, lady of Ta-Jesert, daughter or eye of Ra, dweller before him, beautiful of face in the boat of millions of years, the habitation or seat of peace, creator of law in the boat of the favored ones. Chapter 137. Vignette: this chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the chapter of entering in unto the company of the gods. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O company of the gods of Ra. I have come before you. I am in the following of Ra. I have made my way, and I have passed in among you. Let not my hand be repulsed in whatsoever I do this day. Chapter 138. Vignette: this chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the chapter of the going in of the soul to build an abode and to come forth by day in human form. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: Come in peace, thou hast a coup. Enter thou in peace into the divine Uchat. Behold, thou hast a coup, together with a soul Ba and a shade Ka-ibit, to look thereupon. May it behold me when I am judged, in whatever place it may be, with my attributes, and with my form, and with my faculties of mind, and with all my attributes ordered and perfect, even as a soul which is provided with all things, and is divine. May I shine like Ra in his divine splendor in the temple, and may my soul and my shade come to me upon their legs from the place where I am judged, and behold me. May I stand up and sit down, and enter into the house of his body, which, behold, hath become one of the starry gods of Osiris, who travel by day and journey by night, and celebrate the festivals. Chapter 189. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the chapter of not letting a man perform a journey being hungry, and of not letting him eat filth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: The things which are an abomination unto me, the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. What I abominate is filth, and I will not eat thereof in the place of the sepulchral cakes, which are offered unto the Kas. Let me not be thrown down upon it, let it not light upon my body, let it not enter into my fingers, and let it not join itself unto my toes. Thou shalt live then upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me in this place, and upon that which is brought unto thee there. Let me live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought unto me, 4 cakes before Horus, and 3 cakes before Thoth. The gods and the Khus shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food beneath the sycamore tree of the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of the divine territory. Let me be sound and strong, let me have a large room, let me make a way, let me have my seat wherever I please, like a living soul, and let me never be kept in restraint by mine enemy. That which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. Let me never pass over filth and offal in Anu, but let it depart from me. I am the bull who ordereth his habitation. I fly like the mighty one, I cackle like the smen-goose, and I alight upon the beautiful sycamore which standeth in the lake of Akeb. I come forth, and I alight upon it. He who alighteth there in the form of the great God shall not be driven away therefrom. The things which I abominate I will not eat. The things which I abominate are filth and offal, and I will not eat thereof. The things which are an abomination unto my Ka are filth and offal. They shall never enter into my body. They shall never come into my hands, and I will never tread upon them with my sandals. O send ye not forth against me foul water. Harm ye not me with the rod. Give ye not unto me. Snatch ye me not away from the edge of your deep cisterns, and let me not depart from you being overthrown. The divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the cakes made of black grain, and upon ale made of white grain, and upon 4 cakes in Sekhet Hetep, which is more than the food of any or every god. Moreover, I have 4 loaves of bread during the course of each and every day, besides 4 loaves in Anu, which is more than the food of any or every god. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, What hast thou brought to eat in that holy furrow, on that day when I receive my offerings with anti-unguent? And I reply, I will not eat thereof, it shall not come into my hands, and I will not tread thereon with my sandals. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought, 4 in the temple of Horus, and 3 in the temple of Thoth. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Who then shall bring them unto thee? And I reply, The divine associate of the temples of the Heretchati, goddesses of Anu. And they say, Where wilt thou eat them? And I reply, Beneath the beams of the beautiful ark, to which hymns are sung, as it is borne along, thither shall I be taken. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Wouldst thou live then upon the things which belong to another every day? And I reply, I will myself plow the fields of my estate in Sekhet Haru. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Who will protect them for thee? And I reply, The 2 divine daughters of the divine king of the north, besides those who belong to them. And the divine Alchemu, beings of the god Pen Heseb, shall say unto me, Who will plow them for thee? And I reply, The divine chiefs who dwell among the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. The treading down of the earth shall be done for me by the cow goddess Ha-Piu, who dwelleth in the city of Sao, and the harvest shall be reaped for me by Suti, the Lord of heaven and of earth. Hail, ye who turn back the blossoms upon yourselves, ye whose transgressions are done away with, whose faces are holy. Behold, I am with the divine beings of Set at the mountain of Bakau, and I sit down along with the spiritual bodies who are perfect on the side of the lake of Osiris to rejoice my heart. Shall not I make the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, to know life? Chapter 190. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The book of making perfect the coup within Ra, of making him to gain the mastery before Tem, of magnifying him before Osiris, of making him to be powerful before the governor of Amentet, and of causing him to be mighty before the company of the gods. Rubric. This book shall be recited on the 1st day of the month of the festival, on the festival of the 6th, on the festival of Uak, on the festival of Thoth, on the birthday of Osiris, on the festival of Sekri, and on the festival of the night of Haker. It will enable a man to pass through the hidden places of the Duat, and to penetrate the secret habitations of Neter Kert, to break through mountains, and to open up a way through the secret valleys which are unknown. This chapter shall preserve or embalm the Khu. It shall make broad his steps. It shall give him power to walk. It shall destroy the deafness of his face, and it shall enable him to make a way for his face with the God. When thou recitest this chapter, thou shalt not let any man whatsoever see thee, except him that is indeed dear to thy heart. And the priest who readeth the service, Cur Heb, thou shalt not let any other person see thee, and no servant shall come outside the chamber wherein thou art. Thou shalt recite this chapter inside a chamber lined with cloth decorated literally, shot with stars throughout. The soul of every Khu, that is, the deceased, for whom this book hath been recited, shall come forth among the living. He himself shall come forth by day, and he shall gain the mastery among the gods, and shall not be repulsed by them. And these gods shall revolve around about him, and they shall acknowledge, literally recognize him, and indeed he shall be as the divine one among them, and he shall make thee to know the transformations which shall come to him in the light. This book is indeed a very great mystery, and thou shalt never allow those who dwell in the papyrus swamps of the Delta, that is, ignorant folk, or any person whatsoever, to see it. End of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E.A. Wallis Budge.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.